Hello, guys, and welcome to the SA DPC regional finals here, as we continue our journey through this region to see who's going to be the top out of these great four teams. Today, we have what could be too many unexpected matches. Yesterday, Beastcoast bring up their Modo Serio and they defeat Thunder Awaken, and today, Thunder Awaken will be fighting for their life as they have to defeat Infamous to get a chance at a rematch. I also have a wonderful panel with me. Astini will be joining me, and we have a new, different pro from Brazil, of course. It's King Al this time, King RD, as many of you guys know. Really excited panel with these gentlemen. But before we get to talk to these guys and we get to, soak in their knowledge, we have a special video so you get to soak in knowledge first. So we decided to prepare a special presentation for every single one of the teams so you get to know them a bit more intimately. And we thought it'd be a great time for us to get to know Thunder Awaken.
Thunder Awaken, as the org was originally named back in 2017 when it was founded, is the first seed for the SA Regional Finals. If you haven't been keeping up with SA since TI, you might be surprised to find out that it's an entirely new team. Yes, that's right, it's not the one that we saw go 0-16 during the TI group stages. In fact, these guys have been cleaning house during the winter tour and are the heavy favorites going into the event. Let's get to know the players a little bit more. Let's start off with Pacaz, or Angel, or Angel, the latest addition to the team, the hard carry, replacing HFN following the TI-10 qualifiers. He's an avid MMR collector and has over 11,000 of it. At the time of writing, he's currently ranked second on the Americas leaderboard. His favorite Dota 2 player? Why, himself, of course. What a carry answer. Next up, let's take a look at the mid laner, Dark Mago, probably best known for his small hero pool, basically Tiny Kunkka and Batrider. Now, he is extremely lethal on these heroes, and the team has done well to take advantage of it in their most recent drafts. Now, to his credit, he has been working hard to expand that pool, with recent additions of Mars and Tinker making a big splash this DPC season. Likely to be one more surprise as well during these regional finals, as he has been spamming tons of heroes and pubs. The dude just loves competitive Dota. There was once a 2-month period where he played on 3 different teams, Pacific Esports, Incubus, and then finally settling on Omega Esports. Speaking of competitive experience, let's start talking about Oscar. He is one of 3 Bolivians currently in Division 1 of the DPC in South America. He's the second most experienced player on the team, starting in 2017. As the offlaner, his team play and coordination, especially with Dark Mago, are absolutely incredible. Definitely a shining point of this team. He's been playing a lot of teamfight heavy heroes this patch, Mars and Tidehunter, forcing plenty of bans in the first phase alone. Don't get it twisted though, this guy's got a lot of pocket heroes up his sleeve. Most notably, the Timber Saw is extremely deadly out from this guy. Moving over to Matthew, the position 4 player, he is the most competitively experienced player on this team, being active since 2016. With that amount of experience, it's no surprise that he is the captain of Thunder Awaken. He's actually had 2 previous stints with, at the time, Thunder Predator, 4 months back in 2018 to 2019, and then he actually returned for a year-long stint, 2019 to 2020. His favorite player is Yapzor, which would explain Matthew's fondness for Rubik, his most played hero. And finally, we wrap it up with Pandaboo, the position 5 player. Don't let it fool you, though. This man, still just as skilled as anyone else on the team, clocking in as well with over 11,000 MMR as a support. He's currently ranked 13th on the Americas leaderboard. Panda is probably best known for being most annoying to draft against, given that he has pioneered the position 5 Viper and won plenty with it during Season 2 of the DPC. We actually still saw quite a few first phase Viper bans with respect to Pandaboo, just to make sure that they didn't come back out. And finally, his favorite Dota 2 player is fellow MMR collector and enthusiast Pacaz, a true position 5 player. Let's take a look back at when this team came together. The team mostly started off underneath the Omega Esports banner in around the second half of 2020. These 4 players, Dark Mago, Oscar, Matthew, and Panda, have been playing together since, a period of over 400 days. These 4 players, alongside their current carry, Mingate, ended up getting signed by NoPing for the first DPC season in January 2021. Now, that first season for NoPing was one of mixed success. While they did beat local powerhouse Beastcoast, they dropped 3 matches to still finish 4th at 4-3. In fourth place, they claimed 100 DPC points and sat out the first Singapore major. DPC Season 2 went a lot better for Noping. They were undefeated through the final week, where they had their toughest opponent matched, Beastcoast. At this stage, both teams were mathematically guaranteed a top 2 finish, which means that they were going to be going to the major regardless. The difference, however, between first and second would be where you got placed at the major, with first place proceeding directly to the major stage playoffs. Noping, 6-0 at the time, still had the advantage though. If they lost their game to Beastcoast, both teams would be tied at 6-1, forcing a best-of-3 tiebreaker. And as fate would have it, the original match went to game number 3, where the pressure seemed to get to Noping, resulting in one of the most famous GG calls in SA Dota. Having lost the regular season match, and with no time in between the scheduled tiebreakers, Noping immediately got underway with the tiebreaker series against Beastcoast. Where some teams would have completely cracked under the pressure, Noping turned it up and won the tiebreaker series very convincingly 2-0, securing first place. Jumping forward to the ANA Major, Noping found themselves as the sole representative of South America after Beastcoast failed to qualify out of the groups. Quincy buckled as Noping charged back down the bottom lane, where they stopped to destroy a Tier 3 tower and both barracks before deciding to go for the GG push. Between a Tiny, Lesh, Abba, and Lunaglaves, Noping managed to get the Ancient down to less than 2,500 HP before they were repelled. It would prove to be a costly push, as without buyback on Dark Mago, Quincy crew easily run it back down mid to secure the decisive game. And it would prove to be the crux of Noping during the playoffs, as EG would be their next opponent in the lower bracket. They would be bested in 3 games by the eventual runners-up, dashing their hopes at securing a direct TI invite. And so after their 9th to 12th finish at the major secured them 0 DPC points, Noping would have to make a last stand through the qualifiers. Being the highest seeded team by DPC points, they had first seed and first played versus Infinity, the 8th place finishers in the previous DPC season. Fielding a slightly different roster, Infinity were able to send Noping to the lower bracket immediately. With no more chances remaining, Noping kicked it into overdrive and swept through their following 3 series, making it to the lower bracket semifinals flawlessly. Their opponent here was unknown, 7th place finishers in Division 1. Just like with Infinity, this was a team that Noping had dispatched 2-0 in the regular season with ease. However, continuing the trend, there was a new carry player standing in for Unknown during the qualifiers. Noping out of the TI-10 qualifiers in 4th place. Pakaz wasn't even on Unknown during Season 2 of the DPC. He was actually still playing on Infamous Young, then promoted to the main roster, and then played for Unknown for the 1-month period around TI qualifiers. Having failed to qualify for TI, on July 21st, Noping announced the farewell of HFN. On July 22nd, Noping announced the addition of Angel or Pakaz to their roster. This iteration of Noping would be the first banner that the 5 players we now know as Thunder Awaken would play under. During the TI delayed period, the team participated in 4 Americas tournaments, winning half of them and finishing runner-up in the remaining 2. On October 19th, Noping and the players came to the mutual decision to part ways. Less than 2 days later, Thunder Awaken announced the signing of these 5 players, now making the team that we know today. Losing absolutely no momentum, Thunder Awaken would come into Season 3 hot. They ended up going 7-0 throughout this season, only losing 1 game to, as fate would have it, the new Noping roster. The team has been very difficult to draft against, proving to be very flexible and having a few clever pocket picks always at the ready. Very rarely did I see a draft from Thunder Awaken this season that didn't have a first phase comfort pick for them. They head into the regional finals as the team to beat, the favorites to win it all. Although the team surely hope to test their mettle versus the international Dota scene, they will still face tough competition back home during the finals. Will Thunder Awaken continue to dominate the SA region, or will they falter and miss out on $50,000 and 250 DPC points? Only time will tell.
We hope you've learned a little bit about Thunder Awaken, the team that was making waves right before the DPC regional finals, and that we're hoping will still make the final once again. Mind you, Infamous is in a position where they could honestly take game off anyone. They've been the big question mark of the DPC, starting out really weakly in the season and ending with a pretty strong finish against Beastcoast, especially. So they could take a game off Thunder Awaken. To get some expert opinions, this wonderful panel, and I'm going to start with you, Astini. I know you were praising Thunder Awaken yesterday, but we're still confident that Beast Coast was the better team when they were playing at 100%. So I want to ask if you think Infamous can be in that position too.
I actually think, yes, they can beat Thunder Predator. It's very, very unlikely, but they can. This actually was yesterday's game that changed my mind, because Thunder Predator, they're showing more weakness now. They showed some weakness when they lost one map to Apple Kings, then they showed more weakness when they were beaten by Beastcoast. And Infamous, they're a very clever team. I think Axel is a very smart guy, and he can learn something from that those losses from Thunder. So yeah, they have a chance.
Okay. King RD, my good friend, we finally get you on panel, so we get to see some fresh opinions here. I'm very curious to see what you think of these two teams. Is there anyone you favor particularly in this matchup?
Hello, everybody. I feel I really like the Thunder, but sometimes I think they have a little different strategies for the game. I don't like very well because it's not the type of strategy I like to play. You can see like 2 days ago they played like Oracle and Abaddon. I don't feel good to play with it. No stuns, no team fight. It's just like 5 main and towers. And I know Infamous like to have a little bit different drafts. They like to play fast sometimes. I remember in the DPC they won against Beastcoast in the last matches. They have like Ulsa and Magnus mid, so they play very fast in this game. So I kind of feel like different if the Thunder want to play with this draft again with no stuns, no disable, just 5 main, because I know Infamous they are very, very good players. They want to play really, really fast. And I don't feel good with Thunder play with this draft same time. So I kind of have some fear if Thunder want to play with this draft, they kind of can lose this game. I don't feel good. What do you think, Astini?
I totally agree with King RD. That's like...
Oh, you agree with me? Wow!
You're
I can hear this one time.
Yeah, man. You're completely right, my friend.
Oh,
yeah,
I'm right? 100% right? All right.
Yeah,
thank you, Astini. Thank you very much for that.
Yes, my friend. I'm really glad you're here. And I think the same. It's like I was kind of mad when they picked Timber yesterday, and they actually picked twice, and those were the 2 games they lost. I know.
I can understand the team there. You understand the team there why they chose the train there? Because they want to make a 3-lane against the Venomancer. All right, they understand the draft like, okay, we're gonna lose the lane top, we're gonna lose the lane bottom. What are we gonna do in the game? Okay, let's pick a hero for Koska, can play alone and make 3-lane. So they didn't want the lane. They didn't want like 3 heroes against 2. So it's kind of, we know, all right, you and me, Yassini, the team draft is kind of strange for us, all right? But in the strategy Thunder want to make is good, because they want to make it 3-lane to kill the Venomancer. The Void can farm very well in the game if they won the game. If it did die in the lane, of course. He didn't die in, like for 12 minutes or something like that. He really farmed this lane. So it's kind of good for Thunder.
Okay, can you elaborate? Because yesterday Duster, what he was confused by was actually the Void pick. He thought the Void was weird as well there. Why do you think they deviated?
I agree with the Void. I don't like the Void.
Oh, okay. Okay. So you thought the Timber was like a band-aid to a weird problem with the Void that they created?
Yeah. I think I think sometimes Thunder, we play against Thunder sometimes, and we know like if they gonna lose the safe lane, they pick a Timber for Oscar, they pick a Hero King, he can play along with Timber, Centaur sometimes, Mice sometimes. So they make 3-lane because Baka is into farm very well. He farmed very well in the lane. So it's kind of, okay, we're gonna sacrifice, we're gonna like play 3-lane, but it's kind of hard for Thunder. It's very much a clockwork, so they don't have a good heroes to give it in the top lane.
For this first pick, Thunder Awaken will deviate from the supports that we were talking about that we weren't big fans, and they go for something very basic, something very simple and very effective, the Ogre Magi. No save support this time on the 5. Astini, I think you're pretty happy about this.
Yeah, it's like stun. Like the thing
Yeah.
about the Timber is not that the hero is bad. It's like that Kingal mentioned, like Abaddon and Oracle. It's already like not having stuns on 2 heroes, and then you pick Timber. So like you need stuns. It's pure team fight all the time. So the most stuns you can have, the more likely you are to win.
Yeah.
Mhm.
That is the classic. The more stuns, the easier the game, as you said. Infamous will be doing something similar with a Shadow Demon picked up immediately by Affliction. No weird support this time. He is a big fan of the, I'm going to play DP5 or Gyro 5 or anything that's not conventional. But I think he's in serious mode as well.
Yeah, and it enables a lot the Lash Rack, because you already have kind of save. You're pretty good like doing damage to towers, knowing that if they come to you, have disruption. So it's pretty good for a hero that they love to play. I don't know if they will pick like Lash first phase, because there are many counters, but they already have it like set for it.
I feel the Shadow Demon is really good in the ACA server.
Okay.
Because normally, if you see every hero like they play this team in Thunder, Kunkka, the strange hero in the mid lane, strange hero in the off lane. SD is kind of cool against these heroes, so I think it's a really good draft too.
What about the Tuskar? It's actually the only region that plays Tusk consistently. Why is he so present in SA?
I mean, because everyone wants to run down mid and kill everybody.
Okay.
It's kind of something like that.
You know, Astini was saying the same thing yesterday, so he agrees with you there as well.
Yeah.
It's seeking out.
Sometimes, not all. Not all. Oh, it's in the TA in the 8. It's kind of cool. Yeah.
Was it Duster that was saying that 8th pick TA is probably busted right now, right, Astini?
Yeah,
You're saying that that's the most OP pick right now, probably the best carry. Do you think that Thunder learned this from yesterday's match? Because they did win the TA match against Beastcoast.
Yeah, I think they learned from their match, and maybe they also were watching European Dota before they got to the match, so kind of warming up. And in Europe, like the team that has TA is winning. The hero is so complete because you have a decent lane, you can farm stacks, you have amazing damage against Roche, and then you are amazing Aegis carrier, right? Because let's say you go TB, you do amazing damage at Roche, but then you don't want the Aegis. TA, you want the Aegis, and then with Aegis you do amazing tower damage. So as a hard carry, the hero is complete. Super good.
It's not only about that. If you see the both support is the Tusk and the Shadow Demon, they are not really good against TA. So it's kind of like, okay guys, we're gonna play against TA and Ogre Mage. So it's a kind of free lane for TA. No matter what hero Sacred you wanna play in this game, he cannot kill with TA. So it's kind of free lane for TA this game.
Yeah,
Shadow Demon Tusk is not good in the game against TA.
Yeah. I guess he can only go something like Razor. Razor Tusk could be decent.
I mean, you sure? I don't
But
think
it's reading
so.
the game, right? Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of good in the lane, but not in the game. I mean, this is good in the game. I think Thunder is gonna pick like some smart speed to play some hero like that because they need cash. Yeah, Puck is really good in this game.
Probably
go for
Dark
the
Mago,
underdog.
right?
Oh, wow. Yeah, that Mago's not a puck guy himself.
The only heroes I can see for Dark Mago right now is they don't need to save it and get the last pick for the mid lane. They can pick right now because if they don't pick right now, they're gonna ban. So it's kind of they need to draft the mid lane right now. They need like catch. They need like heroes can catch the Ember, the Shadow Demon, the backlining. Void Spirit is good, Puck is good, Bat is banned. No have Bat, no Bunker, no Miles.
But
You want
do you
Storm
think
here?
they'll leave like the
Yes.
last pick to position 4?
Why not? It's not the last pick, it's 23. It's kinda okay.
Oh,
Tiny.
there's the Tiny. All right, that's something we haven't seen in a while, but Dark Mago will still break out once in a while. His
Just-
fastest mid laner.
And the bad thing, if they didn't choose the mid lane right now, they're gonna. If others want to put two heroes, so it's kind of.
Yep.
Kinda need to pick the mid lane.
10 seconds remaining.
For
And
like
the
Milo,
Titans,
that's pretty bad.
yeah, and the Titans kind of super
5
far
seconds
and
remaining.
they can flex. They can flex, yeah. They can still flex. I don't think Titans 4 is good, but they can flex.
Yeah. How does Infamous respond here? They're still missing their carry and their offlaner. I mean, I know, Steve, you were saying the Razor. Like, what's the desperate pick here against TA? How do you deal with this carry?
I like the Hazer actually on that sense. Morphling is decent, but you can really be bursted by a tiny mid, so you need to play like perfectly as Morphling.
That's the Razor. All right.
You know
You think it's
everything,
gonna
Asini. Actually, you know everything, Asini. Clap for you, Asini.
I'm free agent, bro. We can talk later. You have my number. No, but you were right also about the mid. We complete ourselves well, right? About picking mid before the time. So, yeah.
Oh, thank you for that. I appreciate that.
What do you think of the Razor though? I mean, you know, you were saying that Razor doesn't do enough. Do you think he's gonna be an offlaner? You beat her in the lane, or is this the carry Razor and to beat TA in the mid game?
I'm not sure. I'm really not sure about the Hazel. Hazel can be the off laning, of course, with Tusky, but can be the safe laning as Underlord. I'm not sure.
Because it's Infamous, I think it's a Razor 3. Because that's what they like to play with Sacred. Just make sure he's gonna win the lane, he's gonna annoy the carry. And that Lumiere, he plays those more hard carries, you know, like heroes that he would just farm jungle. And I cannot imagine Lumiere with a hero that doesn't hit Ancients. So I think he'll go something like TB, even like against Underlord might be a bad lane. I don't know, something TB or this. But Thunder thinks the opposite, right? Because they banned 2 offlaners.
What hero you want to Thunder, Asini?
Lion.
No, it's bad. Why Lion? No Lion.
I like
Finally
Lion.
broke.
Why Lion?
Thunder, and you know, like
Yeah,
heroes
of
are coming
course.
the snowball, so you can like
But
stun them.
But if you draft the Underlord and Tiny, I think the Ember is not the problem anymore.
And they can actually make Tiny 4 and pick like Queen of Pain mid. Oh,
Sure.
Queen of Pain's banned. Sorry.
No.
But they can
No.
pick the Buck mid that you mentioned also. 'cause
No, it's
super
like
good against
Mao.
Razor.
No, that's not gonna happen.
Yeah.
Stop dreaming. It's like saying, "Oh, Hector could pick Razor." Yeah, sure. he
Okay,
could.
Yeah, sorry,
let's
Apple.
me see
You
the
brought
Dota
reality
heroes.
to us.
5
Feel
seconds
bad.
Let me
remaining.
see. Why
Like
do
Tinker
Matthew
then.
want to
No.
play?
Yeah, Tinker or Storm would be the 2 heroes, right? That he's left in the pool.
He plays a lot of Winged Ranger. Like,
Yes, that's true.
it's a budget Lion. They're gonna come together in the Shard and the Snowball and the Shackle.
Matthew
They
also
need a-
plays Wind Ranger, so you
They
know.
need a range hero in the Matthew.
Yeah, I agree.
I know Matthew likes to play Wind Runner.
Mm-hmm.
Mm,
That's what Steve
Weaver.
was suggesting. Hoodwink is also in the pool for him. He's been a
No.
while since he's picked it.
DC is bad. Hoodwink is bad.
Okay.
He need a really good buff to be good.
Quattle?
Stevie, where wait for you? Where wait for you? What thing?
He thought
Quattle,
live.
like you have
Quattle?
like double. Yeah, you have double Meld in the Roche. Yeah, Underlord's gonna farm like crazy.
Niggas.
Ah.
No one knows that.
What a great ranged hero, guys. Really on point.
Yeah, but I don't like that much, honestly.
Okay, why not?
Oh my god.
Because we are really expecting a ranged heroes because like you want to put a lot of pressure in your lane with Underlord. With Nyx, he shows like that actually he's gonna leave Underlord alone and he's gonna rotate mid. But I don't think Nyx can do much on the early levels against Ember Spirit. I guess you need more levels in Carapace to actually be useful on those mid skirmishes.
Yeah, I don't like this things. It's good, isn't it? So you can kill the Ember, Hazel. I mean, I still think TB is really good this game. I'm gonna for Infamous. Wave King is good too. Wave King is not really bad. No, it's bad against the Underlord in the lane. It's kind of whatever.
Okay,
He
terrible
can be,
rating.
yeah, Hazel can be the safe lane, alright. So if the Hazel is off in the safe lane, he need the off lane. Why the Sacker they want to play this game no
Die?
tax here? Slada. Holy shit. Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
okay, it's
like there are two heroes that can be invis. I see that going on for him. I'm not like the problem is when you pick Slardar, you must win your lane to have a game. Because this hero, if you don't win your lane, he's terrible recovering the game. And I'm not so sure if he's gonna be able to win his lane. I'm not really happy seeing Slardar, and I'm not really happy seeing Razor hard carry because if they lose lanes, they lost the game. This game can be over for Infamous in 8 minutes. Like, you lose lanes. Like, how do you farm Ancients? You don't.
Oh
Like,
yeah.
that's...
If I don't have a hero to farm a saint, that
Yeah, I don't like it. I don't like it.
Yeah.
Way more for Thunder.
Yeah, if you watch the game from Matthew and they like to make stacks every game in the triangle. So it's kind of a lot of stacks for the Packers. So it's kind of Infamous. What are they gonna do? They're gonna join the triangle with smoke, or they're gonna lose some top lane. I think. I guess Ogre until they're gonna lose. It's not to kind of they can easily.
Okay, so what are the advantages then? Give me one good thing about the draft then, guys. Is it just lost? Like, they picked the slaughter. There must be a reason, King RD.
The reason is because they can see the Knicks in Vic. I think so.
There's like one thing on Slardar. Slardar Ember is amazing, this combination, because you just like mark everyone that's on mid and he's gonna be throwing Slide of Fist. It's so much damage because the minus armor with Fist.
Yeah, I agree, but the problem is like they have on the Lord if they show in the lane they're gonna die. They have Tiny with dagger, and TA cannot die. So it's kind of okay. Who's the spell? Me? What's it gonna do? Come to me, bitch.
Well, we'll have to see what unfolds in the game. The panel is not very convinced with Infamous Draft, but maybe they're able to prove the panel wrong, or maybe Thunder Awaken will just take game number 1. For that, we're going to have to go into game number 1 as we move it over to the casters, SeekNStrike and Avo Plus. Thank you. Thank you, Avo. I had to do a quick throw. You know, we had to reach the quota of how many swears we could have per panel. And I was very afraid Val was going to send us a letter soon. So let's go into the game as it's already underway. Right, Richie?
Yes, it is. There's already a 5-man smoke coming through from Infamous out of the base, looking to, again, play around their vision. And yeah, that's the only benefit I really see of this Slaughter pick, is they do have a really nice vision lineup, and you have 2 heroes that can take advantage of this vision pretty nicely. Maybe even 3, right? Because then Tusk can kind of get in from a good angle if he spots the support because of Ember's Sleight of Fist or whatever, you know. I kind of like that. What did he say?
Did you see a good luck ex-friend? What? Okay.
Oh no.
I don't know who he's talking to be honest. But I guess Dark Mago, right?
Yeah, he did say good luck, Senor Jonathan. But yeah, I also wasn't really convinced by this last pick, Nyx Assassin. I'm kind of in the same camp as I think both Assini and King RD. Kind of would have preferred something range. Windrunner would have been cool. Didn't have to be something like that. Even the Lion, I think, would have been a little bit better this game. But what Nyx is very good at doing, and among the best at doing, is standing, well, kind of where he currently is right now, in order to protect his core farming ancient stacks. And usually he can even get away or even turn a smoke gank attempt. And that's something that's pretty powerful for this team, because Infamous have a very run-at-you kind of lineup, or even snowball-at-you kind of lineup. And I do like Nyx against those drafts.
Yeah, I mean, I understand the Nyx might not been the ideal pick, but I also don't think he was bad. Because, like, I mean, Stina was saying Lion, right? And to some degree, Nyx fulfills a lot of those roles that the Lion does. I mean, the Earth Spike and the Impale is similar in that sense, and the Snowball, whatever. On top of the fact that when you talked about the idea of breaking smoke ganks, stuff like that, I get the point of, like, you want to, quote-unquote, win the lane or put more pressure early, and especially true. Maybe they just saw that Razor, and they also thought, well, if Razor's carry, this lane is lost no matter what, right? Underlord's not going to be able to farm this. We might as well pick a hero that can give us some more kill potential into the mid-game, and that way we have plays even if our lanes don't go too well. That's how I'm thinking they use the Nyx, and I'm okay with it. I don't think it's bad.
I also think that this bottom lane, this off lane for Infamous is pretty sick. Slardar, of course, very much a hero that can take advantage of an ability like Tag Team. Even Ogre is actually going to start to struggle a little bit in this lane, 7 armor or not. In fact, he started off with the Ring of Protection, just to kind of show you why, just to show you how much pressure he's expecting here.
Yeah, it really sucked for the Slardar Tusk lane, to be honest, because it's all physical damage, and TA, despite her supposedly being kind of squishy, has a great base armor. And she's already at 5 armor against a Tusk and a Slardar. There's not really many ways to deal with it. Ogre obviously already naturally tanky, so I can't imagine you actually having an easy time against this hero. But
yeah,
they must see something we don't, because they picked us into the TA, they knew this was the lane, and you don't pick Slardar into a losing lane, so maybe we're just analyzing it wrong.
I think it's about these early levels, though, right? Specifically, probably level 3, when you have level 2 Tag Team, you're going to have Slytherin, Crush, and Bash of the Deep at a minimum. And Pakaz is only going to have, what, 3 instances of Refraction and a Meld to get away from you. And very, very bad attack range, right, with early points and side blades. And I think that's where this lane is really, really going to start to show its stuff. Panda doing a good job contesting pulls. Michael as well, kind of disrupting the equilibrium to make sure everyone gets their experience. And they're actually going to make a play now for Panda. I think they're, going to have it, though, with the 1 bash, but that's okay. They can go again pretty quickly. Pretty low downtime on the tag team.
Yeah, but it's just really difficult to kill Panda, especially when the 1-point ignite, right? That slow usually is enough. I mean, well, Panda's wanting to make it easier for them, right? But you're most likely not going to bring down the Ogre Magi unless he plays extremely out of position. And if he's doing that, sometimes it's just to create so much space for the TA, it won't really matter. I do have to question a little bit where the kill potential will come here. And if we look at the final lane that we haven't talked about, the mid lane, I do feel like this is a lane that Darmago's pretty comfortable in. He's played Tiny versus Ember tons of times, and the idea is more... it doesn't really matter if he wins the lane. It's about the tempo that Tiny creates versus Ember. Once he hits the Blink Dagger, Ember's still in the poke and prodding phase. Yes, he's a useful ganker, but never can reach the likes of a Tiny with Blink Dagger.
Yeah, and Ember's got some pretty nice targets to blow up this game. Even Lumiere is not going to be safe for a while. Generally speaking, though, I do like the Razor's kind of tempo versus a Tiny. You know, Razor probably one of the fastest BKB buyers in the game, and naturally that's going to counter a hero who's got Magic Burst. So that might be problematic for Thunder, especially these long-duration BKB charges. When he's just linked to your TA and nothing is able to stop him, that could be a problem. But first, Lumire's got to get there, because this lane is not too easy for them, as they are sparring top. Axel is going to toss a 4th stack now, the Shadow Poison onto Matthew. Can go for the 5th. It's level 1. And, well, Matthew's juked himself, and for that, he will be killed off with burst damage.
Yeah, I mean, this lane was bound to be lost. I think once you pick the Nyx Assassin, you sacrifice this lane to a degree. Underworld is okay. He can always recover into the mid-game, so I don't think he's a hero that's super dependent on winning lane.
Oh, he's going to go down.
And bottom, yeah, you're right. Pakaz did get destroyed. As you said, the level 3, very on point. Panda Moon now in trouble himself. He did try to go a bit far just to protect his carry. Instead, now he's in trouble. Tag team is available in 6 seconds. They have Ice Shard in 3. Panda is probably not going to get away here. Ice Shard for vision, just to block him as well. There's the bash as well. Panda just gaining as much time as possible, even with a Fairy Fire, actually wasting Sacred's time, so he can't recover in the lane, can't get any free last hits, but he will give his life away.
Sacred missed a total of 3 not range creeps, that'd be actually really bad. 3 melee creeps for that. I think it's worth the double kill on this Slardar now, especially with boots. And yeah, like I said, level 3 is just, it's pretty tough for Pakaz, because what's he going to do? Again, 3 instances of Refraction. His attack range is god-awful right now. So Slardar's really got a nice advantage here. This is going to start to shift with levels, though. And of course, these Tiny rotations, and even Nyx Assassin rotations, because Nyx is not going to get a whole lot done top lane, quite naturally. That's not why you pick Nyx. That's why they give Oskar this Underlord this game. Much like earlier where Matthew played Rubik. Wow. Rubik or Earth Spirit, you know, you enable this kind of rotating position 4.
Just auto attacks here on Sacred, by the way, in the bottom lane. I mean, they just have both lanes have kill potential, right? So they went into a Slardar that was half HP. You have already the meld plus the ignite, and that combination is just way too much damage.
Boots, 4 stacks of Shadow Poison, level 2, so this is some serious damage coming his way, and it's going to end up putting him down. It does drag Lumiere super far for that kill, though, so a little bit of space.
And also, it was Axel who got the kill, and they even killed Lumiere's career along the way. Could have been worse. Again, this lane is just sacked, right? Anything Underworld can manage to do this lane is a win, as far as they're concerned. And his build reflects it to a degree. Sometimes Oskar will go for the early point of Pit of Malice. Not this lane. He's just looking to survive as long as possible and find farm.
And get some gold in between. Going for the Vanguard this time around instead of the Hood of Defiance.
Love it.
And I think this is the wise choice. because he's going to. I mean, like Asuni was talking about, Razor's not a hero to go and rotate in the jungle and farm ancients for 20 minutes, right? He is very much an in-your-face fighting kind of guy, so you need an item to at least be able to stand your ground in the lane. Eventually, we're going to see a point in pit, of course, but he just needs to get these items online, and that's what third point in Firestorm is all about. As they will find Axel in the mid lane, Matthew in trouble, Mago even in a bit of trouble. 2 seconds
nice.
poison.
Oh, very good snowball actually setting up for Matthew as well as the kill on the Tiny as Malo. He's the one in trouble as you just mentioned. They still have Avatos though, but not really a target to kill here. Oscar's coming by. Again, no Pit of Malice. He just drops the Firestorm and hopes the enemy team will decide to leave. It will work out, so good job, Oscar. Firestorm shenanigans.
He's got this big stack. Flame Guard level 2 and Sleight of Fist level 3 is not going to be enough to steal that, unfortunately. You just don't have really good stack takers without Ember having his abilities max this game. They know it's here. That's going to force either Dark Mago to farm it sooner rather than later.
I agree that I think these, especially anything that's not ancient stacks, right, should be given out as early as possible. I wouldn't even mind if Oscar got some of that gold, honestly. Because Ember, that's his opportunity to steal the stacks. But the panel was completely right. They don't have anyone take Ancients, and that's where the strength of Thunder Awaken can be. As Oscar, by the way, is taking the creeps for a run. He's taking a lot of damage from the Shadow Poison.
Yeah, level
5
2,
stacks.
it's going to be a lot of damage. 288.
Okay. The jukes. Yeah. I think he actually dealt more damage to Axel in this incursion than Axel did to him. But Axel is looking to even the score. There's Oscar's ultimate. He's done.
See ya. TP back to the lane.
Bottom?
Yeah, I mean, sure. Oh, on bottom they get Michael.
Yeah, he dove, tried to get a panda move, and Sacred was like, no, you're diving solo. I am not going that far.
It's a pretty bold move without your Slaughter. One of the better tower divers in the game, especially when you get vision on Corrosive Haze, so even running away in the trees is not usually an option for you. Okay, and also Oscar is saving his TP scroll. I thought he was going to TP back to the lane, but he wouldn't have had creeps immediately anyway, so he doesn't mind just taking the walk, saving his TP scroll in case he's needed mid or bottom. Mid lane, Mago is going to get on. The rune is going to spawn in. Who got it actually?
Oh, he got Michael. Oh, Michael surviving thanks to the Tango magic stick. Very close. You actually could have thrown the tree as he dropped, but it was just barely there. Oscar, he's the target now. Lumiere's joined the fray. Matthew does come in with an impale, which misses completely, and the ice shards put Oscar in an impossible position. He's going to have to fall. Lumiere already playing quite aggressively. He's going to be taking the stacks, though. This is a really big deal.
Yeah, it is. I think the whole team really just wants to make sure they get rid of it with tag team. Yep, that's some beautiful stack taking. The best that Thunder can do is just get Matthew in there to soak a little bit of the experience. That is a big blow. A lot of wind out from the sails of Thunder Awaken. Dark Mago only has the phase boots, really. Playing not going too well. He's the richest core on it. Well, he's not the richest core on his team, but not too far behind the TA. At least Pakaz is doing decent as they do some damage to Alone. Of course, you're probably not going to kill him because of Remnants.
Yeah, but that stack was... I think I was left to fester too long, that stack, honestly. I think there were 2 opportunities where both like Malo and Oscar could have taken it. And it's just... Like, it's more important that you just are able to get some gold on your team, whoever it is, and not let Infamous take that stack. Because, again, they have just much better gold accelerating tactics on Thunder Awaken than on Infamous, and trying to leave that stack for the TA seems a little bit too greedy, in my opinion. Especially because Oscar could gladly use some recovery. Yeah,
I guess that's what they were trying to do there. Yeah, I thought for sure it was going to be for Dark Mago, personally, but clearly that was not right. Yep. Says now Sacred in trouble. The trap's slow for him, and even a nice impale. Good job keeping the distance until the crush comes through, and that is going to be a kill onto Sacred. Lumiere is here, though. He does rotate over, has a Falcon Blade, but is not going to be able to really get a kill onto the TA. And in fact, Infamous might be sticking around here a bit too long because Dark Mago is going to meander on over from the mid lane, and there's going to be the Avatos onto Axel to pick up a kill for him.
Yeah, well done. Axel dying, Pakaz taking the Ancient stack. This one they could let it fester a bit longer. I mean, yeah, you can steal some with Sleight of Fist, but there's no way you steal the whole stack. So Pakaz gets a fair amount of gold. Still, we're reaching the territory where Infamous hits all power spikes, right? Starter Ember and Razor. Gonna go for another kill here on Pandamu. In the river, Pandamu unfortunately unable to outrun the tag team plus the Corrosive Haze combo.
Yeah, a bit difficult for him to get away from that one. Now the lanes have swapped as Lumiere shows bottom. And that's going to be Picasso's sign to go for the top lane push. Neither offlane are too great at pushing towers directly. They can farm the waves pretty efficiently, especially the Underlord. So both safe laners still have a tower to contend with. In fact, not a whole lot of tower push on either side now that I'm looking at it. Razor's not bad eventually. I mean, I guess if you go for Ags, but I don't know. Is that where you go on safe lane Razor now these days still? Is it still the EE build?
Yes. Yeah. The BKB, not Ags, the BKB is starting to refresh it, right? That's what you're referring to. Yeah, that's still the build. I still think that's the most impactful build on a safe lane Razor. I mean, there have been the variations, and I think Razor's very flexible in his itemization. But I think when you want to completely dominate the game, when you got a good lane in your ideal game, let's say, this is the build, because the double BKB is ridiculously impactful early. So having that refresh early is too brutal.
Mago is not going to run into 4 enemy heroes thanks to Matthew giving him vision. Matthew just out of range of the Sentry Wood, and he is going to have scouted that one being placed. Instead, Infamous lurking mid lane. Very unlikely to find anything here, of course, because Matthew sees them. So again, this is at least a little bit of an advantage that you get from the Nyx Assassin. He's probably going to scout that ward being placed as well, so a lot of information. But can they do anything and act on this information? They're going to try as they TP in one more hero, the War Scout Underlord, to try and defend the tower.
And Matthew missed him pale. Also they hit him with a slow there. Oh, Syrian Chains. Is Matthew just gonna die without them actually committing? No. He has the infused raindrops. But Alone really wants to get this kill, and you'll find it with a proc of the Maelstrom. A bit lucky, but, you know, sometimes luck wins you games.
Oh, well, freshly delivered, right? It's gotta, you know, work the first time, otherwise people will stop buying the item.
Right, yeah. Otherwise false advertising. Michael in trouble himself. He gets hit by the Time Toss. With a tree on top of that, Michael will fall in the middle of the Pit of Malice. Oscar looking to fight a bit longer, but Alone poking and prodding makes it just too difficult for them to advance any further. They really are waiting for the Blink Dagger on Dark Maul before they start doing anything special.
Yeah, and that's still going to be delayed by a bit. He's going to close in on it now. If he can manage to farm up this creep wave, he'll have it. But these fights or these skirmishes, because not really fights, are really, really good for Thunder Awaken, especially when they're one-to-one trades like that, Tusk to Nyx, because you waste a lot of time from Infamous. Lumiere kind of was in that massive movement. He's not going to be able to push the tower. And even if he was farming, like even if that was a 4v4 skirmish in the mid lane, TA is going to outfarm him easily in the jungle. So that's a winning trade, I would say, for Thunder Awaken. You still have problems naturally with the tempo that Razor brings, but at least you're not, you know, increasing his tempo by feeding him kills.
Yeah, I agree with that. Like, Nyx at this point, your best role is to just kind of sacrifice yourself, right? Because you can't get kills yourself. Nyx fulfills 2 roles. Either he's blocking smokes or he's getting kills with a kill squad. You don't really have the latter until you get Tiny's Blink Dagger. I do wonder, though, if they're going to be able to withstand the Razor BKB timing, because I think that's going to be probably one of the most powerful power spikes this game. I don't know how you deal with it.
Yeah, and right now this is a very crucial window for Thunder Awaken to act on, right? Because Lumiere is only but about, what, 700 gold away from that item right now. The Blink Dagger is ready for Dark Mago, so he's probably got like 2 minutes to really make use of this thing. Oh, this could be
the haste
now.
Alone, yeah, he got caught here with the Impale, though he's still stuck with the Root, and he's not able to use the haste rune. That greed for the rune ends up netting Thunder Awaken a much-needed kill. And this also gives Picasso a lot of space. If he manages to get Blink Dagger on the same time as BKB on Razor, they might stand a chance as well, as Michael dies in the mid lane as well. That's going to be 2 kills right off the bat. Dark Mago TPing in the face of danger, going back to his tower.
He can go back in here in a second. He still has mana for another barrage of spells. And again, this is huge. And in fact, I think he is here on the Sacred. There's the Avatos with a double Pit of Malice now, but thanks to the Rod of Atos, he's going absolutely nowhere. Abo, these heroes just can't get out of Pit of Malice.
Yeah, I'm surprised they stood their ground that long, right? I mean, they saw the Blink Dagger already. It had already been revealed. They still have kill potential right now. You're still in that window that we talked about.
Kaz is in a bit of dangerous spot here. He was moving in to steal farm away from Lumiere, but he didn't expect the entire enemy team to come in and rotate to him. He's going to go down. The rest of his team is now here, but a little bit too little too late. Kaz looking to close the gap as Dark Mago with the blink forward will at least pick up a kill onto Michael, as there's now Alone in a bit of trouble. They need to follow up Sun, and they have it, guaranteeing the second pit, and very easily another kill here onto the Ember Spear.
You know, I feel like Thunder Awaken right now is going, guys, I forgot how it was like to play with stuns, you know, and this is so easy. They keep catching the Ember. Their time locking, or their stun locking is honestly really effective, and this is something that we haven't seen from Thunder in a while. They're so used to playing with save and the big carry that it does feel like their kill potential here is really high. Their coordination is still very much there, and this is more reminiscent of the Thunder Predator, the ones that are now lava, and their playstyle when Matthew was with them, actually, which is a very aggressive, very hunt-based playstyle rather than the save-based playstyle in teamfights that Thunder Awaken plays currently.
Yeah, I do really like that. That's a good thing to point out, because usually it's like a first pick Abba or even an Oracle or a Shadow Demon or some kind of save for Thunder Awaken. And speaking of the, oh, hold that thought, they're going to look for Axel as they do commit the ulti for him. He has a Soul Ring and a Dark Rift if he wants to try and get home, but there's too many enemies surrounding him, so he is going to drop his Dark Mago. Will toss Slaughter back into the Pit of Malice, ending that little scrap. Is that BKB now? It is BKB for Lumiere. What I wanted to say, though, was Infamous, well, this is a little bit over now because Lumiere has BKB. They do have save, but even Axel's Shadow Demon save is not that good this game because of the amount of setup that they have for you, the amount of cooldowns that are pretty low that you're going to be buying time for, just more Pits of Malice, right, and stationary damage. It sucks. It's not really that great.
I think the Pit is the biggest reason, right? Like, the Pit of Malice, I mean, I guess Impale as well, because you set up for both, but the Pit of Malice is just so brutal. And they've been zoning out Infamous well, and something we didn't really consider in the draft or talk about, but wait, Mao? Walking in. Mao, you crazy man. There's no Underlord this time to help him. He has the Tumbler Stoy. It's all good, guys. He had the Tumbler Stoy. They actually set up for Sacred. Mao going forward, or it's actually going to be Panda Musari. They're going to catch the Nyx Assassin as they're trying to get away here. Will they be able to bring Panda with them? They will.
Oh,
so
the
only
multicast.
Matthew will die here, and the multicast, not enough damage to kill him off the trap. Some residual damage here. Sacred really close to death, but 15 HP will be enough to keep him alive.
Yeah, he'll just get away there in the auto taunt. Pakaz, in the meantime, is going to see these enemies coming. Oh, goodness gracious. The Searing Chains was late. I don't think Alone was expecting to actually catch the TA there. I think he was just doing it, you know, going through the motions. But he got the TA and probably could have set up there for another kill. But yeah, the most aggressive from Dark Mago. I think you said earlier, you told a little story, a highly censored version of the story where Dark Mago says, come on guys, what are you waiting for? Don't be babies, let's go in and kill them. And that was definitely one of those moments right there.
Yes, I'm glad you said highly censored. Yes, so that's an entirely accurate storyline there for Dark Mago. And I think sometimes he leads the team into these kind of victories. He's the most aggressive player in the team, so he has a really good nose for these things. He really understands when he can actually get away with murder like he did there. And I think Underlord is perfect for Dark Mago as well. I think this suits his playstyle really well. That's why their combo is so nice.
So really quick, Thunder Awaken, they have 2 ins to this. Well, they have really 1 in to this team fight. Either they find Infamous not as 5, which is not likely, of course, because you have Razor, you're playing with his BKB timing. Or you manage to jump Shadow Demon. Why Shadow Demon and not Lumiere? Because I talked about how bad Disruption as a save is, generally speaking, and that's still true. But if you save him, Lumiere is probably going to get BKB off, and then you lose the fight.
I'd say maybe in the early game, there might even be the case that you would have to jump Tusk. Like, if you could manage to kill Tusk in the
Snowball too, yeah.
Right? And not only Snowball, I think Tag Team was actually a big source of their damage. And they also have really poor initiation, because I don't know if you noticed, but Sacred went for Echo Saber, not Blink Dagger. Quite a greedy build.
I can see that, yeah.
And this means that your initiation relies much more on either the Searing Chains, right, with Sleight of Fist, or the Snowball, which means killing the Tusk gets rid of a big, big problem in the team fight.
Or it relies on Thunder Awaken just moving to you, which is what they're doing right now. Smoke up as 4.
Oh.
You're going to find a small Ancient stack at least out of this, so a bit of a prize, but they also find themselves a Shadow Demon. That does open up a possibility for a fight, because without a Blink Dagger on Tusk, his save is not quite as reliable. They can make a little bit more aggressive moves here for the next 20 seconds, or they could look for Roche. There is a Deso up.
It does feel to me like this game, the moves that Thunder Awaken have made seem more sure of themselves, and they've had much more success than the ones Infamous have made. And always the strength of Thunder in this region, right? They just seem to tactically understand the map better than everyone, including Beastcoast, which is saying a lot, because they're the kings of space making. And against Infamous, you're seeing one of Infamous' biggest weaknesses, which is their game plan changes so much, sometimes you're not really sure if they know how to play the draft. Like, I don't know if you've played this kind of draft before. It's a good draft, mind you. But now they find a kill here on Panda. Or they tried to, But once again, there's not
nice
much
shards.
confidence in their step. They're going for Panda. Hopefully, they want to poke and prod, but they're going to lose the Tusk in the process, and they stayed
my
here a bit too
goodness.
long. Affliction does save him for an extra second, but Michael will die regardless. And now Affliction could be in trouble. They use Spike Carpus to return some damage. They hit him with a Fire Blast. Pakas comes in, and that's going to be the 2 supports dead here for Infamous. But they were the ones ganking, something that really shouldn't be happening here for Infamous.
Yeah, I agree, especially because they have to be kind of quick moves. You could see they deliberated there in the river for like 2 or 3 seconds, and that really caused their doom. In fact, they almost get alone killed there for how much time. I mean, there's a tier 1 tower up on Thunder Awaken with a Nyx Assassin, with a Tiny and a Blink Dagger, with Oscar and Pit of Malice. You can't make those kinds of moves. You have to be a little bit snappier here, because even though you have save, they have ways to punish you, and that's now first Aegis for Pakaz. Panel talked a lot about how impactful this hero is with first Aegis, and we're going to get to see a bit of that impact, to say the least.
It's kind of crazy that the Slaughter... I mean, I know that they're dire, right? But it's still crazy that the Slaughter team wasn't the one to be able to take the first Aegis, right? Or the first Roche. Like, I think that I look at the timings of both teams, and I'm looking at the Razor, Slaughter, Tusk, and I'm thinking they are the ones that want to pressure really hard. They're the ones that are taking the first towers. They're the ones taking the first Roche. And then in their ideal lineup, right? It does feel like if you don't accomplish that, where's your power spikes? Like, where's it going to come from?
I feel like their ideal lineup is they're on Radiant, right? I think that's a big problem.
I guess that's also true, right? They just haven't put pressure, right?
True. No, to be fair, that is true. I think part of that is a little bit of frustration, right? Because you can see now Lumiere is like, all right, the 5-man didn't work on my BKB. Whatever, we didn't lose any fights, any big fights during that time, except for just now. I still have a 9-second charge. I'll just farm up my refresher orb.
Yep.
Like, I do think it's a little bit of impatience. He's still going to have this big timing on the double, but he did kind of miss that first window, which is a little bit awkward considering how strong I thought it would be this game. So maybe credit to Thunder for not giving him that chance, but also maybe Infamous just couldn't find the opening.
I would say it's a bit of both, right? Thunder has played really well to avoid this fight with the BKB, but also we again have not seen any. Let's go here, let's fight. If we can't fight, let's take an objective, right? Which is the classical play when a team has the lead or when a team is just stronger by the nature of their timings. I mean, the fact that this BKB is still 9 seconds by the moment the refresh is going to come out is criminal for a Razor player. That is never the game plan.
No, it's true, because this 200 extra HP is not going to help you farm at all, and the 24 damage, there's much better items to do for that. Like, it's empirically a bad item if all you did was just farm with it, right? There are much better items, even on a Razor. Like, go Midas if this is how you're going to play. Obviously, that wasn't the plan. Sure, yeah, obviously that wasn't the plan, but, well, it's fallen apart now. Again, especially because with this Aegis, you're not going to want to fight into this Aegis unless you get a really, really golden fight. So we're still probably not even going to be ready to fight on this refresher. It's going to be up in about a minute, and this Aegis still has another 2 on it.
And again, this might sound like we're playing Lumiere or his playstyle. What we're saying here is that these factors are indicative of a plan that went awry, right? And that is never a situation you want to be in when you're also supposed to be winning the early mid game. I guess that's the idea. I mean, the Razor does scale, so it's not like you're going to lose the late game.
Mago? Well, this is what I was going to say, was that Dark Mago, he's been pretty restrained so far this game, not giving them opportunities, but down he goes. He is just completely alone here, Avo.
If we don't do at least one of those a game, then I'm thinking it's someone else playing his account, so... They have to do this. This is the Smurf check, essentially.
Yeah.
For
Count verification. This does give an opening, though, for Infamous, because now this is Refresher about to be delivered. It's a 4v5, well, a 5v5 fight if you count Aegis, but crucially, they're already missing their mid laner, and they're pushing pretty aggressively for a tier 1 tower. Axel and Michael are going to be leading this smoke. Michael with a Blink Dagger as well, by the way, so he could very easily jump one of these back liners, but the smoke broken by Matthew. They make the jump on over. They stun him, but they don't have the vision. The stun finds 2, and the silence out from the TA trap is going to nuke through the Shadow Demon to start off. Sacred managing to get outside of the Pit of Malice, finds a 2-man stun as Lumiere pops the first of his BKB charges here. Starting off this fight, Pakaz does break the first link here. Lumiere not confident if he wants to continue fighting or not, but so far so good as they have managed to get through the Aegis.
Yeah, they are trying to kill the Ember though in the meantime alone, surviving barely. Nope, he's gonna go down. Pakaz trying to save himself with a 4-step, like Malo doing the same thing with the toss, but the damage is too high. The 9-second BKB, very impactful from Lumiere. They managed to bring down the enemy carry as like Malo is going in just to finish off Michael. He's not gonna accomplish this, and he's gonna die in the process. 2 straight deaths for Malo. He was not looking to do that there, and they give that long-awaited team fight to Infamous finally. And they even get an extra kill here onto Matthew. So Infamous will manage to get a team up they're long looking for. And the patience ended up paying off for them.
Yeah, really, really clutch items there. Very, very good job by Infamous starting off that fight. Thunder Awaken for as patient. They played like a pretty darn good 24 minutes, and then it all went so bad in this last minute. Dark Mago kind of disjointed from the rest of the team. The team's still deciding to make that play. They should have at least scouted those two, what are those, Perseverances for Lumiere's refresher. They should have known that he was going to be up any second. So giving them an opportunity like that was... It's tough. It's tough for Thunder, but they're not out of it yet.
Like, on one hand, I kind of agree with that assessment, but the other hand, I feel like at some point this fight is going to happen. Like, you have to waste these BKB charges. You have to deal with this at some point. I mean, that was not the ideal fight, though. I agree with you. But, like, you can't avoid it forever.
I just, I got to be both sides here, right? If I was a little bit maybe critical of Infamous for not being able to take advantage of the BKB timing, I am going to be a little bit harsh on Thunder for deciding to take that fight for what was ultimately a Tier 1 tower. Right? That's not what First Aegis is usually for a TA.
Sure, I agree with that. I would take more issue in the fact that they did that with Dark Mago being dead. Or actually, I would take issue in Dark Mago dying to begin with, right? Like, I guess that's my problem.
Yes, I mean, it was just a symphony of failure, unfortunately, for that 1 minute.
But it's okay. Thunder Awaken. They're back to playing the piano properly. They just broke like an instrument, and now they're on track again.
Indeed. Yeah, it's it's like those orchestral videos where the soloist violin just explodes, all 4 strings break, and then they just pick a violin up from someone else. We'll see how this next
from the audience
next solo
I've
goes.
seen those.
Yeah. Or from anyone else in the orchestra, but yeah.
No, it's always the audience member that has to bring in the extra violin for the guy, just in case.
This is a good kill. They may lose Matthew in the meantime, but no, hit it Malice. Okay, the jump Sacred.
The Lotus Orb helped. Matthew is actually kind of baiting them here. Matthew, Pokken Prod. Okay, there's the combo of Ember and Slaughter that we talked about in the draft. And they're going to be able to get away with Matthew's murder. However, Pakaz does manage to get Tier 2 in the process, which means now outposts are open. And that might even be a win for Thunder Awaken. Honestly, I think Tower's worth Matthew's life 100%.
So check out what Pakaz is building here. He's going for his Ag Scepter, and I don't think this is necessarily... I mean, yes, it's also this. It's the backup plan of I'm going to, cut your lanes forever and TP all around the map. But I think this is also for if you get linked in fight and you don't have Blink or your Hurricane Pike, you just trap and break Link. I think this is genius.
Yeah. Honestly, I think that every... I don't know who it was. I think it might have been Fear that told me this, that every TA player is looking for an excuse to build the Ags, right? Like, they're just waiting for that moment, because it's the most I'm in the solo carry of the game, right? It maximizes your farm output, it gives you the mobility to push out lanes, so it's like, it's a really good I will win the game solo item. It's very great for pubs, of course. And in this game, I think you're right on the money with Static Link, but Pakaz just like, oh, Ags is good, guys, right? Right? Wink, wink. Yeah, I can build it. Yeah. So that's the impression I'm getting from Pakaz here.
Oscar having a pretty darn good showing, I would say, on the Underlord this time around. I think he had a fairly unimpactful Underlord game earlier. I think I saw a lot of question marks in chat when this pick came up. I think he's rightfully redeemed himself this game, especially with his early game performance. Now with Lotus and Rod of Atos, he's going to be going actually into Greaves, though Dispel for himself is going to be mighty powerful, and of course the burst heal and a little bit more mana for his squad. Dark Mago now, though, has the BKB completed, does not have Echo Saber, and this is a little bit more impactful compared to like a Luna, who disassembles, not Echo Saber, but Dragon Lance. Her damage output is still mostly the same. Dark Mago is going to be lacking just a little bit of oomph. Irrelevant now because he's going to rebuy the item, but, it's good that he gets the BKB, because now with this DD rune, he is packing quite a punch. And just in time, perhaps for second Roche, because it's going to be a long respawn, 2 minutes and 40 seconds.
On the Underlord comment you made earlier, I want to keep remarking this, but I think Oscar's Underlord is the best in SA right now. Like, because Lelis is no longer playing in SA. I don't know if we consider him European, North American, but definitely not South American. And he lost his biggest competitor. I think his Underlord is insane. It's actually so fun to watch this guy play. You learn so much, both from the creep cutting perspective to just clutch Pit of Malices, to just this playstyle suits the hero so much.
Whoa.
Okay,
Whoa.
Michael, perma-rooted, but Michael actually gets saved here by the disruption. And now the counter initiation is here. Oscar, will he be able to last this long enough? Doesn't seem like it. His ultimate's not going to pop, and he's going to go down together with Dark Mago, who gets BKB, but only with a sliver of HP, meaning Dark Mago will quickly be brought down. Michael dies in return, but they're going to get a support to make up for this, and Pandamu will be that victim, as Matthew is forced to blink and smoke himself for safety.
Dude, what's most unfortunate there, yes, is a big team fight loss for Thunder Awaken, but also Pandaboo was on like an 18 times multicast streak there. I think those odds were like 1 in 100 something. It was pretty incredible. That was crazy. So he loses that now with his death, sadly. But of course, a bad fight for Thunder.
Yeah. That was
That's
the
incredible.
thing. Yeah,
Those are some crazy odds, you know? It was like Arteezy getting bashed 4 times in a row. This time Matthew is going to be killed by the bash of Sacred. That would be, unless Lumiere steals the kill.
It's always concerning when that happens as your Ogre Magi, because you keep thinking, why am I playing Dota and not the lottery, right? Like, how many multicasts should you start considering a gambling career as opposed to a Dota career?
Yeah, very true, very true. But now because, of course, making the utmost of space. Oh, enemies are making. They're coming to me on the map. Guess what? I'm on the opposite side of the map now.
I just think that this is gonna be so nasty to watch now. Bakaz is gonna just elongate this game endlessly. He's gonna solo carry this eventually, or that's his goal with this kind of build. And the great thing about this build is that it might just give enough time for Tiny to become a secondary carry. Usually his biggest weakness, right, is this transition period between like 25 and 35. But with TA cutting lanes endlessly, you have just infinite time. Yeah, Razor does scale, but, you know.
Yeah, and you have Bloodlust, right, which is really nice for Tiny to keep farming because, of course, his attack speed is horrendous. So anything that you can use to buff it up is going to accelerate your farm massively. That is, unless Pakaz takes it all. But, you know, what are you going to do? He is the carry. And he really wants to get this level 25 talent. I reckon he's going to take Refraction instances this game. It seems very good,
me too.
right?
Yeah. Like, Melt Hit Bash, there's a case to be made if you want to, like, be the one to catch the Ember. I don't think it's a bad talent. Like, the talent's so good that I'm okay with if he gets it. But I do think Refraction instances are definitely better.
All right, well, Roche is up. Both teams are going to know it's up because it's, well, the longest now it could have been, given it was just 10 seconds shy. So, Under Awaken are acting on this information with a 4-man smoke. TA has no traps super nearby, though. She's not going to be immediately in this fight as Osquad kicks it off with the Rod of Atos.
I don't know if that was the best pit, though. That means they don't get vision into the pit. The real pit, the Roche pit. That means Dage's on Lumiere. They have to retreat immediately. Is the Uber going to get out in time? Yes, but he won't bring Panda with him, apparently. So is this going to be him, Mago, and Matthew making it out as Pakaz once again just pushes out the lanes? I guess the moment that he pit of Malice outside of the Roche pit, it was an indicator that they didn't want to fight that, right? They was just looking for like a quick kill and leaving.
Yeah, I think even before that, the moment that Pakaz is not going to be able to make it to that fight fast enough, I mean, it's a slaughter lineup, right? Like, you're going to get through Roche very quickly. So as soon as Pakaz is not able to join that fight quickly, I think you have to make the call to not take it. Maybe that's why they throw the pit outside the Roche pit to be able to get a kill. I still would have liked it in the Roche pit because then you at least maybe force a BKB charge on like an itchy trigger finger Ember Spirit, and that's a pretty big, you know, utensil kind of wasted for Infamous, at least a 9-second BKB charge. But support for support, not the worst.
Here's my counterpoint. I think if you throw the Pit of Malice in the Roche pit, that Mao might think, oh, I can steal this. And you're like, no. you have to stop him from making that play, right? So you have to condition your players
counterpoint to the counterpoint. He did have a double damage rune.
so he might have been able to succeed, right? Yeah, that's true. Trust your Mago more.
Yep, and that's Lumiere with his next big item. Of course, this one not benefiting from the refresher, just a good straight-up item, AC. Of course, going to play nicely with kind of the minus armor that you have going on. Gem of True Sight now for Sacred as well online, alongside this Heaven's Halberd. Finally has this Blink Dagger and nearly the full BKB. I wouldn't really say he's a secondary core, but the amount of utility on this Slaughter right now is not to be underestimated. He can really throw a wrench in Thunder Awaken's team fight here. Especially because Pakaz on the TA, as good as a hero as she is not a hero to build status resist. She hates it. Well, she doesn't hate it, but there are better items on her.
Yeah. It's because stats in general are not very good on her, right? Like, she'd much rather have raw damage than stats. And like all these status resistance items are stats items, right? So I think it's more along those lines. I agree though with your point. It's a very big deal here. The lockdown on Infamous is not excessive, but the Slardar always makes it so you have enough to deal with the TA.
A 3K net worth lead for Thunder Awaken, of course, with this Aegis part of me, and still too long duration. Well, two 12-second, it's 12-second BKB for Lumiere part of me, 9-second BKB for the Ember, and a BKB online shortly for Slaughter. It's still a good time to be Infamous, especially with this gem. They're cutting all the traps that TA has, as Matthew is scouted and killed, trying to cut waves. No dice for him.
One thing I will say about the this game and the starter pick is that I think the starter makes it so that there's not really a point where your team starts to fall off. Because a Razor starts to stop scaling as hard, which he does at one point, starter just picks up the slack. And because you're up against a TA and a Tiny, you're more or less even. So I don't think Infamous is ever pressured to have to like force something. The game will go well for them no matter what. And same with Ember, right? Ember scales much better than the starters in the game. So I do think that this draft ended up making it easier for them to play, right? I think their patience is rewarded in this draft.
I would like to see Alone, and I think I reckon he will go into this build. I would like to see him go for like the damage Ember, like the Ember Spirit that has.
Wait, top lane.
Akaz? Okay.
Panda, he just walks in. He's like, "There's a BKB
Take me
Ember."
instead.
Oh no! They left Panda behind.
Wait, but Infamous are backing up? Oh,
He's
because they
pretending-
have someone else? They found Mago, but he's going to BKB TP. Okay. Panda makes it out. Panda's like, I live? Oh, no. Sorry, Panda, you still die.
There was a moment where, because they didn't, I don't think they saw the rift, right? So they thought, oh, Panda might be backed up by teammates, right? He's throwing away his ignites like he cares about his life. He seems like he has people behind him, but no, Panda was alone.
And I was alone, regrettably for him. Pakaz is just about to be 6-slotted. You probably replace Boots here pretty shortly. But then and eat your egg, so I guess you still have some room to grow, to be honest, for Pakaz. But we need some more room to grow for Dark Mago, which is unfortunate because he already has grow maxed, so he can't grow anymore. So he just needs to farm. He needs to get these items online.
Yeah, that transition from like I am the ganking Tiny or the jump in burst to Tiny, right, to the carry Tiny is a really tough one. And this game is not a very good game to run the Axe build, which is the best of both worlds. Because they have like mobile carries and they run at you and stuff, so it's a tough one for Dark Mago. He has to go for AC, probably then Silver Edge, and then he actually starts becoming a secondary carry. But for now, it's really all on Pakaz.
It is,
Oh,
yeah.
talk about Pakaz.
Michael is going to be killed by Pakaz, and Pakaz trying to TP away. He's going to be cancelled, though. That was a teleportation scroll because his trap Psionic projection was on cooldown, and he's going to be killed for that one.
Oh,
Michael
wow.
will gladly accept that trade. 100 seconds then without the TA. Infamous, they don't really have creep waves, but still, without a TA buyback, well, of course they don't know that, they are going to be able to do some serious damage here to structures.
Yeah, that was wild. I mean, he did one of those like Spectre plays, right? Oh, I'm gonna go in, kill support, get out. But unfortunately, the Razor was too close by. That play is generally good because Razor has no way of canceling your TP or your Psionic projection, but just a good rotation there by Alone. This kid's everywhere, honestly. Alone, when he starts playing the map, nobody stops him.
And that's a really big problem. Sacred, I mean, this Bash of the Deep, you know, if you really want to call it that, or the Bash in general, is super good in the late game. Because it's always going to go through BKB. It's going to go through Refraction. It's going to really, really harass you. And there's no chance for you to escape either. He's got Gem of True Sight. He's got BKB online. And, well, here goes Infamous. He just reclaimed now. What the heck was that? Oh, he's got Ags. And Matthew has Ags. Okay, Lumiere nearly dead on his first life and only life, actually, because Aegis has been reclaimed as they reflect the snowball with the Lotus Orb. Michael is going to be in a bad spot here as he is left alone on the high ground and killed off by Panda. They didn't have to buy back on Pakaz, which is good because he didn't have it. And they repel Infamous from their high ground siege.
What a pit of malice, huh? That pit of malice is brutal. Okay, well done, Oscar. That was actually what won the fight there. And Oscar kind of scaling slightly. Razor does struggle against Oscar into the mid-late game because you want to keep moving throughout the fight, right? So the Underworld Pit of Malice always a nuisance. You have the BKB tying, but if you have to use that to deal with the pits, you're kind of screwed. The Axe is also very crucial there, but Matthew, their zone out is just incredible.
Because he's going to be like Spectre. He's going to Psionic trap into this fight here. If they can get vision. They do see Alone. They could probably have an idea of where he is, but the rest of Thunder Awaken cannot get to him in time. So the smoke, I like it. It was nice and aggressive, of course, because, again, this TA is kind of like a Spectre now with these traps. Is not going to be able to go in on anything. But they still find a DD rune. Mago's going to throw that into his bottle for a rainy day.
We'll play on Infamous, though, honestly. Like, this patience, again. We keep remarking this because it's uncommon in SA, but we're seeing a lot more teams doing this. Like, usually an SA team, maybe 2-3 years ago, would have gone out without a care in the world. They would have not cared about the potential smoke gank or whatever.
Well, overall, I'll tell you why that is, right? This may be an SA online tournament, but there's DPC points on the line and a lot of money. There's the jump in. Matthew's dead.
Yeah, that Nyx was not on the line. He was way past it. He died immediately. And they even forced a Dark Rift, which is kind of major here.
Not bad at all. Alone doing a good job of keeping bottom pushed out as well. Has Shiva's guard, so they have a really, really insane vision game right now for Infamous. they are going to be able to do some very, very effective hunting, as they are hunting now for TA or a Tiny or someone, even committing the scan. Can't find anyone, though. Said Pakaz has gone back down bottom and shoved out another wave.
Honestly,
it would be a pretty big blow, though, if they do manage to catch Sacred and get rid of this gem. They would probably have to buy another one. His Ag Scepter would be delayed a little bit. Maybe even you threaten to take Roche. He might be one of the better targets here early, alongside, of course, the Shadow Demon always.
Yes, but Sacred does have oh, they go for the Tusk. That's another good target. Because Sacred has 4k HP and a Blast Break, so I think he's going to take a while to go down. That's the problem here.
That is true.
No. But I imagine being Infamous here and the amount of stress you have to feel having to push higher against Underlord and the TA cutting lanes. Okay, that Malo blinked like 200 units here. Activates the BKB now, and actually is going to continue fighting. Lumiere, though, just cuts this idea short. Dark Malo in the trees. They see him, they destroy him. The Pit of Malice will hopefully give him more time, but they have no intention of fighting this, it seems, as Oscar has no ultimate, meaning he can't escape in time, and Oscar will die because he saved Dark Malo earlier. In a similar position, Matthew will also fall. Infamous will now take down 3. Pakaz had no intention of joining this, so that was clearly the prerogative here for Thunder Awaken, but just a constant weird fights.
Yeah, and Dark Mago just not really being patient enough. These darn stairs, man. That's the 3rd time he's died going up them, and he doesn't have buyback here, so this is likely to be a very, very costly mistake. Oh, he does have buyback now. Okay, so it's still probably going to be costly, and in fact, it's going to cost him probably just about all his gold. He only has 300 net worth excess. There's the jump on in onto Oscar in a lot of trouble. He's dead. He's just died back.
Okay, they did catch the Ember though, so at least they get a counter kill here, and he doesn't have buyback either, which is a very big deal. They toss over Pakaz, and that's gonna get Sacred. Sacred, they're gonna get the gem, close enough. Pakaz with a 4-step, they did slow him down, but that's not gonna be sufficient. The blink in the trees, they have nothing to stop this blink, and Sacred gets out with his sliver of HP. Well done,
huge.
Sacred.
Oh, that's so big, but if Thunder Awaken, this is the true test of patience, Abo. We know 5 seconds left for Roshan. Pakaz, luckily, he's got a trap. He's got a psionic projection away. It's not going to be that big of a deal, though. Infamous, they don't have the bodies to reasonably contest this, despite getting to dive back onto Oscar. What?
He went over for Lumiere. Instead, he'll find Axel. They have to settle for this disruption. Is he going to stay here? He will. He's in the low ground, so Axel is just going to die. Roche is up here.
Tell you why. They correctly identified that Lumiere is not in fighting shape. This is the biggest problem with Razor, is that you're incredibly weak in between your refresher PKB timing. He just does. He can't go in there. He has, what is this, like, it's 8,000 of his net worth is just useless right now, but not if you just find TA for free, excuse me?
Oh, no. That Scythe the Bison Razor has been so impactful, but on top of that, I gotta say, both Dark Malo and Pakaz gotta chill the fuck out, dude.
Yeah.
It's been twice they've been caught in these positions. They could have just gone Roche here, and I think it would have been fine. I get the idea of pushing out the top lane. I don't think it's wrong, but just going as a team, you're not invulnerable as TA, right?
Yep. Oh no. Oh no, Avo, and this is Infamous now, probably just sweeping directly into Roche, collecting this bounty and collecting a free Ag's Blessing. Lumiere, this would be lovely for him. Maybe even a Walrus kick, to be honest, on Tusk is tempting, because you kick TA out of these fights, literally, and the rest of Thunder Awaken just simply don't have damage. Well, it's going to need to be a really good hold from Thunder Awaken now.
Yep.
As despite the net worth being pretty darn close, it's all distributed on a hero who's dead for 40 seconds, and Lumiere is absolutely massive. He's going to take this Eye of the Storm Ags, now going to strike a bunch of buildings. Didn't take any of the talents, so it's not like super insane, but it does fully stack with Refresher. You get 2 instances, 2 buffs, so it's still going to be some pretty serious damage nonetheless.
Dire's bottom tower.
And it's just the building push, right? The fact that you can commit now to buildings without having to go too far. You don't have much push to begin with, so this is quite nice. 20 more seconds. They're probably going to have TA, but they might lose at least a tower. Oh, unless the Hex, he hexed himself, but that's once again Underlord in trouble. They forced him to safety, but not enough. Oscar, too fat, will fall. Pandamoon in similar position. He's going to die, as Matthew also gets squashed. Infamous. They just took down 3 heroes with Pakaz still being dead, which means now the timings are all screwed over. And they're going to have to fight 3 versus 5. That's impossible.
It is impossible, and what turned into maybe just let them have mid has all of a sudden turned into, oh god, they're going to try and end the game.
I'm not sure about these plays by Thunder Awaken. I mean, now, like I said, they're trying to end the game. Any kills they get here are also incredibly valuable. Lumiere, though, that's the creep's gone, and they did cut the wave, so that should be the backdoor protection coming back in soon.
Yep, and these tier 4s turn into machine guns when they are bloodlusted, especially with, it doesn't have the bloodlust attack speed talent yet. You, by the way, do not go fountain diving versus an ogre Magi lineup. You can bloodlust the fountain, and that thing slaps when it's bloodlusted.
Yeah, that's why Ogre Magi has 100% win rate against OG.
Yep, it's true. You know, get a mantle of intelligence for that one, Amar.
Yeah, Infamous though still completely hold the reins of this game. When you stagger the timings of deaths like they just did here, you get a huge 2-3 minutes of just freebie essentially.
Oh
And
no, they're gonna do it again.
It's gonna be Pandamo this time. Not that valuable, but still important. Now
No,
you're not
but
lost to the
Dark
towers. Mago alone, though, he's been stuck by a demonic purge. Can someone help him? For now, Sick is gonna just jump after him, and the Pit of Malice is doing nothing. Mago's going to die. They even trying to save him there with the Dark Rift. That's not gonna be sufficient. Mago dead for 120 seconds. I think this is over, Richie.
I think it's over too. Lumiere's gonna jump in just to really make a point. Sacred finds the bash. GG called though. Matthew will throw in the towel. The G Pride laugh. It's going to be Infamous laughing into the break as they take game number 1 off of Thunder Awaken. Now 1 game away from elimination after they were, in my opinion, the favorites to win it all. I didn't even think they'd lose a single series, to be honest with you, Avo.
Yeah, I don't think they were expecting to lose against Beastcoast. They were certainly not expecting to lose against Infamous. But we did talk about this. Infamous is, to me, the biggest dark horse. Outbooking Kings is the kind of dark horse, the underdog, right? He's the main character in the enemy storyline. That's always fun, and you want to root for them. But Infamous is that weird character who sleeps all day and somehow is overpowered for some reason. That's Infamous. You never know how they're going to show up, and in this case, they showed up to win. What a performance by them.
Yeah, they looked really, really good as well. A patient game from Infamous. Like I said, I think they definitely had a little bit of a frustrating period, probably around 15 to 25 minutes when they had these items online for the Razor and just couldn't find the fights. But a couple of missteps here for Thunder Awaken, and everything kind of just comes tumbling down from there. Specifically that one death on Dark Mago, while the rest of Thunder Awaken end up pushing that bottom tier 1 tower, and the game kind of just rolled out of control for them. As much space as Pakaz could buy for them, it still didn't feel like Dark Mago, even at level 26, was going to be strong enough.
Honestly, the fact that the core-to-core matchup was just so favored for Infamous, right? The Razor versus TA, mind you, really gave him a huge breath of fresh air into the mid-late game, and it allowed Infamous to play the patience that we commended so well. I do think that the Infamous execution in team fights, particularly in the late game, was just really impressive. Those hexes by Lumiere were always on point. Sacred was always following up during the Pit of Malice. Oscar became a non-factor, really, because the BKBs were just so good. And even Michael's and Axel's positioning, that every time they were gone on, they would force the enemy team out of position and allow Lumiere a free kill or Alone a free kill. So, I don't know. I feel like there was a lot of execution-based superiority here for Infamous. We'll see if Thunder Awaken can recover for that second game. And I also want to see what our panel has to say about that game number 1. Oh, sorry. There we go. Apologies for that. As we go into the panel, I just wanted to hear Astini's voice again. I missed you, Astini. How you doing, Philippe?
I miss you also, yeah. And also, I guess Thunder, they missed their gameplay at this first game. It's maybe the worst game I have seen them play in the entire DPC by far.
Yep.
Really by far. They gave a free team wipe when they have the first Aegis with TA, which is the time that you wanna clean the map, take out towers, and Dark Mago got picked off, and then they were
three times.
Yep.
Yeah. So that was the first time they gave away a team wipe with Aegis. Then the second Aegis, they had no trap at Roche. You are the TA lineup, Radiant, and you allowed the other team to take a free Roche with 5 of you alive, with buybacks, with all the resources. That was so weird. Mm-hmm. And then the third Roche, it was there's Roche. It was really clear they should take the Roche. So easy. He goes for a kill at the Shadow Demon. Amazing, yeah. Risky play. And then Pakaz goes to farm, instead of just entering Roche and getting this third Roche, which would give them the game. And then he dies. I still really think that Thunder had a way easier draft to execute, especially when they were 6k ahead in 20 minutes or so. But they didn't play the game.
Yeah,
they were getting kicked off all the time. It was weird.
I remember Margot went to high ground 2 times and died, and everyone in the team died. And the same thing happened with Salon. I remember in 20 minutes since in the haste bottom, he tried to get the haste, he died, and because that the Tusk and the SD died too. So it's kind of, I think it's a lot of mistake for the both teams, but the things like with these mistakes, pretty sure for the other side is better because they need the items, they need levels, they need like some times in the game to get items to control the map. Because if you see this Lada item, the first item he have is a Cyber, right? He don't have Dagger, so he need to wait like my 5 minutes for have a Dagger. Is it kind of like, okay guys, let's go through the game like for 20 minutes, something like that, and we have the items, and after that we can get the Hush. And with the Hush, we can easily win the game.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we saw. I kind of want to point out and harp on the mistakes you're talking about because, yes, the Dagmao died 3 times in the high ground, sure, but we also should mention the amount of times that his team have to come out of hiding to save him. I mean, there was even the play where they had to use Dark Rift to save him once, and they proceed to team fight without Dark Rift, and then they lose 3 heroes as a result because they had to use Dark Rift because Dagmao was once again out of position. I mean, there are a lot of weird moments for Thunder Awaken. So, Astidi, Mr. Coach Extraordinaire, what do you tell this team? I know you're very harsh on the team, so I want to hear what you say after game one like this. Do you forget it?
I tell turn on your monitor, guys. Like, look what you're doing, because, like, are you joking me?
Dude, come on, Steve.
I
Don't
would
say that. Don't say that.
I'm a bit of a
That's
toxic
awful.
coach, I already told
You
that.
cannot say that about the
Fired.
family, alright? It's a one mistake on the tournament. You can say, guys, alright, we throw the game one. This is fine, okay? We're gonna have the game like more fun. Okay, let's go play very well in the second game, something like that.
Nah, yeah.
That's
I was
much
kidding.
better, KRT. Thank you. You'd be a great coach.
Yeah, we did great, coach. Let's go back to you fired.
I would go more like I guess Seb when he lost the first game on finals to Liquid. He tells, okay, we played really bad. That was their best draft, and even so, they took so much to win against us because like we know way more about wave shoving, we know way more about the game. So let's just play our normal Dota that we're gonna win this easy. Guys, focus. That didn't happen.
What do you think about TA don't have BKB like for 40 minutes?
I don't like it, but on the other hand, like Slardar stun goes through BKB, also Razor's Link, so it was a hard game for TA on that sense. She was very countered.
What do you think, KRT?
I mean, I'm not a TA player, right? But I don't think it's good for they don't have BKB for too long in the game. I think with BKB he can play very well sometimes the game. Alright, he's gonna get Linky, whatever. So it's kind of some. If the TA don't have BKB, he cannot play very well in the fight. So it's kind of hard to J this game.
Well, we saw Thunder Awaken playing at probably their worst, as Astini has mentioned. But we promise you, Thunder Awaken is a really, really good team. And Astini is actually a big fan of theirs. In fact, that's why Astini decided to make an analysis video talking about how Thunder Awaken's playstyle works. So check it out, guys. We're going to roll it now before game number 2.
To analyze Thunder Predator, we must always start with the draft. They have a very specific drafting style that works so well for them, and no other team can come close to that in South America. In total, Thunder picked 29 different heroes, 15 matches. In comparison, the TI group stage, consisting of 16 matches, had an average of 42 heroes picked per team, with VP having the fewest with 34. The old 016 TP picked 52 different heroes. Having a small hero pool doesn't mean that they cannot play other heroes. It shows that they've mastered so much the current heroes they're playing that they can keep picking the same heroes over and over, and the enemy team still has no clue on how to beat them. Beginning with position 5, Panda played 5 times Abba when they had first pick out of 9 times. The other 4 you wonder, it was banned. If they have second pick, they always pick Matthew hero in first phase also. Matthew is the conductor of this orchestra, coordinating all rotations in the map and usually creating chaos with Dark Mago. Let's move on to the cores, beginning with Oscar. Out of the 15 matches Thunder Predator played, he played 10 as Tide. And the other 5, you wonder? Tide was banned. Out of those 5 games, 4 they did pick a Mars, which 2 of them ended up being his, and 2 ended up being played by Dark Mago. Mars has been so far the only hero that they played on 2 different roles, and it says a lot about their playstyle. Dark Mago loves to play heroes that he can initiate teamfights and also pick off by playing together with Matthew. Oscar loves to play strong laners that have amazing teamfight potential. Mars fits both. This is something very peculiar about Thunder. Dark Mago has not played a single Spirit or Puck or Invoker in this entire DPC season. He loves playing Tiny, Batrider, Kanka. With those heroes, he can either pick off or initiate teamfights. That's what's so interesting about Thunder. They are not the usual team that offlaner is always initiating teamfights. Here, it's Dark Mago. So you'll never know if it's just a pick-off of Dark Mago together with Matthew, and you should just BKB turn and kill him, or maybe it's the beginning of a team fight, and your teammates should instantly TP, and you should save your BKB, so Oscar won't be waiting to jump you afterwards. Thunder Predator always puts you in check, always asking yourself, are they in 5 together here? Making you afraid both to answer to their moves, and especially to take moves. You don't feel comfortable committing to anything against them. This has a lot to do with Oscar farming pattern and how he shows in the map. Or actually how he doesn't show? Watching Oscar play should be a must to any offlaner to learn how to behave in the map. He does not show in silence, doesn't matter why. He's completely aware that silence are far away from every objective in the map, and if he showed in silence, he would put his entire team in danger and free up the enemy to make any movement. That enables a lot Dark Mago playstyle that we just mentioned, and especially allows P.A.K.K.A.s to farm anywhere in the map. Have you ever heard about P.A.K.K.A.s hitting record timings on item purchases? There's a reason why he can farm anywhere he sees creeps, and that is because the enemy team will always think they are in 5 and won't initiate him. This is both one of the strongest points of TP, but also the weak point that can be abused, once you learn that. Apu Kings, for example, seems to have learned that P.A.K.K.A.s doesn't always have 4 heroes backing him up, thus properly punishing him. He's so used to that playstyle and so confident that sometimes he dies even when it's very obvious for the enemy team that he's very vulnerable. And he just keeps farming. Although sometimes, indeed as mentioned, Oscar will be ready to join and save him, especially if he's carrying the Aegis. But still, even if you manage to punish P.A.K.K.A.s properly, they still have such a mental fortitude and are able to use buybacks and win games that seems unwinnable. And teams seems to respect them a lot. Apu Kings wasn't able to win the game with 2 BKBs and Aegis, even with a clutch Tinker kill. And if you can explain to me how Daza is still alive after this clip, besides the fact that most teams are just afraid to play against them, I would learn a lot as an analyst. Well, seems like the ultimate recipe to win against them is to go to the ultimate run at them Dota, with carries that can play early on while P.A.K.K.A.s still farming. Early BKB buyers as the Bloodseeker, or a hero like Jugger and Lifestealer that has innate BKB. Having heroes that allow you to punish him fastly when out of position should also work, such as Io and Spirit Break. But in 15 matches, no team ever picked those meta heroes against them. Maybe we see them being picked at this online major? Follow their games at Epo's channel to find out.
Hello, guys, and welcome back. We're getting ready for game number 2 between Infamous and Thunder Awaken. After game number 1, Thunder Awaken is looking for a refresh. Asti told them already, turn on your monitors. He's already been blocked by half the squad. Let's see what they're going to do here in game 2. But I'm going to ask you first, on a genuine note, Astini, what do you think they should change, whether in draft or playstyle? Like, were you okay with their draft to begin with? Do you think that was the problem?
I think the draft was perfect till then they picked Nyx. I
Okay.
think Nyx, the hero, was close to useless in the game. It's not about Matthew. This guy can do so much, and doesn't make so much sense to have Nyx at this game. The hero didn't have any impact, so if they had like a ranged position 4, he could put more pressure in the early game. I think it would have gone way better. Besides that, I wouldn't change anything. I don't think it's a draft problem. It's just like being better focused on the game.
Are you on the same boat, King RD?
I don't agree with Astini. Sorry, Astini, my bad. Sorry. If you watch the tournament, the way Thunder play better is picking the first phase the Oscar hero and Matthew hero. And this game they change. They pick the 8 TA. So normally they like to draft like for 23 or the last pick for Pakas because this guy can carry this game. So I don't think they need to change that. They need to keep it doing the same thing, picking the first phase, the Oscar hero and the Matthew, no matter what, and pick it late in the game because if you see the TA in this game, he got counter for the Hazel. So it's kind of they changed everything. All right, in the draft, I think they need to do that.
Okay. We'll see what happens as the draft is now underway, and the same bands comes out once again. And Thunder Predator this time getting rid of the Mars to begin with.
Yeah, I agree with what King RD said, and it's way easier to do that now when you have second pick, because then you're really not forced to pick like any carry in first phase. It would be actually super weird if they did, so they can go with something like 2 supports.
Whoa, Thunder is really mad. They pick the both supports in a half second. They want to finish this draft in 2 minutes.
What do you mean in 2 minutes? What do you mean with that?
I mean, I remember like some years ago, every time we lost some game, in the second game we pick really fast because we were mad, right? So yeah, I remember like the feeling, okay, let's go finish this draft really quickly because I want to beat this guy so much. It's a kind of meme sometimes.
That's a bad sign, right? Because they're thinking less about the draft?
Sure. I mean, sometimes can happen, right? They can win the game, but I don't think it's good in the draft to feel sad and pick fast. You need to think about the game, the draft. But the choice is Snapfire and Ogre Mage. What do you think, Cassini?
I think it's pretty decent. So Ogre provides stun, Bloodlust, which amplifies the core farm. Snapfire provides a lot of team fight if you have the correct hero to play together. So if they pick a stun, if they pick Timber, I'll just like go do something else and leave the panel. But like if they pick any stun with Snapfire, I'll be pretty happy with it.
I like the Timber song with Snapfire, and that's not really bad.
The thing is, like, with Timber, of course, you have vision, and you're, like, messing around in the team fight, so Snapfire can ulti, but you need some lockdown. Yeah. They banned the Timber. Thank God.
They have copy. They need to think about the mid lane. I remember Dark Mago against copy. He liked to play with Lina, Kunka, Puck. I don't know if he's a good player for Puck or Tide. Look at the Oscar hero. Never change that, guys. Never change that. Keep picking your hero off lane and Tide and Miles.
Is that a criticism or a praise? I can't tell, King.
I mean, he played very good with his heroes and Timbersaw. I don't think they need to change that. No one wanna ban Tide in the first phase, so it's kinda a free hero to pick.
Yeah, actually they picked on the, let's say, normal DPC in 15 matches, they picked 10 times. The other 5, it was banned, so they picked all time they had opportunity. And now, on the online finals, they didn't pick at all, so I don't know what changed their mind. And now they're going to the they're going back to the way they used to draft, and I like it, because it was working very well. I don't know why they changed.
I mean, I know. Oscar said it for the map. God, dude. I don't want to play with the Tide again, man.
Yeah, you know how it's being like a player, right? Some players
Yeah.
get tired of playing the same heroes. Like, come on, man, give me something new. I'm so tired of this hero not doing anything in the map.
I know this feeling. I know this feeling. It's not really good feeling. Oh, Spirit Breaker?
Oh, and the DP.
I really like the Spirit Breaker. I had like written down. I thought Infamous was still gonna lose, and I wrote down that they needed a Spirit Breaker or Io just like to be all over the map, killing them all the time, so they could have waves. So I really think Spirit Breaker is amazing against Thunder Predator playstyle, and also it has break with the shard against Tide Hunters, pretty decent.
Yo, these are really. What is. Evoker. Really good
What?
hero.
Well, that's a while since I've seen that Mago Invoker, actually.
No, he's a really good player with Invoker. And
Yeah.
he can bot the Vessel. He's good against DP, Copy. It's kinda good against the Shadow Demo. The only problem, they don't have a catcher for the Shadow Demo, right? So they don't have a Void Spirit and Puck in this game. But still, Invoker is really good in this game. They need a safe lane. And what's good here, Astini, for both teams?
So Infamous, they pick first against Tide. There's
They're gonna pick Luna
One.
for Infamous.
yeah, Luna
Why
is pretty
so?
good. Gyro is decent.
Are you just
By the
looking for
bans-
standard carry? Why the Luna or the Gyro?
Because they have Shadow Demo Infamous, so Thunder don't like to. Thunder, I don't think they're gonna pick Luna. And the Luna is really good against Tide and Zap. It's a really
Okay.
strong lane. If you have a Shadow Demo in the late game, it's a really good too. So it's kind of cool.
Mostly that's what they go for. It would be a very much a Lumiere pick and very much their style as well.
10 seconds.
And Luna is our early BKB buyer. So Luna and Gyro, they're early BKB buyers, and those are amazing against
Yeah,
Predator
the
lineup.
problem if you're the Infamous pick Shadow, he gonna lose the lane. Snap and Tide is so fuck stronger. They cannot play this laning. I don't think it's good Shadow for Infamous. Yeah, Shadows are good. Moth is banned, P is banned.
What is Thunder Awaken looking at for carries? Are they waiting for the core-to-core matchup to decide? What are they missing in this draft?
I mean,
if you're Thunder?
I know Pakas like to play Medusa and TB. It's a really good
Right.
game for Medusa and TB for Thunder. Medusa can
Yeah,
buy Skadi, is a good hero, a good item for against DP. Is a really good.
This is something that actually Beastcoast, they told on the Spanish interview that they picked Greenstroke because it's extremely good against Thunder Predator because they play those heroes that King RD mentioned. And Shadow Demon is the same thing. Like you're gonna have copies of a hard carry, agility one that has like twice the farm of Oscar and Dark Mago, and it means a lot. So it's really hard to draft against Shadow Demon, also Greenstroke.
Thunder Predators turn to pick.
There's gonna be the TB for Infamous
Ooh,
themselves.
TB.
Okay.
Yeah, that's good too. Lunas are
Okay.
good.
Can they play PL?
Yeah.
Pakas can. Yeah.
Yeah, Pakas
10
can.
seconds.
Pakas can play.
Like-
Can play
Yeah,
every time you
Naga.
want.
That's true. He's not Hector, man. You're good. You're good.
Don't flame me, Ecto. All right.
He is in the final,
Don't-
waiting for them.
Don't flame me, Ecto. I know he don't have a really good pool of heroes, but don't flame me, Ecto.
Like
Yeah,
SCDP, TB, Spirit Breaker, I'll think like units, illusions like Naga, Lycan, PL, CK.
Lycan?
I know this hero is not a carry anymore. It's just like what comes to my mind when I see these heroes.
Okay, sure.
I know
Like, heroes I
Pakas
can
likes to
avoid.
play Naga and PL. He's a really good PL player.
Is this a good PL game? Are you like
Yeah,
terribly
it's
decided?
amazing. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. What else? What else? Luna is not good in the lane. Naga SSD. Slack is a trash hero.
Yes.
Medusa is kind of fine. But he's not really strong in the lane. He needs to go to the jungle earlier. so it's kind of bad. The only problem with PL, I feel really bad because if they lost the lane and PL wants to go jungle. Oh, PL. Nice, Astini. You did a great job, Astini. Clap for you,
Thank you,
clap for
mate.
you, clap for you, Astini.
I'm
Clap.
doing this because I have the best analysts with me together. The best player, King RD. So it helps a lot to have good ideas on the draft, hearing your voice, seeing your smile.
I'm gonna cry after that.
People came here for the Duster Astini panel. They thought it was a lot of brotherly love, but they were not prepared for this. Thank you guys. I want to hear your predictions then. I want to see if you guys both agree. I'm going to start with you, Astini. You're going to be the tough one. What team are you going for with these drafts?
Thunder, I still believe they're the better team. I guess they just had a bad game, and it happens with all teams. They will get back, and they have an amazing carry-to-carry matchup, which is King RD, a point that the TA was bad, and it makes sense. And now they have the carry-to-carry matchup. That's what they love to have, so they have all the tools they need to win this game.
King Al?
I'm gonna agree with you, Astini, first time in my life. So I like the Thunder, and I feel good because they have the hero from Oscar, the Tide Hunter and Snap. So they have a stronger lane right now. So it's kind of cool for the Thunder. Let's go see if they play very well in this game.
Yeah, let's see if Thunder Awaken is capable of playing to the level that we expect them to, or if Infamous will surprise us once again and perhaps get to 2-0. That would be terrible for our content team. We're going to have to see. Infamous versus Thunder Awaken. Game number 2 about to go underway. Take it away, casters. Ava Plus and SeekNStrike. Thank you, Avo. Here we have game number 2, and we're hoping just for a better performance than Thunder Awaken. I think it's been said over and over again, but it's just true. That was not the best game from them last time. And if they just at least play at the level, if they lose against Infamous because they're both playing at 100%, that's fine. But if they lose with just a couple of misplays like we had last game, it's probably going to leave a pretty bad aftertaste.
Yeah, for sure. And I really, really like this draft from Thunder Awaken as well. It feels like, I mean, I don't know. Obviously, Thunder or Infamous did get 7 bans out, but this is just such a darn good draft from Thunder. You have so many heroes to create a ton of chaos and draw a lot of attention, so PL can just do his thing, jump in and out of these fights. He's got the good core-to-core matchup. You've got Oscar in a classic hero, the Tide Hunter. You've got Dark Mago on a classic hero. This is where he gets his name from, Dark Mage, Dark Mago. On his Invoker players. Usually gets banned against him when it's pretty good. And this is a pretty darn good game as well between Cold Snap, EMP, and of course having the setup for Cataclysm with Oscar here. I really, really like this Thunder Awaken draft. I think this is a great draft as well to reset. You're on a lot of comfort heroes, and it's a draft that you can feel pretty good about no matter how the lanes go, because I don't think you're losing all 3 lanes here, especially if you get first blood onto Michael.
Yeah. That is a really good start. Who's going to get the first blood is the real question right now, as Michael did go for level 1 Greater Bash, so there's not even a chance of him charging away. And I'm going to give it to Bacchus.
Yeah, as he throws the Spirit Lance at him to pick up the kill. And they knew he took Bash because the only thing he bashed there was a Paka's illusion. So,
Yes.
not going to be too good for him there. Too good for his HP. And Thunder Awaken, they don't even lose any runes for this either. Sometimes that's what happens when you have to chase the tankiest hero at level 1. Around for first blood, not too difficult when you got a 4-1 advantage, and they get the award. So a very, very, very good start for Thunder Awaken.
Exactly what they needed. Last time they struggled to play a little bit because the lanes also didn't go their way. I mean, that was expected though. The enemy team did draft strong lanes. I think so. Disruption's not going to save him. There's the cookie. They guess the correct one, and Axel will die. He's trying to. Oh no, Panda is the one that got juked by the illusion, but everyone else realized who the real one is. He's cosplaying true Ogre Magi, right?
Very true. Very, very true. Cosplaying Ogre Magi, cosplaying Jakiro, who wants that 2 gold for killing that illusion.
Oh, right. He actually has he has the wings.
Yeah, he's got a pretty nice Jakiro set. He's got it all, but he's got the Jakiro wings, but he's got the one immortal, I think, from one of the cavern crawls a couple of years ago. He's got a really nice set.
This is the Arcana, right?
Well, the Arcana is just the chicken, right? Then right. He's got the 2 from that set. He's got the back. Listen, you want to talk about Dota cosmetics, you can check on my podcast, okay? But we're here to cast some Dota 2, Alvaro. We
have over 250 episodes on Spotify, 15 viewers total, combined with all the episodes.
I'm 48 of those. Mom's the other 2.
Yep. But yeah, I agree. I like the drill. I think the drill's pretty cool. But I'll talk about the lane itself. Honestly, DP versus PL shouldn't be too difficult to lane for the DP. So it's not going to be a domination, but it's not like the DP should struggle to find farm either. The kill potential is there, but I think they probably are going to just farm on both sides. Bottom lane, though, that's where I really see the lane going strong here.
Yeah, this is just not a good lane to be Shadow Demon in, unfortunately. Oscar is usually just a bit too tanky. Cancels Salve, but it was basically already full here. Disruption sets you up for Cookie or allows Tide to reposition, which is kind of one of his bigger weaknesses, especially without boots to set up for a Smash or a Gush. It's a bit difficult, especially when Little Shredder gets up. They may decide to go Little Shredder. They may decide to go for Scatterblast. It's going to be the Scatterblast build instead, which makes sense given that TB has already 10 armor. And they can just look for some kills here pretty easily. It's a really, really darn good bottom lane here. No surprise. Pakaz's top lane, they will cancel the charge. That is very wise. Of course, he's holding on to the point in Doppel.
I'll be honest, I like for the lane itself, I think Low Shredder is fine, because you reduce armor by so much. You know, between Gush and Low Shredder, you get TV down to, like, what, 4 armor, 3 armor? It's enough. You're dealing a fair amount of damage. But then the mid game, you have a Snapfire that went for Low Shredder with no damage against TP, compared to a Snapfire that went for Scatterblast, right?
Yep. And I think in this lane, what you always have to as well kind of examine in the lane is when you have kill potential in a lane, you go, great, we have kill potential. Who do we have kill potential against? And what do we have to invest to do it in?
Yep.
I would much rather go for easier kills onto Axel here. And you already have enough minus armor with the Gush alone to get through him. Little Shredder seems like a bit overkill. Go for the magic damage. It's good against him, being Axel. It's still good against the TB, like you said. I think this is the right choice.
Yeah, I agree as well. I also find that it also gives you easy rotations to the mid lane, something we haven't really spoken about, right? But Little Shredder's a bit of a better lane winning build, right? But Scatterblast and Cookie is better for rotations.
Yep. And in the mid lane, it's a little bit of U farm, I farm as well. They have blanked, they have blocked Alone's side camp here with a Sentry. Alone is just continuing to apply the Stifle and Dagger as well here to the Invoker. Sorry, Shadow Strike, of course. Dark Mago doing a good job healing it off, of course. Needing these Quas Orbs to keep him topped up.
Yep. I mean, the Queen of Pain is just kind of broken. I think a couple people have mentioned this on the panel. And they were all pro players, so we gotta heed their word, right? And the Queen of Pain, she has more base damage than Invoker, so she'll naturally do just a little bit better, especially in the beginning. He already went for the 2 nulls. The Shadow Strike is just kind of brutal compared to the Cold Snap. Yeah, they're probably not going to get any kills, but overall, I imagine the Quap just doing more in lane. However, once the rotations start, usually Invoker's probably the best mid lane rotator. He's just too fast.
Yeah. And I think the one leg up that Invoker has here is that he's not a bottle builder, but of course to balance this, Valve gave him pretty insane stats on Quas. Like he's pretty much full HP, and all he did was consume 2 tangos and just have Quas Orbs up the whole time. And look what he's done. He sent Alone, who has no mana because he did tank a little bit of the MP, but also just continuously spam the strikes. He sent him all the way back home.
Yeah, that's pretty good, honestly. I mean, it's still 1k lead for Infamous. Like, the lanes are going really well for them. Particularly top lane, where I mentioned Sacred is just farming really well, and Pakaz is actually being harassed a fair amount. Only 17 lances to a name compared to the 29 on DP. It's a big difference.
It just isn't a good lane for Ogre, unfortunately. Michael's one of the tankiest heroes in the game. He's got 5 armor, huge HP pool, so not even Ignite is going to bother him too much, and he outtrades you. DP heals way too much off of you as well with Spirit Siphon, and you struggle to close the gap to her.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
That's what sucks about the DP, because we were talking about this, right? It's interesting how the meta develops in this sense, because now position 5s that can tank smokes are much more valuable, right? So while Bane is up there, it's mostly the Ogres, the Twin Protectors, Clockworks, right? They're the valuable ones, mostly Strength 5s. And DP offlane and DP 5s become so powerful as a result, because what do you even do as Ogre against DP? She Spirit Siphons you? Yeah. Oh, they're doing it top. Mid, they're going to get the Malo though. Does he have Ghost Walk? No, he can't really invoke it either because he doesn't have enough mana. Tarakmao will die to the Sonic Wave, not like the invisibility would have saved him. And they also want to save the Spirit Breaker. Pandemoni's going for a counter kill here with the Ignite. Michael will fall as a result. They had to waste all the mana on Pandemo. At least they got a small counter kill. Not the greatest.
Yeah, he did Ghost Walk immediately, but they actually had a Sentry under tower.
Oh, okay.
So
thank you.
yeah, he was going to be in a lot of trouble. They did bring detection. I was surprised not to see the dust or hear the dust effect. But a nice rotation as Infamous will bring both mid laners on over. That was pretty crucial as well. Alone is going to get a bottle refill, which is extra nice. But Dark Mago actually landed a pretty sick Tornado into EMP and Cold Snap combo to stop the Quap from blinking away to burn half of her mana. So if Dark Mago lived there, he would have been looking really, really good because Alone didn't have TP. Neither of supports could TP mid lane to refill the bottle. So really, really good stuff for Infamous on the first usage of the Sonic Wave.
Yep. And now the Queen of Pain, if the Queen of Pain starts rotating and is more effective at doing so than the Invoker, that's going to be a problem. That's like the one leg up he has over the Quap, right? Quap will scale better, Quap will just do better in the mid game. So this rotation was actually kind of crucial for Infamous.
Relieves a little bit of pressure for Prakash top lane. Not like Michael was doing too much here, but always at least making him keep his finger on the Doppelganger hotkey in case he gets charged on in. Autumn's now pushing in nicely for Oscar as well. He's up to level 6, has a Ring of Health. Doesn't really care about these Shadow Poisons anymore, and is going to go diving behind the tower, trying to find XL. And there he is. He found him in his little hidey hole. He does not connect on the stun. And XL has TP, so he could just go for it here. They have Ravage if they want to use the Soul Ring, so perhaps he's just looking to buy a little bit of space and time. There's the Ravage. And look at that, foreshadowing.
Sure, I think the Ravage there is okay, because putting pressure in this bottom tower is actually a big deal. Tide is one of the few offlaners that can rotate and save the tier 1. Unfortunately, the DP doesn't let you do that, because it's just too fast.
That's what I was going to say. I figured he probably looked top lane, already saw Pakaz in the jungle, doing the right thing, mind you. Noticed that he could not really do anything about that top tower going down, because Exo was already through, and just throws the ulti out. Alone, however, will counter-rotate. Let's pick up a kill. Has a Sonic Wave still, so also got should be a little careful here.
Yeah.
Still could look for a kill. Actually, with this charge from Michael, he's a bit too far now.
Yeah, Oscar's gonna be fine. He is a tight hunter after all. And the Anchor Smash also is brutal against the Spirit Breaker. All of a sudden deals no damage.
Very true.
Mid lane, though, the supports are here to pick up the slack. He's like, our mid laner is useless. We discovered this. We're gonna be the true mid laners here. They take over the lane, pushing it out.
Big opening, though. Mago has his Urn of Shadows, so if they can pick up a kill here and get the Urn filled, this is very promising.
That disruption didn't quite set up for the charge, and now Pan has an opportunity to leave. In fact, with the Tornado EMP, they get a lot of area damage out, but Pan has bursted down before they could do anything. No Urn charge here, and kind of a failed rotation here for Thunder Awaken.
Yeah, kind of curious to see a TB really farm that quote-unquote aggressively in the mid lane. Now he's back into the triangle. He must have just like cleared the camps. Yeah, okay, he's back to doing TB things. This is going to pop the meta and farm in the triangle here. But they're going to leave Oscar alone down bottom. He eventually will get through this tower after he clears wave after wave. And it'll be the first tower then for Thunder Awaken. 45 seconds left until he's got the Ravage ready to go. He's almost got a full Hooded Defiance. He can look to still sit mid this game as well, so he still has the opportunity to buy a lot of time for Mago to get some charges in the Urn and to get a little bit more online. Mago even deciding to go into the Vessel this game.
Matthew, he did try to deward a little Shredder. He did take 1 point just for dewarding, however, he might die as a result. Bye-bye, Matthew. But hey, he got the ward at least.
Almost lives. Nearly.
Almost, yeah.
Neat little cookie down to the low ground, but he will fall regardless.
I was gonna say, in your point of the Tide as well, something I really enjoy, something that's like really easy about Tide is that once you take the bottom tier 1 tower, if you can ideally do that, your gameplay becomes kind of like a flow chart, honestly. Is tier 1 still up top lane? No, go defend mid instead, and that's exactly what he's gonna do now. As he moves over, probably gonna kill on Michael, so it's a good rotation. However, Michael, Ignite, is out of duration. He is slow by the gush, but not for long. Michael, healing thanks to the bottle charge given to him by Alone. There's a charge going for Pandamu. Michael, he has to die. He has to die at this point. He's getting way too much time for them. Ravage has been used, and it's actually going to be Oscar who dies first as Michael chases after him. The Cold Snap for Affliction, they will get a counter kill, but Sacred is just chasing them down like Mago in trouble. He is being slowed by the Shadow Strike, the Cookie to give him more space. Sacred out of mana, but still has the Ghost with him. Do they have any sort of vision? No, he's a core. Why would he have Dust? He doesn't need it. Affliction gets him with a Shadow Poison.
Yep, that is pretty big.
Matthew. Pick pole, Richie! It's not going to be good this time.
No, he's not making it out. And nearby, there's another charge in. Sacred's still doing so much damage with this Exo. Great silence, great charge onto 2. That is almost a team wipe here, as it's only Pakaz who continues to farm away down bottom, quite safely, mind you, as he is trying to get this Diffusal Blade online before he can look for a fight. That was really rough for Thunder.
I think Thunder are losing the plot a little bit, honestly. Like, Infamous is playing pretty well, but Infamous, you're used to them going up and down in the game. Like, they will make misplays, and that's fine. That's Infamous play stuff. But for Thunder, it's kind of an all or nothing for games for them. Affliction is going to die here.
Yep. It's something. They saved their ward as well, and this is going to be as
Yeah,
well.
earn charges now.
Yep, more earn charges. He did use one there for the kill, tried to heal himself, but it was immediately killed by the Quap. And, well, you use Ravage here, but at least Exo, the second Exo was used, and you didn't get a tower. That being said, it is offlane DP, so it's not super important for this DP to really get objectives with each cast of the Exo. At least less important than it would be for mid lane DP, I would say.
Yeah.
They're gonna
And she took the tier
smoke
1
to her
top,
now.
right? So she did her
Yes,
job.
exactly. Exactly.
This could
There's
be
kisses.
a really valuable kill. There is. Matthew, immediately, he doubted it for a second. It's like, throw all the fire! Meteor, kisses, silence, oh no! They caught Sacred, though, with a tornado. That sets up for the cookie, scatter blast, and Sacred? How? He's still alive, actually. They're
Charge.
charging in. They want to get Dark Mago. They need a little bit more damage. They're going to find it. Dark Mago's dead, and Matthew's forced to retreat. And the hunter becomes the hunted here as he becomes a pig himself. Matthew is capable of at least running away, but Sacred will live.
Yeah,
That's
really,
pretty
really. I mean, yes, but really nice play by Sacred there. He has the stick charge or the wand charges even to get off one ability, and obviously he decides to silence the Snapfire. They thought that EMP was going to be enough, but silence pretty light on the mana cost, all things considered. In fact, most of DP's abilities between the Siphon and the Silence are pretty light on mana cost, especially Silence level 1, only being the 80. So that was a pretty easy just wand and fight. And a good turn. That's going to be another death for Mago here. Down to 3 already, is he? Yeah, 0-3-6, and no charges in this urn.
I do think Mago needed a good game, or a good start, after last game's performance. I think he might have been a bit frustrated, and I don't think this is the start he was looking for at all. Invoker, luckily, is a hero that does scale nicely no matter what, and he is a hero that has a lot of leeway, I would say, to make mistakes, but his team might not agree with that.
Well, I think he's got a second wind here with this Vessel, because it is a pretty good Vessel game, of course, against the Spirit Breaker, against the DP, maybe even arguably against the Queen of Pain, you know, because you want to be cold snapping her anyway, and she does heal a little bit. On
She did go Kai and Sanj, right? So, actually. Oh, yeah, I'm corroborating your point. If she went Orchid, is less so. Panda, what is that path? Why'd he go through the river?
He's just showing off his set.
Look, guys, I got wings. I got wings.
Look, guys, I got featured on the SeekNStrike Talk About Dota 2 Cosmetics podcast.
I'm the only viewer they have. Exo used. This is the last Exo level 1 we'll see, probably. But I think it's going to take the mid-tier 1.
Yes, I believe it will. There's no minus armor. There's no really great Roche abilities other than this Exo, and only being level 1, they're probably not going to take it. In fact, Oscar, he is standing and tanking a couple of these ghosts now. The ghosts are phantoms, or phantoms. They're ghosts, I think, right?
Yeah, they're ghosts.
They're
What is the
spirits.
difference between a ghost and a phantom?
I don't know.
I just know one is usually in the opera, and then the other one is generic, right?
Yeah, could be, dude. I don't know. I'm not Zach Baggins. I couldn't tell you.
That's not the weird late night show where it tells you all about the spirits of the world.
Dude, he's the ghost hunter, don't you know?
No, I never watch those shows. No, I only make those shows.
Ah, fair enough. Yeah, fair enough. But a good hold there from Thunder Awaken. All they really have to do is just show Oscar in the lane, really. Matthew had kisses, and he was standing this time very far away from the DPS to not get silenced. So that was going to be a very, very easy defense. They don't force Lumiere back. They don't force Pakaz back, so that's kind of a wash. And Pakaz doesn't farm too slowly with Fusel. They are going to charge him, though, and there's a couple of heroes now closing the gap to him.
He just used Doppelganger as well, so that's his escape gone. I mean, they should guess by the illusions near him. And Bakad's like, oh, I wish I had used Doppel. He gets hit by the Sonic Wave, Tornado to save him, okay. That last Doppel will also dispel a Shadow Strike, and the counter initiation is good. Gonna bring down Michael. At the Fusel Blade does not help him farm as much as Yasha, but it does help him counter initiate in these kills. So they have a lot more kill potential if they go on Bakad's like that.
Exactly, and a little bit of an ambitious kill attempt there, I would say. That's a pretty big utility down now without having that Sonic Wave. Luckily, Infamous are going to send the TB Illusions mid lane, now that he's got Manta Style fully completed, to be able to demolish that tower with ease, given that Thunder Awaken TP'd pretty much everyone down bottom to fight that. They didn't leave anyone behind. And that means they lose the tower then, without really too big of a commitment from Infamous. That said, Dark Mago now has Vessel completed, and he is going to be looking to show this one off onto Sacred. Luck trying to lifesteal now. He doesn't have the Yule Scepter yet either. Still healing a fair amount, though, off of the tanky Oscar, who has Ravage, and now even Infamous rotating some heroes top lane in an attempt to dissuade Thunder from going any further. This time Thunder will prove to be a little bit patient and back off, but the charge from Michael is coming in. Oh, great tornado.
Stop him, Mortimer's Kiss as well, plus the Ravage, and at least he can get support kills here. And if no core will die just yet. In fact, the counter initiation, though, from Infamous as they activate Metamorphosis and they go for Pandamu. Pandamu won't be able to survive. They'll have to settle for just Michael, as Axel is capable of getting out of there alive. Alone's also rotating, so Thunder might want to leave here. Pakas is not with them. They're not equipped to fight. Exo's been committed too. Sonic Wave is not available, though. Illusion Rune is Alone. How are you going to stop him? You can't cold snap Spirit Vessel him. They know this. The Illusion Rune is that safety he has. Armao is going to try. Tornado, cold snap. No, not even used.
Okay. Well, this is still a very good push. The Fortify is a little bit obnoxious. That is going to be the penalty for taking that tier 1 tower mid lane. You do refresh the glyph, and that means that this Metamorphosis and this first Exo cast at level 2 is not going to yield too much. They did only get, of course, the Spirit Breaker in exchange for Panda, for a couple of ultis committed as well from Thunder. So it's about a 1-for-1 trade. Lumiere continues to farm, and he's starting to get a little bit scary, immediately building into Heart. So he is looking to exacerbate the TB illusion clear problem that he has by making these illusions as tanky as possible.
Okay, they're gonna kill Pandamu. It's true. Like the panel talked about how PL is like kind of a free game here, and it's entirely true. And when you have a PL free game, rushing the Heart is usually the best option. And we might even see some PLs used to go for the Octarine Core build, right, with the shard of the Heart, and that made it impossible to deal with those illusions. Pakas still has options, though. I don't think that's necessarily the most popular build these days.
I wouldn't mind a Butterfly even, right? TB doesn't really enjoy building
Butterfly's
an MKB.
good.
He can, like, he's not the worst hero to build it on, but it's definitely like 3rd or 4th item, right?
Yep. The thing is, I still think Shard is kind of broken this game, honestly. Like, Shard is really good, and getting some sort of mono region would be nice. So maybe a Scotty over the Butterfly, which is similar, similar things.
I like the Scotty as well, right? The move speed slow and the attack speed slow versus Quap, and DP is strong as they let Dark Mago think he's going to get away as they Yule Scepter him, and he comes down into the Sonic Wave of Alone. Alone just looked at him. He's like, really, dude?
I mean, Dark Mao was looking at his dictionary. He's like, it says here, 3rd one's the charm, but this 3rd time was the worst one. So I guess 4th one. Maybe if we try getting another kill in our own Ted lane, it'll work out. Who knows?
He was looking in the Encyclopedia of Idioms, and unfortunately for him,
in Spanish, it's actually third one is the right bullet. Is what we say.
Oh, really?
3rd one's the winning bullet.
The winning bullet.
Yes. Yeah.
I wonder where that comes from. That's fascinating. I love hearing about
that's the Conquistadors one. That's 100% from them.
Well, Alone is Alone. They have a Blink Ravage at the ready, and Matthew is going to rotate around to figure out there's no one actually here. Sunstrike's come in, Panda to keep him locked down with the 2x multicast stun, but there was no Cookie. That means Alone is just going to blink into the trees. Now the Cookie is out. They don't have Tornado either to cancel a TP, so Alone is just out of here. Kisses are coming down. Ooh. Oh, and the cold snap just in time. Okay, it was a big commitment, but it's worth it. They get the kill.
Yes. Gotito, good job. That was entirely the kisses. It was weird because Queen of Pain does blink in the general direction she's facing, right? So it was weird that Matthew thought she went right when she was facing left. Probably was not looking, but then he fixed it with the Mortimer's kisses, so it's all good.
Okay, can they really make use of anything? See, I think Thunder Awaken, they can commit that heavily for a kill because... Oh, well, hold on. They're going to lose probably Matthew here? Yes, they will. And even with that death and their ultis being down, I still don't think Infamous can take Roche. With Exo level 2 up, I just don't think they do it that fast. You're going to have Lumiere come over, rather, with Meta at the ready and BKB.
Okay, Oscar doesn't have Ravage here, so this is a dangerous fight to take. They're going to kill Affliction though first. Exo has been popped. Baka's still confident. That Heart, it exacerbates the problem we're talking about. And he even went for the Yasha still, not going for the Shard, so his build is still open. However, the Heart's already a really tough thing to deal with.
And I see why Infamous make this play. It's very tempting, right? They don't have Kisses, they don't have Ravage, you just got to kill on a support as well. It looks pretty decent for you. But I guess they didn't know this to their credit. They didn't know Pakaz had heart, and there's just no way you're killing this PL now, BKB or not TB. He's just going to be way too annoying in the pit, so they have to abandon that attempt. And now they find themselves without a couple of ultis to use. So Thunder Awaken in a pretty prime position here. Unfortunately for them, they also don't have the best Roche. They've got Little Shredder and Gush, so it is better than what Infamous have. So they may be tempted to do it. They still have Meta and BKB. Yeah, exactly. And they still have Meta BKB, so it's still a little bit scary here.
Sacred
now as well with the Sonic Boom Shark mid.
Nice. The Phantom Rush plus the Cookie does not hit, but it's okay. Sacred's out of mana, so they're just going to run him down. Sonic Wave just to give Sacred a bit more space. But he's going to start healing back up. He just got the shard as well on the PL. Very big deal.
Oh, so close.
And this tower is important because the Atari has difficulty taking Roshan, but it's straight up impossible when the tier 1 mid is on. Like, you're not going to get it. But now the options are more open for Dire.
Exactly. I think the really safe play is going for the tier 1 top, but they can do it now. There is a chance that Infamous can test this, though. In fact, they are, with Sacred TPing back in, having refilled his mana and HP in the fountain. But in they go now to attempt to take Roche, but crucially, we have Ravage and we have Kisses. See how this attempt goes by Infamous to interrupt.
And Michael's already down. And they have no Exo. This is too bad. Actually, they timed this really well on Thunder. They have no Exorcism, so DP is not that useful. The PL's kind of gone.
They use it to save Sacred.
Yeah. That's even with meta, like, I don't think you win this fight. They're gonna smoke, but I'm not really sure what the smoke is for.
Maybe
I think it's a pipe dream.
Yeah, it's super hopeful as well. If you blink in, you die. Even if you snatch Aegis, you die twice, in fact. So this is exactly that. It's just a pipe dream here for Infamous. They will lose first Roche after they thought that they could take it. They thought wrong. Thunder Awaken will show, and now because in case he wasn't already killable enough with his heart, is doubly so unkillable with an Aegis to protect him.
That smoke by Affliction was weird. It was like, you know, when you're checking out your ex's Instagram and you go on incognito mode.
He just blinked. He's in trouble. He's got status resist and the illusion rune to purge at least the cold snap, so he gets a second blink away, but he doesn't have TP. What?
Yeah, he doesn't have his inventory. They missed the Ravage, though. It's all good.
What?
They missed the Ravage. It's all fine. Alone's a genius. He knew this was going to happen the whole time. Yep, that's the right line. So pain, so pain.
Oh, no.
They even caught Pakaz in the top lane, it seems. Or Pakaz found Michael, but Michael has a Shadow Amulet. Who would have guessed? Cores don't carry dust. Pakaz cannot see him. He's invulnerable now. Pakaz, there's the charge. They silenced him. He's doppelganger. He's actually getting hit by the charge. There is no Ravage to save him. A silence on top of that. He has no way to dispel it because there's no Monster Style. He loses Aegis. Thunder Awakens gonna fight this Sacred Activates Exorcism, and they hit everyone with those ignites as from behind. Pakaz cannot last this damage. One last doppelganger to save him, but Pakaz is slowed. He's not getting away. Pakaz will die, giving dominating kill streak to Lumiere as Alone moves forward. Affliction does die in the backline, but there's no way they're fighting this. The fear even hits Oscar, and Oscar's gonna be unable to outrun those ghosts. They even find the Snapfire. Up she goes, down with broken bones. Matthew will fall. They even get Pandamu in the backlines. Only that Kmalo will survive. Why? What was that whole series of events, Richie?
Alvaro, you know what's crazy is that Thunder Awaken, once again, they have a rough early game this time around. Look at the clock, it's 23 minutes. Remember exactly what they did 23 minutes in last game, where Dark Mago died, and then they immediately got first Aegis, and then got wiped again. It's happened again. I can't believe it. I cannot believe it. Missing out on the kill on Queen of Pain is like, okay, big mistake. It happens. You know, Illusion Rune kind of messed us up, and we flubbed the timing on the Ravage. Whatever, right? We move on. But to immediately take that fight there, and for Lumiere to get caught yet again in this dead lane, it's been, oh god, it's crushing. It has to be crushing for Thunder Awaken. It's crushing for me. I can't believe it. I'm gobsmacked.
Yeah, me too. I'm flabbergasted, Richie. That's how much. Can you, like, I show you two plays, right, from Thunder Awaken. First, the play in Roche Pit, where they understand timing so well, and they are allowed to go for a Roche, despite them not really having too much of an advantage, just because they consider the enemy cooldowns and their cooldowns so well, right? You're like, wow, this team knows patience. They have a great captain making the calls, and then that happens, and you're like, is this the same team? Why did they throw this patience out the window? And look, the missed Ravage might. It's what people will harp on if you're a viewer and just watching Oscar. And yeah, it was pretty bad. But the Ravage is not what lost you the fight. It's the fact that you decided to fight despite not you having Ravage afterwards, right?
Yeah, it was bad, and credit to Infamous, right? Because they capitalized off of all of this. They still know their strengths. TB is actually the first one to get a butterfly here, so now that actually gives a little bit of issues to PL, who also does not like building an MKB builder, or who also does not like building MKB. Rather, this was a big reason why. I remember we just had like what, a year and a half of Medusa straight, and even when PL was picked against her, Medusa would just simply buy butterfly. And usually she would win the game. Yeah.
Yeah, because Butterfly would get her enough space for the level 25 talent, and level 25 Medusa beats PL, right? That was the way that that matchup was played. PL, who by the way is going for Aetherlyn, so it's the right build, and it's actually a build that doesn't need MKB as much, because your role is more to like spam illusions and be a nuisance, right? So this build is fine. It's actually not as deterred by the Butterfly, but when you play with this build, you have to be really careful with the rest of your team, because PL is not going to deal burst damage. He's just there to be a nuisance and to endlessly produce illusions. So the rest of your team are going to be the targets, and they're pretty low net worth this game. All your net worth is concentrated on the PL, and he can't solo carry this.
No, I don't think he can, especially because he's not going to build super highly into damage. He needs his team to stay alive around him for his illusions to really do the work. You know, he's going to burn mana very effectively, and then everyone should kind of run away from him pretty much. Okay. They're not out of it yet, though. Thunder Awaken still very much in the game. They just need to recover. And this could be the opportunity for them now that they have all their abilities online. Dark Mago is closing in on the Cataclysm Aghanim Scepter. He just needs another 800 gold, just a couple more waves, and he will wisely run away from this wave. Not dying here in the dead lane yet again. This ward, by the way, that Infamous have top lane, it has been excellent for them. I think it's picked them up that last team fight win and has been utilized at least once before in a gank attempt here for the Spirit Breaker. So it's a nice play. And there he goes, charging in with the Shadow Blade. That's the PL. The rest of the team closing in.
What a silence! Actually, it is a Manta, so he's screwed. Pakaz is gonna die! He's the first to fall in this fight. Ravage is not good enough. In fact, Oscar will also be opened up like the watermelon he is. Thunder Awaken lose 2 of their cores. That is the second time this happens to Pakaz. That Manta cannot come any sooner. The choice to not go for the Manta here is really not paying off.
Yeah, it's opposite of paying off. He is going not to the earth, but through the lower bracket and potentially even out. As Infamous with the level 3 Exo now ending. It will go up to high ground. Lumiere with the meta active is going to be doing a little bit of pushing. They're going to look to push him back, at least with the kisses, and so far so good here as they do clear the illusions. Tornado lifting him up, but the kisses eventually canceled here, not doing too much work, and Lumiere still spamming the illusions onto the high ground, looking to claim the first barracks of the game. No Ravage, no kisses, no Cataclysm, and no Pakaz PL for another 25 seconds. These barracks, well, maybe they keep alive the melee racks. No, they don't.
I'm
gobsmacked and flabbergasted again.
Yes, I'm running out of adjectives. You know, I'm looking at my thesaurus. That's how gobsmacked I am, actually. My mouth's on the floor right now. I honestly, I feel incredibly bad for Thunder Awaken as well, because I don't think this is how they wanted to go, really. Like, this is not the performance we've been seeing from them in the DPC. And especially a team as, every interview we give them, they're like, oh yeah, we're bettering our mental game. It's all about the mental game. We don't want to crumble ever again. And you get this match, and you go, well, what was all that bettering for, right? And it feels really bad for the team, because this is what they've been improving on for a while. This is not the Thunder Awaken that we're used to. And it might set them back in terms of confidence if they lose this game.
Yeah, it could. It just might. DB has Ag Scepter as well, so he's going to have that extra uptime on the meta. Is going to give him only 10 seconds, of course, but that ginormous Fear Wave is going to give him a big old counter initiation point. And also got on these Ravages, man. It's just you Ravage, and then for what? They just don't have the follow-up. The ultis aren't getting stringed together, as he's going to blink away, but the charge will chase after him. Dark Mago being chased by Michael, who is going to be dusted up. Stunned, but only briefly, thanks to Bulldoze. He's going to be out of there. Is Cataclysm ready? Cataclysm is ready. Again, you never know. Yeah, Ravage Kata can turn games very easily.
Yep. We'll say that one thing that Thunder Awaken does have is great force multipliers, right? Between Ravage and Cataclysm, a good team fight here wins them the game. Like, it's, well, not one good team fight, it has to be 2 or 3. But they have the option to do that, right? And they scale nicely, they have a good late game core-to-core matchup. Like, they're never completely out of the game, there's never that stress on them, which is good. But they have to be able to breathe in the game and start playing as we know them. Matthew
Exactly.
is really being put to the test in this game.
They do have a chance, though. Lumiere, he's gone for Butterfly, which is a great item and all, but it means he doesn't have Scotty where TBs normally do, so he's not as
Yep.
tanky. One Cataclysm,
Good
assuming
point.
he's stunned, is going to be half of his HP immediately removed. The issue is he's pretty good against PL, because, of course, he has got a crap ton of armor. The diffusal damage is dealt as magical, so that's quite effective against him, but they're going to need kisses on top.
It's physical.
Oh, thank you. Okay, so it's not that good against him. Thank you for the correction.
But the issue here, though, for the TB will be that if you get Ravage plus Kata, most likely kisses are following, and that's what kills you, right? The kisses will destroy you with a 2-3 second stun. So I do think they managed to kill him. But that said, that's also TB not managing to activate his BKB in time. That's also TB being caught out without like Manta either dodging anything. So it's not like it's easy.
Yeah, or this Blink Shadow Demon Disruptor. Oh, here they go.
What?
Oh.
I think he got the blink bug there, actually. I'll talk about this in a second. The PL has a Manta style this time, so he gets rid of the silence immediately, but they have no Ravage. They're willing to fight this. Oscar is going forward too far. Bagat is dead. Oscar's have to TP, but Oscar will also fall due to the damage of the TP. No. Okay. At least his TP is successful. Unfortunately, Dakmaos will not be able to, as the shard on the DP paying dividends here. I think his blink got bugged. It's generally a thing that happens. That like you click on the blink, you blink somewhere, it doesn't work. I think he was blink ravaging, and that got bugged. It's been on Dota for like 6 years. That's what I'm assuming.
There's meta use now. Buyback on Dark Mago. There's no Ravage and there's no buyback on Pakaz. Oh man, and this is at least mid lane of Barracks here. Let's see what they can hope to do. EXO is out, but again, still a full duration meta. So it's got a jumping in. They have gotten the dive back already onto Panda, and they're diving already underneath the tier 4 tower. Sacred will be pulled back, though, as they're going to look to get the megas before they go diving.
Yeah. I honestly don't think you salvage this. Mortimer's Kisses, you don't have Ravage for another 80 seconds. How do you... For the next 80 seconds, this teamfight becomes impossible, and TB is going to take your rat. You have to fight against Mega somehow.
Rounds on to 2. Yeah, looks like the Megas will be pouring into the base here, spawning shortly as Alone, taking a lot of damage. Disruption, though, will save him. There's going to be the horns for the Megas being summoned. At least the shard here for Matthew does force the BKB charge on the Queen of Pain. SeekNStrike might collect that kill, and it does. So at least it's small pickings here for Thunder Awaken as they get a kill, but they are going to be playing against Megas now. 1 game from elimination, and we still have tier 2s up.
Yeah, I mean, look, is this a squad that can, or a draft rather, that can deal with Megas? Yeah, PL, pretty good against Megas, so is Tide. Not bad. Right? The chance is there. But, look, I've casted SA for long enough that the phrase mathematically possible is no longer means anything to me, so. We said that every single qualifier. What happened, Infamous lost every single qualifier back then, so there was no chances for us.
There is a non-zero chance. The force multipliers you speak about still exist for Thunder Awaken. They did recover their gem, which is, if and nothing else, a moral victory for them, because it means they don't have to buy another one. I think they actually stole it from Axel, who's going to buy another one himself with all that extra money he has.
Sure. Yeah.
And Ravage is ready, along with the Cataclysm. They can make no mistakes from here, though. It needs to be absolutely flawless against Megas, and with very limited buybacks, they are just about against the ropes.
Yeah, and you're also up against the TB who has more farm than you. Again, the Invoker relies entirely on this Ravage. It's up to Oscar, and it's really rough to be the centerpiece of your squad right now, because you honestly have to get a good Ravage after that Ravage had just happened. The mental fortitude that Thunder Awaken has to demonstrate right now is really high, whereas Infamous is super happy. They know, worst case scenario, even if this gets turned around for Infamous, they still have 1 more game. So, like, they're super chill right now. They have no stress whatsoever. And they've been playing a fantastic game, by the way, Infamous.
Yeah, very true. Luckily, Thunder Awaken can still look to contest Roche because they can just keep Dark Mago back in the base. He, of course, much like Zeus, has these abilities to be global, so he doesn't really need to be near the fight to still have his high impact, and you have someone at least capable, at least somewhat, of defending the throne. Megas.
He goes, Axel says, sec lag. He goes, yeah, the illusions, dude, or my brother. He goes, yeah, my FPS got destroyed. I love it as well that they pretend we all speak English when we're talking to the admins, but immediately it's like, dude, it's 2 Peruvian teams. Just speak Spanish. We all speak Spanish here. Pau Pau is from Peru as well. He's the admin. No need for any English speaking here. And that's it.
Scud. Reconnect from Lumiere. These illusions certainly are annoying. Lots of illusions. And with the TB not Arcana Immortal, it's lots of particles as well to render in. As we'll get the G to get restarted. Again, just sending illusions after illusion into the pit. Trying to make sure at least he can extend this game. Pardon me. You know what's funny is that if it weren't for the Shadow Demon pick, this would have been one really, really good Faceless Void game for Pakaz. Just looking at the rest of their draft.
I mean, I think that it was a great PL game. I honestly, once again, think it had nothing to do with the draft. Like, with plays like these, I'm sorry, they're just not playing at their level. I think we just have to be realistic with this. Like, they made a lot of blunders. Again, bugs may happen, and it's understandable, but they're too many blunders for it to just be bugs at one point.
Yeah. And now this is going to be TB just soloing Roche. It'll take a little bit of time, but Infamous have all the time in the world with Megas on their side. And this is going to be second Roche, Aegis, and Shard. At this stage, I would give it to, it's between TB? Spirit Breaker or Shadow Demon or TB, and it's going to be TB. So of course, he's a core, and those guys are supports.
Also, the other shards are not that great. Spirit Breaker's like okay. The DP shard, though, I want to talk about this one, has been actually super impactful in these fights. With the Ravage Misses sometimes, the fact that Spirit Siphon has gotten fear consistently on like Mao every single fight, sometimes even Matthew. Honestly, Sacred has been much more of an initiator than DP has any credit to. His silences and his Spirit Siphons have been so clutch this game. Oh, there you go. See? Look at the initiation. He's literally routing the enemy team. They even got the PL with Disruption. Pakaz in trouble. The Shivas. Pakaz. He's dead.
He's got buyback.
He didn't even get the Manta off. Okay, so he's saving the Manta for his second life. The Ravage comes out with the Cataclysm. Now the Mortimer's Kisses. They kill the TB. That's only his first life, though. Where are the kisses going now? Where are the kisses going now? What are they going to do here for the second life? True, no meta, which means they can at least fight against Sacred. That's going to be the target. The cookie's good for the charge. Actually interrupts his damage. Not enough to save Sacred. Sacred will fall, but in exchange, it's going to be Pakaz's second life. No carry, GG. No gain. GG, well played. Infamous will 2-0 Thunder Awaken.
Yes, they will. Thunder Awaken make the perfect run throughout their DPC season. They lose one game here out of 15 to go 7-0 to no ping. They 2-0 Beastcoast. They 2-0 Infamous in the regular season. They get knocked down by both here, and they will finish third place, just shy of DPC points in the regional finals. They still, however, walk home with a small purse of, I think, like something like 12K or something like that, but it is going to be far short of what their expectations were, which were nothing short of victory.
Yeah, in the case of Thunder Awaken, I think anything but second place would have been was a defeat for them. Honestly, they needed at least a second place. I would have said anything but first place, honestly. But Beast Coast was looking good. I think they would have been okay if they beat Beast Coast. They got beat by Beast Coast, but this was kind of unacceptable considering their performance in the DPC. And what a way to lose, right? I don't think results tell the full story. If we saw Infamous coming in, and I think Game 2 was honestly pretty amazing, but in Game 1, not so much, right? Like Infamous was just playing good Dota, but not the highest tier of Dota. Wasn't the Beast Coast level that we were seeing, and you still lost to that, right? You made a lot of mistakes. You made a lot of issues. Like this is the kind of games that are going to become a great learning experience or a really big downfall for the team. I hope it's the first one.
I do. I hope so as well. But this is also the rising of Infamous again, isn't it? It's been a while since we've had an SA Infamous that has been this strong, and now taking it back to the old El Clasico. You know, I said yesterday, oh, Thunder Awaken and Beast Coast is the new El Clasico. Well, Infamous is right back to the old one here, as they will move on to the Grand Finals to play best of 5 series versus Beast Coast later on today.
Yeah, it's true. And by Richie, he means not Infamous versus Beast Coast being a Classico, but Infamous versus whatever rising talent was new in the SAC, which was it. And what they would do is, if they win, great, they go to TI. If they lose, they poach that team and kick their own teammates. So it was easy. It was easy back then. But now Infamous is to stick to their guns. They've actually developed a really nice squad. Will they be able to make this work against Beast Coast? We're going to have to see as we move over to our panel with Ava Plus, Stini, and King Ao. Thank you, Avo. Just to start the panel, I would like to make an announcement that due to the format of the DPC, we have decided, or of this regional finals, we have decided to rescind the winners interview because that way the teams have more time to prepare and they're not concentrated on what do I tell the English stream. That's not their priority and it shouldn't be. So unfortunately, while we would love to have Infamous over, we're not going to have a winners interview here, even if we do have some time. We do have a piece of content prepared for you guys, so don't worry. Guys, let's talk about that game. Astini, I need your hard-hitting facts first. What happened to Thunder Awaken? Because I think Game 2 might have been even sloppier than Game 1.
They choked. I don't know, like a mental thing, because they really didn't play up to their level. If we consider what they played on DPC, the 100%, they play like 10% of what they can. I don't think like that we've seen the Thunder Predator we were expecting. I really think it has to do with mental part because they were missing spells that they don't usually miss. And like Pakaz was dying so much on a PL free game that made it feel like it was a terrible PL game, but I still think it was an amazing game for the heroes. Just like he would, I don't know, one silence and he would be killed because he was always out of position, no manta, and decision of taking team fights when they lose all, they've already used all their spells. So honestly, they clicked really bad. That's it.
Kingal, have you ever been in the position that Thunder Awaken finds himself in? You're top tier.
I only want to say something about the Oscar.
Oh, okay.
I don't know what happened with him, but how many average he missed this game? I don't know what happened.
3.
I don't know what happened. I mean, the first average he missed, I mean, he don't know the timing for the use. I don't know what sure because they don't have average. They cannot press anyone, all right. And the Pakas is dying the lanings. I'm not sure about that, all right. I agree with Astini. He's a really good PL game, really good PL game. But without average, without PL because he's dying, so. Kinda Infamous have a free game, alright? Okay guys, don't have average, let's go farm, let's go take some items. Let's go do what we want to do in the map. Hit creeps in the jungle, take Hosher because they don't have average. So I think the really problem about this game is the Invoker too. I don't feel good about the Invoker this game because they don't have catch. Without average, how are they gonna kill the SD? How are they gonna kill the Shadow Demon behind? Alright, they don't have damage. So I don't like this Invoker after you watch this game. I think it's gonna be better like Spot Spirit or Buck in this game. So I don't think I've seen about that.
I agree, but I think it has a lot to do on the way they played. If you had a nice early game, it was amazing Vessel game to kill DP, but on the first Vessel charge, he didn't manage to kill DP. So it made feel really bad, and PL was starting the fight being killed. Because if PL is alive, he can jump on that backline and can kill SD really fast. So I guess they didn't execute with the heroes they had, so it feels like if they had other heroes, they could have played better, of course. But I don't think it's about the heroes, it's mostly how they played.
How they click in the keyboard, right?
Sorry?
How they click in the keyboard because they're missing a lot of spells in this game.
Yeah. Well, what happens when a team is in that position? Like, because I mean, we know that it's not them just being bad, right? Like they're just having a really off day. How do you recover when you have something like this, especially in an important match like this one?
I think they feel bad after they lost to Beastcoast, right? They shocked this game for sure, and the odds against the Infamous, they won every game. I remember they won a lot of games against Infamous. I think it's because they lost yesterday. They feel still really sad. They think like, oh, all right, guys, let's go. We need to win this game. We can win this game. This guy is bad. Everyone say that, all right, before the match. But because they lost the first game, I think they feel really bad. I don't like something in the draft. I think Astini have a different mind about that, but it's the daughter, right? It's the tournament. if you play really bad one day, you're gonna lose. So it's over the tournament right now for Thunder.
Yep, unfortunately, we won't get to see Thunder Awaken anymore in this tournament. We're quite sad to see them go, as they were one of the rising stars. But on the other hand, pretty cool to see that now there's 3 teams that are competitive, at least in the top level of SA, Beastcoast, Infamous, and Thunder Awaken, with Apple Kings being close by. Something that has just been growing in the region in SA. There's more competitivity, more teams that can reach that top echelon, and more teams that could deliver potential international results. We're going to have to see. For now, though, we're going to take a break before the next game. It's going to be the grand final for the regional finals. We do recommend you stay here because Infamous, they have Beastcoast's number. They've had him for a while, but Beastcoast did manage to beat them in the last game. They fought actually a nice clean 2-0, but Axel still knows his brother or his friend Stinger pretty well. And the drafts get wacky, the games get even wackier, and Infamous has beat them previously in the last 2 DPC League appearances. So we'll see what happens now. To prepare for this match, you guys got to see Infamous a lot, but you guys did not get to see Beastcoast very often. Of course, that is not good for me. I don't like that, so we have to put more Beastcoast content in, and that's why I made a special video talking to you about the history of Beastcoast and its creation as we wait for Beastcoast versus Infamous to begin. Stay tuned, enjoy, and we'll see you guys shortly. Beastcoast is probably the most recognizable team in South America. Their defining 4 Protect 1 playstyle combined with their insane over-aggression have made them a fan favorite. Their wacky personalities have also helped fans love them, both nationally and internationally. Hell, Beastcoast was known for never scrimming for the whole first year they were together competitively, and they still placed top 8 at TI9. Their unorthodox drafts and unique way of creating space has brought them a lot of positive attention. Each player on Beastcoast has a special interpretation of their role, and that's what makes them stand out the most. Hector, also known as K1, their carry, has made waves as one of the fastest farmers in SA. He is known for playing strong late-game carries, and has been the cornerstone of Beastcoast's playstyle since its creation. The team plays around him and trusts him to carry the late game on his own. He is the most defining part of their playstyle, and his consistency at acquiring farm and efficiency has molded them into a team that always tries to play for Protect 1. Hector is known for a couple of heroes, mainly Wraith King, but has shown the capacity to farm on anything. Strength carries are his specialty. He has a tendency to go for efficient items on all heroes. In fact, if he thinks an item is good, he'll build it every single game. Items like Silver Edge, Sanjin Yasha, and recently Lincoln's have become Hector's staples. His refusal to adapt to the meta has become one of his most defining characteristics, and one of the reasons fans love him so much. In real life, Hector is a quiet and shy person, usually avoiding the spotlight unless it is through his plays. His friends call him Tito, or Uncle, and Hector is usually the one aiming to be the most calm and level-headed before matches, even if he many times fails and gets anxious. He will often talk to himself and try to remain chill, as he says, always avoiding having any expectations over the outcomes of a match. Hector is one of the few carries who still plays a strong role in the draft, often sleeping in the same room as Stinger, their captain, so that they can think of strategies together while they wait for a tournament to begin. Hector might be the pillar of his team, but he is only enabled due to a very peculiar mid laner, Chris Luck. Now going by C-Smile, Chris Luck is the most eccentric player within Beastcoast. He is known for having a hero ocean as opposed to a hero puddle, something rare from a mid laner. He has sometimes played heroes and officials that he has never practiced in rank before. His role within the team is actually as the secret captain, attempting to be the calming voice in situations of high pressure. During the draft, he will ensure the team is comfortable and Stinger and Hector can do their thing. He will call out heroes and say, "I can play this," which leads to the wacky hero drafts like the Disruptor bait they played against Nigma in the Leipzig Major, and allows his teammates to be more confident during the drafting phase, because they know, whatever they pick, Chris Luck will take the garbage. He'll play the bad hero. Don't worry, I can play this is a key phrase in the Beastcoast drafting. Outside of the game, Chris is an easygoing guy who thinks of Dota as a blessing. He is happy to be in the scene and feels quite lucky that his life took him this way. He hates being in the spotlight though, and resents some of the judgments the fans throw his way. Many fans instead love another core,
Regarded by many as the hidden carry of the team, Whisper has shown incredible skill and is often one of the deciding factors in the game. Many times, Schofield will leave the lane to go help his mid laner, so he has learned to solo the lane with signature heroes like Mars or Timber. He later has an incredible teamfighting impact and is one of the main reasons why Beastcoast wins such difficult games. When the team was rising to success, his unorthodox picks of Puck, Leshrac, Tinker, Phoenix were often such a nuisance to foreign teams, the games against Beastcoast seemed to be never ending, due to the insane lane cutting and the amount of pressure that Whisper would provide. In real life, Whisper is a humble player in person. They call him Pato, Duck, but as he walks in a way that reminds the team of a duck. And he really only plays Dota and sleeps. He even said he had no use for TI winnings. Instead, he chose to buy a house for his mom, who supported him through his journey. Whisper hates losing and will even try hard in a casual custom game at 4 a.m. Let me tell you, I was there. He was destroying me. He was pretty much bullying. This is partially what led to the Beastcoast Never Surrender playstyle, because Whisper tries until the bitter end. Even if the game seemed lost, it's an unranked game, he's playing with his friend who's 2K, doesn't matter. Whisper wants to win every single time, and he'll make sure to get that win, no matter the cost. Whisper is close to his form, who has a similar but even crazier playstyle. Schofield. Now known as Gojira, Schofield is the weirdest player on Beastcoast. And that says something. He plays 4 in a very unique way. Yeah, he'll gank and create space, but will often go on these suicidal quests to create space where he somehow comes out alive. He is often quoted as only being capable of playing melee 4s, but has, in the past, played some really odd heroes that even Chris Luck couldn't play. The Ursa 4 is a great example from Realms Collide. Schofield is, in real life, a quiet and reserved guy. They call him El Chala, and sometimes they refer to him affectionately as the Mute, because he is a 4 who does not communicate both in and outside the game. He likes listening to rap battles, though, something very popular in Peru called Batalla de Gallos in Peru, and he will often answer people with phrases he heard in rap battles. Schofield is the wild card of the team, but he can be controlled thanks to a very experienced player on the team. And this player is Stinger. The most veteran pro of the bunch. Stinger is the drafter, he is the 5, he is the team captain. He is a glue, to be honest. Stinger has a wide hero pool, but is a particularly good lane winner. He excels at Viper, Witch Doctor, Trim Protector, Abaddon. He just wants to destroy the enemy offlaner. He has a great laning stage duo with Hector, but his drafting sometimes makes their life hard. Stinger's drafts often take a life of their own, and his willingness to flex every role varies from genius to disaster sometimes. Oftentimes, his individual and mechanical skills are so high and so above their opponents that he is able to surmount this bad draft regardless, but this doesn't mean that the drafting is consistent. Outside of the game, though, Stinger is the true captain of the team. He is the most disciplined, he will set time apart to scrim and play tournaments, as many as possible, and he is by far the most eloquent of the bunch. This is why the team jokes around that he is old and wise. Also, because he's 24, and Dota years, that's ancient, you know. As you know, multiply by 7 to understand a real Dota player's age. They affectionately call him Pantera, or Panther. Stinger has the most ties with the SA scene due to his longevity, and is always bringing in new points of view to the scene alongside Papita and Axel, the other 2 respective captains. Maybe we could add Wu from Lava to the mix as well. These 3, however, form the trifecta of veteran captains in SA and are the most established, with Matthew being the rising star that might be next in line for that title. Stinger was the latest addition to the team, but he helped them complete their most successful run ever. However, this season, Beastcoast has seemed to struggle even further, getting 3rd for the first time in an SA DPC with some surprising losses. Their loss to the bottom of the group, SG, while traditionally a Beastcoast thing to do in third-party tournaments, secured them a third place and has made many doubt the team. The team is now looking to win the regional finals to show people that they are back to their former glory. They want to go back with modo serio, or serious mode, which is what their fans call it when Beastcoast dominates a tournament and they quote-unquote really try. However, there's some instability. They're coming in with a massive shuffle of coaches, going through 4 coaches or analysts in the span of the past 4 to 6 months, but they're still hoping for a high result, and their hopes are high, as are their spirits. They're optimistic. They think they can do well. But will they manage to succeed? Or will they fall to the stronger and scarier Thunder Predator, a team which has no weaknesses and has shown no inconsistency, unlike Beastcoast? For that, we're going to have to watch the regional finals to find out.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Well, guys, and welcome back to the regional finals now. There's no more games. This is the last one. Beastcoast versus Infamous. Winner takes all. For my panel, we brought back the wonderful Lilith to analyze this match, and we brought back an old staple from the DPC, Winter, who is but a face today. How are you doing, Winter? It's been a while. I missed you.
Oh, it's great. I'm great. Woke up, had some coffee. Time to rock and roll.
Well, yeah. Lilith, I'm assuming you've been checking out everything. I mean, I saw you in the chat. I know you were watching all the other matches. What was your impression? I wanted to ask you actually about Thunder Awaken, because you know the team is better than what happened. So, what is your opinion when that happens to a team and they have just an off day? What do you think the team needs to do after that?
They should probably just reset for a while and then talk to each other about what happened, emotions, and all that stuff. They probably have to let it out and stuff. They're a relatively new team because Pakaz joined them recently, right?
Yep.
So
a couple months ago.
I mean, yeah. So it happens. I think they did choke, but it happens. Not to take away from Infamous. I think that they played well. They drafted well in the games. I also think their drafting was not that good. I think they were just too cocky in what they're picking and thinking. I'm not sure exactly what's happening, but I feel like they had some thought process. They could pick whatever they wanted and they would win. Like the Void game yesterday into Ursa, and I'm not sure about this PL pick. This hero is just not very good, and they picked this hero and they lost with it.
Yeah, we talked extensively on this on the panel. I mean, we had Stini and King Ao, so the flame was coming out by the loads here. But what do you think works best though when you have an off day? Do you actually think it's best to get off Dota for a while?
Yeah, for sure. They should just get off Dota, do something else, and just try to reset, maybe sleep a little bit and then come back when people are less angry, less emotional, and then people actually talk to each other, for sure.
I'm glad Lilith is saying this because I actually was just setting up for insider information I got, which is exactly what they're doing, actually. So on point. Matthew, the captain of the team, has asked for them to take a complete day off, and they're going to be not doing any Dota-related stuff for the whole day, and I'll talk about the matches tomorrow. So they're taking the exact same approach. Good job, Lilith. And it's nice Thunder Awaken is still trying to get through this rut. We have two teams that have been successful, Beastcoast and Infamous. And I'm glad you mentioned something, Lilith, which is Infamous drafting. They've been actually kind of on point on this. It's always been something that's been pretty high on Infamous, like list of things they do well. Their drafting, even when they had much weaker players or when they played pretty badly, has been kind of not only good, but also innovative. They're one of the few teams that brings a lot of just really cool ideas to the region. I was talking about this in the Beast Coast video, but in terms of South America, it's usually Stinger, Axel, and Papita who are the innovators per se. And it's really fun to get Stinger and Axel in a drafting match. I think you're going to enjoy this a lot, Winter.
Yeah, for sure. I like teams that are willing to try something new. They're willing to take some risks instead of like those staple heroes that you always go for during the meta, the safe picks. I think probably in the first, if you want to try something, it's probably going to be in the first couple of games.
In the best of 5, are you more willing to try things, or is it more pressure because of the final?
Not really, though. I think if you have something up your sleeve, if you have something that you are pretty sure that there's a good possibility of working, but you haven't really done it much, you probably want to do it in the first game.
Yeah. What is your opinion on the players that bring out picks from other regions? Like, do you think that you should adapt more to the meta of your region and play like it, or do you like that they bring innovation from, say, Europe or China or whatever?
No, I think it's good to have some kind of innovation, and I feel like I talk about player being in their comfort zones in the past. Like usually, sometimes the tier 1.5 teams, they like to pick more to their comfort instead of like going for the best heroes. But I think in a match like this, sometimes you can be going out of your comfort zone to surprise your opponents and trying to pick something different. Because both teams they know each. Because both teams they know each other really well and they've already played a couple of times during the season. So you might want to switch things up for this game.
What are your expectations actually on this game? What do you think is going to happen? Who do you favoring here?
Usually I would most of the time I would favor Beastcoast because I'm a big fan of how they play their macro game, how they use the map. But sometimes they do kind of get cocky with their drafts, as we've seen in the past. So we have to see though. But I still favor them as a team.
Yeah. What about you, Lilith?
I mean, I agree. I favor Beastcoast they're the more experienced team, and I would say they can be a little bit, let's say, unpredictable and maybe weird sometimes. Sometimes they play really well, and sometimes they have like some games that are just weird. They're not on the same page and stuff. They like just feed a bunch and then the game's over. But I think most of the time they've been the best team in South America for a while, right? So it means something.
A lot of people, when Beastcoast doesn't do so well, often put some blame onto the drafts from Stinger that he flexes too much and he kind of outdrafts himself. Would you agree with that statement, or do you think it's just a combination of many factors?
I think it's something that can be good and be bad at the same time. They do flex stuff like crazy because they have such versatile players. I think Whisper and Chris Luck and Schofield, they play a bunch of heroes. I mean, so does Stinger, right? They just flex in between all of them, and Hector just gets like, I just want to play this hero, taking this stuff. But sure, it can also work like you said. You can just pick a bunch of flex, and then you don't even know what you want to do. You get lost in the middle of the draft. It can happen for sure. It also has to do with other stuff, but I can for sure. I think that can happen a lot of the times.
Well, I mean, you get some insider information because you played with them, right? In case you guys don't know, he was their stand-in for the Leipzig Major, right?
Yeah.
And you played one of the craziest flexes, which is putting Disruptor mid against a Night Stalker.
Yeah.
How did you feel in those drafts? Like, is the idea that everything can be flexed from a more personal opinion, right? Is it relaxing? Like, oh, we can always just change around the draft, or is the stress of not knowing what you're going to play a bit stronger?
So at least for me in that specific situation, I didn't even think about Disruptor mid. Then Chris, he said, "Oh, just give me Disruptor mid, I'll play it, and then we can pick Legion, right? Which was my hero."
Right. Yeah.
And I was like, I wasn't so sure, right? I wasn't sure if this was good for him to just pick me this hero. And I said, I'll play Legion. You know, I wasn't really like on board, but we won with it. So they trusted me to play a good game, and he trusted himself to be able to play the hero. So I think it was a positive thing. It's something very good that they do.
Yeah.
I think that's very good when you have a stand-in and the other players of the team, they try to make you feel comfortable. They do everything they can to allow you to, play your hero. And the four of them just do their thing.
That was a major where you guys clicked really well. I mean, every time I talk to them, they say great things about Lilith. So I'm pretty sure that you did. I think you had a great rapport with them in that major, right? Like you fit in with the team quite nicely in their atmosphere.
Yeah, I mean, I liked them a lot. They were very receptive to me. They were super friendly. I thought it was not going to be that because I'm from Brazil and they're from Peru, but they were super friendly. Like I liked playing with them a lot. I also think that team, it was just so easy to play on that team. I'm not sure exactly why. I feel like they just made my game super easy. It was really nice to play with them.
Yeah. Well, when I talked about Lelis to me, they said that it was fun playing with him, which is something interesting because most players that I talk to, they always go and say something like, oh, it worked well, he fit into my team, whatever. But Beastcoast is the one team that'll be like, no, it was fun. Like, I enjoyed it, even though you're playing a major for tons of money. So I think that says a lot about their mentality when it comes to the game. They're playing. They're actually playing a game, and they're very aware of it. And that's why people like him so much. Let's move on to Infamous still a bit, because you talked about it a bit, kind of a new team, less experience in that sense, but with a lot of young talent, particularly Alone and Lumiere. What is your thoughts on those players? I know you had a high praise for Alone before.
He's an upcoming mid player. He's improved a lot over the past years. He used to be very unstable, like in Beast pubs and stuff, but nowadays he's matured a lot. I think he's become a lot better player. Lumiere, I haven't played with him that much in pubs, but he's pretty high rank. He's pretty decent. He plays most of the heroes, which I think is something good for him. Like he played the Razor, right? Not all carry players are like, they don't really like playing this Razor hero. I'm not sure why, but he played it. I think he played it really well. It's a good matchup against TA. They read it pretty well. So yeah, I mean, it's nice to see new players do well, because they can all. It means that they're not only the old players are just recycling, but new players come in and they can just take down the older players. It's very nice to see that.
What were your opinions on them during the season, Winter? Because Infamous started the season like disastrously. Honestly, they put some pretty bad games, and then all of a sudden started picking off halfway through the season, and they just clicked. Right? What do you think happened? What was the turning point to you?
I kind of really like their drafts for the most part. I think initially they weren't really good at, after the first 15 minutes, they weren't really good at the mid game. what to do and what they had to when they had to use their timings. But I think after probably during the midpoint, they sort of got a lot better at those part of the game, and they just improve a whole lot throughout the season. And it's good to have a team of like new players. Sometimes like newer players, newer blood. I feel like recycling over the old players is not really the best formula nowadays. You need to have like a mix of new blood and old blood, so the team has innovation and they have a player that can lead them with experience. That's a good recipe for success in the long run.
You think Axel is that person, right? He's the captain of the team, the drafter as well. He fits that role pretty well. Ironically, Axel, the joke was always that people in SA would say this. Axel makes up for his fingers with his brain. That's what everyone said, because in terms of mechanical skill in the game, he's just okay. But his drafting and his captainship apparently is of the highest tier, and everyone speaks really highly of him. They always said if he was ever a coach, we would snap him in an instant. But Axel wants to win TI, as most players do. Axel is Affliction, by the way. Sorry, guys. He did change his name this season, as a lot of SA players like to do. But I refuse. Affliction is so much dumber. Oh my god. Anyway. We get into the draft now. It's about to begin. I just heard the game start, and we're going to see this wonderful draft we're all very excited about. As we go into it. No, never mind. We're going into it as soon as the players connect to it. There we go. Thank you, guys.
Beastcoast's turn to ban.
What are the clutch picks? You've just seen these teams a lot. What are the picks that stand out for both teams? Like Example and Infamous. What do you ban here?
In the previous series, what they banned, Lash was banned both games by Beastcoast,
Radiant team ban.
and Timber was banned by Infamous via both games.
Turn to ban.
Same thing, pretty much. They banned Spirit Breaker, I think one of the games too. Spirit Breaker and Weaver.
Radiant team ban.
I feel like Mars is gonna be highly contested in this.
Yeah, Mars too.
They might just ban it here on Infamous. Beastcoast, they flex it to they flex a Mars to mid, and they can even play 5. So this Mars hero has been very highly contested, at least in all of these games that it's banned. Okay, the first pick Weaver, nothing really surprising, right? This Weaver here is just broken. Let's see how they respond. Probably like with some Bane co-op thing, like they did in the first game. Kind of
You
exactly
think
the same bans.
Weaver's more broken than Mars
Beastcoast's
overall?
turn to pick.
I think
sorry,
so.
Mars is more broken than Weaver. Sorry, I meant to say that.
The Mars is just so good, right?
Because I see in the previous series they are willing to ban the Mars over the Weaver most of the time.
Team ban.
Personally, I feel it's more annoying to play against the Weaver.
Beastcoast's
Yeah,
turn
I also
to
feel like
ban.
it's more annoying to play against Weaver. Mars is just a more like you can just pick it early, right, and you can play against anything, so it makes your drafting easier. So does Weaver in a way. You just pick Weaver and he wins the lane. Just is annoying. We
Pick
see the
Q
Lina
and win.
pick.
10
Yeah.
seconds
Weaver's kind of like kick kill and you win the game.
Yeah. So this draft is almost the exact same as the other series they played. The only difference is that they picked Shadow Demon instead of Bane. The Lina pick is a response to Quap mid, so they just snap pick it because they already want to counter pick the Quap.
Shadow Demon was picked by Beastcoast, right? Almost like I think every game they played here. Follow games, let me see. I think they pick it.
They did
sorry,
pick
not-
it against
10
Infamous.
seconds remaining.
Yeah, Infamous.
In
Sorry,
one
Infamous.
game.
They picked it. They picked it a couple of times. Yeah, and
5 seconds
Beastcoast
remaining.
too. It's a pretty highly contested hero between these two teams.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this Shadow Demon hero has to do something with DP, because this DP hero has been highly contested in all these games and has been
Yeah,
winning
yeah.
most of the games. Like DP's just winning every game, mostly. So it's probably like a
she's
pre
kind of
counter
flex
pick.
pick as well.
Yeah,
and
I can see it being like a block pick. So you can pick DP, but you're picking it into Shadow Demon, right? In a way.
Radiant team ban.
but if it's a flex pick for you, do you really care that much? For the DP, if you can just move it to a 5.
Yeah, I guess if you can just play at 5, you don't really care.
Beastcoast's turn to pick.
Build the Earth Spirit. They also really like this hero. Like, Michael played this hero a lot. He really likes Earth Spirit and Tusk. very surprising. They already have their trio mid supports. Very classic draft in this patch. Just pick your mid early most of the times because you want to counter pick on the other 2 slots when you are second pick like this.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, since you're off lane, I want to ask you about because I've been talking a lot about this on panel. Whenever you have the overall last pick, I kind of like I kind of like to leave your off lane for last because most of the plays, the momentum of the game is dictated by the off laner in some way. So I kind of prefer as a drafter to have a counter matchup, and I leave my off laner to last, so it's easy to take the off lane tower since he's going to have a lane winning matchup, and you can go and kill his tower very easily in the game.
Yeah, I mean, I agree completely. I think if you make the offlaner's game easier, he'll make the game easier for your own team, right? He's gonna have this counter pick, he's gonna have to make the carry go jungle. He can maybe even bully him through the lane. He goes into the jungle, bullies him in the jungle, takes the tower early. It makes it easier to play for sure. I also I'm on that vibe, you know. Well, at least when you're second pick like this, having a counter pick in your off lane is really valuable. Especially these days where mid is very even, I feel like. Any of these matchups, they can just go bad for either side depending on what happens. Because there's these water room things.
Yeah, abuse the bottle and then you never lose your lane. Kinda.
Yeah.
In the offlane, combining with Earthshaker. Yesterday played Earthshaker with, was it Veno? And they dominated with that Earthshaker. Great lane as well. How is the Snapfire Earthshaker? Does that make up for Earthshaker's kind of weaker laning stage?
5 seconds remaining.
It can carry him through the lane. It's not as strong as Veno.
Okay.
And they get counterpicked, right? So they're gonna play into Medusa. Yes. They're playing against 2 ranged heroes. It's not that easy for them this lane, but they can snowball it. I can see it.
Okay. And is there still a lot of value because you just kind of destroy the mid game with this duel? Like, do they have good timings here with Snapfire Earthshaker?
5 seconds remaining.
I don't really like this Shaker hero against the Queen of Pain that much. This status resistance item, this Kaya Sanj, is very annoying for Shaker. He doesn't like playing against this item. And especially for the chain stuns. Also against Earth Spirits, it's not that amazing, right? You can't chain stun an Echo if the guy just silence. Also Shadow Demon's a save. I'm not exactly sure why they're on this Shaker train. They've been winning with it though. Maybe it has to do just with the laning. They just want a hero to like fuck with the mid lane. He just goes mid fissures and he's like a melee hero for these ranged heroes that Wizard wants to play.
I think it's particularly good in a kind of matchup where Lina against Quap, like one rotation by either of the Earth supports, Earth Spirit or Earth Shaker, you kind of can easily just like win the lane, or you just take a rune and you win the lane for them. Probably that's one of the reasons why. I think Earth Shaker is definitely not the best position for nowadays, and I agree with what Lely said about the status resistance item as well. Not particularly friendly to Earth Shaker.
Would you rather have the Earth Spirit?
That's why you don't see this hero that much anymore. Like this status resistance item kind of screws with this hero too much.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I was going to ask you if you think Earth Spirit is currently stronger, because that's Schofield's first option most of the time, but either they ban it or they pick it like this time.
5 seconds.
I mean, I would say Earth Spirit is better, but I also wouldn't say Earth Spirit's an amazing hero in this meta. Because this meta is pretty driven by playing dual lanes, right? And Earth Spirit's not really a laning hero.
True.
But I mean, both teams are doing the same thing, right? They're both playing with roamers. Maybe it's just a playstyle for the region thing, because in other regions, people don't really pick these heroes. They really want to emphasize laning, and they don't really want to just leave their offlaner.
Okay, PL last pick. You were not a fan of this last game because you think PL is just weak. How do you think that core-to-core matchup is against Dusa, by the way? Is it as good as people think it is?
It can go either way. I think this Medusa hero can get level 25 and buy Mjolnir and Butterfly. So you're not that afraid of not scaling against PL, so you can just play the farm game. It can be annoying until you're not until 25 because you don't get the talent. But I don't think it's a one-on-one counter like this crazy thing. I know that Hector just really likes PL, and they kind of need the frontline hero, right? For all their heroes, they have a bunch of casting heroes and heroes that wait for other heroes to go in. But I'm not very sure how strong this PL hero is right now, especially when it gets counterpicked with Darkseer, right?
Winter, what draft do you think is looking stronger here?
I think Infamous has a much easier to play draft because of the cost. But I feel like Beastcoast, if they can play fast enough, their heroes they could finish the game faster. But if the game goes long, definitely the Dusa is going to outcarry. Based on draft, I think I prefer Infamous. I think it's just easier to play with their heroes.
Okay. Well, let's see if Infamous is capable of completing Winter's prediction here. And they do outcarry Beastcoast. Or if Beastcoast is capable of winning game number 1 with a faster draft and with El Gato, as they call the PL, one of Hector's favorite heroes, as Lelis well points out. We're going to go into game number 1 now with the casting pair of Level Plus and SeekNStrike. Indeed, second PL game in a row. This time, hopefully some success. But Richie, much like Lelis, I think we also point out very often that the PL Dusa, not the greatest matchup for the PL. It seems like the window is always very short for PL to actually win this.
Agreed. I think this was much more viable of a strat. I don't remember if it was early 7.29 or early 7.31. Honestly, it's been such a long time that we've been in this patch. But when this PL shard was really, really bonkers, I forget how they adjusted it. It was cooldown or cast range or something. But that was probably the best opportunity for PL to squeeze into the meta. And our lovely Frog decided that was a little bit too dumb. That for PL to be a spellcaster and nerfed it a little bit too much. And yeah, I think that's pretty much what we're going to see this game. That you give Lumiere a hero that can farm Ancients. You give Michael a hero that is going to be free to either play aggressive in lane or just focus on the stacking game while rotating mid lane. And I think that's a recipe for success here. Lumiere at level 25, Mjolnir, and Butterfly.
Yeah. We've always talked about the butterfly timing as well being really crucial, right? Usually that gives you enough time for the Mjolnir to kind of kick off for the Dusa, and that's where the window for PL becomes really difficult. I guess PL, the good thing about it is that, well, Hector has never really liked the caster build. He's not that kind of carry player anyway, right? He kind of hard set in his ways, so now that build is not as popular or not the priority, Hector's happy, right? He probably thinks the hero's better now.
Agreed. Yeah, he's going to try and fight this, but quickly realizes it's a 3v1 and he'll back up.
30 seconds.
Yeah, I think... I don't know. I think going a caster build versus a Dusa especially is just going to be a losing battle for you. Then again, I just don't think the hero is that good enough where you could very easily just play, like old PL with Diffusal, Manta, and just this mass illusion army. So it's really tough. I think Hector's going to be in a really hard spot. He's going to really rely on Gojira and this Lina to have a pretty strong game. And I think they have strong enough lanes to get away with it. But they do have to be careful. This 24th pick, this last pick, Darkseer, as Gojira snipes the rune, very nicely done, is going to be a really, really big thorn in their side. They've enabled him very nicely. It's a damn good Darkseer game. He's got an amazing lane partner as well with the Earth Spirit.
I agree.
And a beautiful roll just to kind of prove the point here from Michael. Grid will cast the Ion Shell. Stinger's got 5 seconds. He's going to be fine. He'll live. But just kind of an omen of how this lane is going to end up going for Stinger.
I also want to point out that to me, if we're talking about Infamous as a team, I think that Sacred has been actually their standout player this whole regional finals. I know that everything is on a loan. Oh, look how good he is, and he is very good, mind you, and so is Lumiere. But to me, Sacred has always been like the deciding factor, and honestly, the pillar of the team. As I say this, of course, I'm jinxing him, but he's a really good guy. I swear.
He is good. He's doing the right thing. He just needs to hide in these trees because this lane, Infamous, that have drafted with Darkseer or Spirit, it's fine, level 1. But you're against one of the most bonkers heroes in the meta right now, which is Weaver, and PL with Spirit Lance level 1 is a lot of damage. Level 3, again, is where this lane is going to shine. Just like I said, last game for Infamous, it's very much still true here. You're going to have maybe 1-1-1 on Earth Spirit if you want to go for the Sampler and guarantee a kill on the Stinger. You're going to have level 2 Ion Shell with Vacuum. It's going to look really, really good here.
And Stinger is already close to death. You have to be really careful with Shikuchi in this lane. If you waste it uselessly just to harass, they will punish you immediately, as you pointed out.
Second healing salve, though, for Stinger already utilized onto himself. He does have to be careful because, again, this lane is very strong against PL, and once they hit level 3, PL is going to start really feeling the pain.
Which is why I think Stinger is actually putting so much pressure now. Nice block, yeah. Michael might die. Well done, Stinger.
Nice.
That's the power of the salve. And this is the Beastcoast staple. This is how Beastcoast used to dominate back when they were, top of the SA. Nobody could even match him, right? They played these lanes super strong, and Stinger would waste all the resources. He would come into the mid game with like 500 gold. Doesn't matter, because the whole point was that he would secure this lane for Hector hard by playing this really aggressively.
And luckily, he's on one of the most bonkers hero this patch, so you just basically need experience in this lane, and I think you're going to be good to go. No boots required even on this hero, and in fact, he's calling over a 3rd healing cell just to really sell that point. So he's doing a great job,
That level 3 point of inflection is coming in anytime, and then I think he has to change his way of playing this lane.
Yeah, a bit. I wonder what Stinger's going to build on position 5. Is he still going for Urn? Looks like it, yeah. Okay.
I think when you're position 5 Weaver and you can't really farm items, right? Like, you'll cut lanes, you get some gold, but I think Urn is always the build. Because no matter how late you get Spirit Vessel, is always useful on a 5 particularly, especially in this game against Adusa. And there's just not really any other item that isn't a bit more timing dependent on Weaver. There's Yols, that's the other good option, but it's not particularly great this game, right? So
yeah,
I think it's really.
I think it's a good idea. I think one of the downsides of picking Darkseer is that you really shove lanes super hard. I mean, that is good, but again, one of the downsides is you give super safe farm to usually the enemy position 4 because you shove their dead lane, and Gojira is just going to be in like 10 or 15 minutes or so. He's just going to be parked top lane farming his Blink Dagger after the Ion Shell times out. So that's going to be nice.
I actually think that's a really, really good point, because the Earthshaker usually is a hero that struggles with that, right? That's one of his biggest issues. Like, how does he get his Blink Dagger? When does he get his Blink Dagger? So that's particularly important for him.
Might even die here, to be honest. Gojira doesn't have stick charges, just needs another stack of Shadow Poison, but Affliction does not have the mana. Instead, Whisper chasing him down as the healing salve is popped. Whisper trying to take a shortcut through the trees, losing vision though, cannot cancel the salve, and he's going to lose out on the foot race as well thanks to the Wind Lace. That's Shadow Demon is carrying.
Okay, not bad. As far as this early game is going, I mean, Beastcoast is just dominating these lanes, though. I mean, especially the mid lane matchup is Berkeley fine, but top lane has worked really well for them, and the pressure they expected from the Darkseer, it's not happening. Hector's gonna fight to the death. Doppelganger, he's hoping for a little bit of extra damage, and he does get it thanks to Stinger's double attack here from Geminate. Yeah, that's gonna kill the Darkseer.
I do really want to commend Beastcoast for that play, but at the same time, please report this melee creep that just fed underneath the tower. He's the one with Ion Shell that would have completely turned that fight, and he just completely ignores Darkseer. Obviously, Beastcoast know what they're doing with creep aggro, but still, come on,
mid lane,
help him out.
See Smile, mid lane. Yeah, they boulder smashed him into the bad position, and I know that they talked about, or our panel talked about the fact that you can gank either of these mid laners and really turn the tide around. But let's be honest, Lina is 10 times more gankable than Queen of Pain. You roll her into a bad position, you just kind of fight to the death because there's nothing else you can do. There's no way you're running out.
Yeah, alone definitely could be a little bit susceptible to like a really long range fissure. But I just think you're already losing the lane, to be honest, if you're co-oping this patch with how strong water bottles are, like Winter likes to comment on, and Lina has harassed you down to the point where a simple fissure is going to kill you. Earth Spirit is just much stronger when it comes down to this, especially versus Alina. It's why you usually see sometimes even Clockwork banned against Alina, because it's just so easy for these heroes with the gap closed. That vacuum missed? What? That didn't look right.
Yep. Look, it's what we get. We said Seiko was a good player, and all of a sudden Seiko's like, you know what? No. I'm not. People are going to start paying attention to me. We won't be the underdogs anymore. How are we going to win games that way?
Exactly. Shy. And Hector has already got one of the Blades of Alacrity on the way into the Yasha first to accelerate his farm, and then Diffusal, and then Heart of Tarrasque. Because, of course, he only plays tanky heroes. No, of course not. It's going to make the illusions a big problem for the Dusa, of course, like we saw last game.
And he can't go for Sanjin Yasha this game, which is his favorite item as well, right? So, if you ever want to play a fun experiment with Hector, is you give him any carry, right? Any hero, you're like, can you play this hero as carry? He goes, oh yeah. Like I remember Mars, he's like, oh yeah, I would build like Sanjin Yasha, then probably into like Satanic, Silver Edge. Like, okay, what if you played like Skywrath Mage carry? Oh, he has good stats. I would build Sanjin Yasha, Satanic, Silver Edge. You're like, oh, are you gonna build every hero the same?
Like Hector, why would you build Yasha on Skywrath Mage? Oh, for the armor. Of course.
Yeah, exactly. What you want to attack faster, right?
Huh? That good int game.
He said this like a full solid 5 heroes, and I was like, are you making a bit, Hector, or is this you genuinely telling me your opinion on the item? Hector, he has been silenced though. See, we spoke well about him, so Hector now has to die. This is the nature of Dota. Hector under the tower, Sacred nearby though, and here comes the help from Smile. Oh, what a TP! You don't expect the mid laner there, as Whisper also gets a kill on the bottom lane thanks to Stinger's rotation. And
wait, Alone is here with an Invis rune. He's gonna find Hector. No, he's not gonna find Hector. Yes, he will, and he's gonna get killed with the Scream of Pain. Doesn't even need the Sonic Wave.
Did you guys see
I
that?
wasn't sure.
He literally says, no, he's not gonna find Hector, and that's exactly when he dies. That's how it works.
I wasn't sure, and then Hector decides to Phantom Rush the creep wave and dies.
Yep.
As Michael this time is going to scout a couple of stacks and evade the Lina. Nice counter rotation. They do lose Lumiere down bottom, though, in the meantime, because they brought the Weaver back down to put the pressure onto Lumiere. So this offlane is starting to become a little bit deadly here for the Medusa. Whisper definitely putting on the pressure here, especially with Max Little Shredder and the Blightstone. As the kill is onto mid lane, Alone, picking off Smile underneath his tower. Afterwards, only Michael is left around to take the dive.
The bottom lane, Lumiere still being harassed by Whisper.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah, dude, Whisper Snapfire is just something else, honestly. I've tried this hero in pubs a couple of times. I've seen a couple players try it. You go, how is he this successful with a hero? It's ridiculous. It dominates the lane, proceeds to put so much pressure. And the panel even said this lane is not that great for the Snapfire. 23 lasted on Dusa. It's not great for Snapfire, but it's great for Whisper. That's what matters.
Two level advantage, a full bracer, no brown boots, but an entire soul ring. Yeah, this is a very, very strong Snapfire. Even has the infused raindrops now, so even if Dusa was looking to get some chip damage in, that would be highly, highly nullified. Stinger's being incredibly annoying here on the position 5 Weaver, as we have a quick disconnect. Darkseer is starting to rack up the farm, though. It's a great Darkseer game that doesn't really change, even if he does take a couple of deaths here in the laning stage for the Master Tier Darkseer. He's starting to do these creep pull shenanigans. And Shaker, again, not really the kind of hero that's going to be able to do too much about this. Already, I think we see Stinger in the jungle because he is also too squishy to really do much in this top lane, especially if Michael is lurking in the shadows. He does have this point in the grip, so that could be just kind of a feed lane here for Stinger. So Sacred is going to get free farm here for probably like 3 or 4 minutes at least.
Yep. It's pretty useful for a Weaver. Again, a 5 Weaver, you want to have the items. You just don't really have the chance to get them. You rather have the Earthshaker in. That's why they rotate Gojira. We would talk about this, right? Shoving the lane, get Earthshaker, the Blink Dagger. Hopefully, he gets it on good timing, because the Earthshaker is kind of a pseudo carry for this team, let's be honest. He carried the whole game against Infamous last time, so they're looking to do this again.
That he did. Right now, Michael is just absorbing experience down bottom. Yeah, okay, Affliction's on stacking duty, which makes sense because you have a linear Dusa on your team and you're playing the farm game, so that's important. The thing that kind of sucks is that this isn't really what you pick an Earth Spirit to do, especially with the Darkseer. Like, I would really like to see Michael playing aggressively top lane and punishing Gojira for taking this farm, because this is a pretty easy kill, all things considered. It's scary if TPs come in, for sure, but right now he has to absorb this farm because Shadow Demon's the better stacker. That's just the way that this draft works. So they're losing a little bit of potential early game oomph. Not a big deal because, again, they're prioritizing the Medusa.
I think that with how the game is going, as by the way, they catch over Sacred, Laguna Blade for this, and the last fissure just to guarantee the kill.
Bad.
Stinger will be dying. But you could argue that he did this just to create a bunch of space to guarantee the kill on Sacred, and that's fine. Overall, it's a good trade.
That's a win. It's a huge win as well. Lumiere is going to start farming this big old stack, which has been scouted, but now without the threat of Laguna Blade and no mobility items on the Shaker, I don't think they can reasonably contest this.
I'm looking at Whisper's inventory. I don't know what he's going to do with all those like early lead, to be honest. Like he's going to take tower eventually, sure. He has the little Shredder maxed already, so he is going for tower taking build. And it seems like he has 2 Blink Daggers queued up. You know, one for him, one for the pet, obviously.
Yeah, Mortimer needs one as well, right?
Otherwise, you just blink the grandma, and that's really awkward.
Yeah, you know, it's not as good. The shotgun is attached to... actually, she carries the shotgun. The Mortimer's got the AA gun. But he's going to go BKB. I thought we were going to see like a Blink Shard kind of build, or maybe even an Ags play here. I think Ags on offlane Grandma is a little bit too greedy, but I'd like to see a lot of aggression here because, again, Gojira's... Actually, he's going to have Blink relatively quickly because there's another kill on a Sacred. Never mind. Echo Slam for that one, but they are punishing this Darkseer, and I was completely incorrect about how free of farm of a game he would have because he is starting to really struggle now in this top lane.
I mean, they're rotating the mid laner constantly there, and they're also putting him in a really difficult position where he has to farm the dangerous farm. So it's not like you're wrong. They just chose not to utilize that, right? Like they choose to use his space instead for other heroes.
And here's an interesting point, right? We always talk about, especially Astinian in his great analysis videos he made, about how Beastcoast always want to kind of divert attention away from Ector so he can play the farm game and yada yada yada, right? 4 heroes or 3 heroes top lane for Beastcoast. Infamous don't even blink. They don't even send any TPs. They were looking for the mid lane tower, hoping to maybe siege it or force a fight, but they don't have the greatest push early. So I feel like they're trying not to fall for this play that Beastcoast always do, but they have very little other moves to make. Here's Stinger. He's going to die eventually, but again, just space.
Yeah, honestly. I mean, it's kind of wild that he's forcing this many heroes to go attack it, even if they don't TP, right? It's still a nuisance. And you're right, they're protecting Ector really well. And currently, their positioning also makes it really difficult to beat Ector, which is by going into his triangle. There's no way to invade him. Like, you're going to find a Snapfire in between the invasion. Stinger will most likely break the smokes. Same with Gojira. They're doing a really good job of securing his farm. And this makes me much more hopeful in the PL versus Dusa matchup, because if PL is out farming Dusa, you get a much bigger window opportunity to be able to beat her.
Yeah, and he's really, really out farming her right now. It's kind of bad for Dusa even. But they're going to apply some more pressure up top lane. I don't think Beastcoast are going to contest this, especially when Gojira's so close to his core item, the Blink Dagger. So it's just going to be Stinger making a lot of space. I mean, if they keep diving like this, they might rotate on over. Lena's a bit low on mana, though, so I don't think C-Smile would come in. And without him, you're really lacking damage. But again, just lots of space. Stinger's like, man, this hero is fun.
Oh, Sonic Wave even. Look at that. Well, they commit a lot. Counter initiation, though. Gojira's coming in. They're actually looking for this. Crisis already. Whisper goes in. Michael, the target, yeah. Ector's joining with Diffusal. They're going to get a quick kill on Axel. The supports, apparently, the targets. And they will both die as they cancel the Michael TP. But no cores there. They still take the tier 1 tower. Honestly, not that bad for Infamous.
Yep. Not bad at all. Pretty good for Ector, though. He's just joining off the back of a very powerful item. He just farms his way top and decides, hey, I'll take a hero killer, too. Why not? Lumier's farm is going to start taking off, though. He got really shut down in this lane, and to be honest, Infamous, I don't think their draft is really... They didn't draft with this in mind. Like, it's fine, because you have Shadow Demon to make stacks, and you should be able to play around still the power spikes of a Darkseer and Earth Spirit. These 2 heroes, although they're better with gold, they kind of just need experience to be pretty strong in this kind of early game team fighting. That kind of happens. So you can still kind of recover this pretty easily, but they're starting to fall really far behind.
Yep. I mean, your point is that they were trying to play 4 Protect 1, essentially, where the actual 4 go and gank. And instead they're more like, find farm. That's kind of their plan right now, and that's never a plan you want to be in. Of course, I think their lanes, I mean, they were at, 3k lead Beastcoast after the laning stage? It's kind of wild. You don't really expect that to happen. It's not like they won their lanes by killing people. They just won by farming better.
There's Shaker here for, or Blink Dagger now for Gojira. So he is going to be very quickly smoking into a fight. You can see Stinger has just purchased one, and the team's probably going to be meeting over in the mid lane and looking for a bit of a skirmish. Right now, Infamous looking to push at least one more wave top, and then they'll be backing up. So it's probably going to be a play into the triangle then for Beastcoast here, most likely. And who is waiting there but the Dusa currently? See if they want to wait here for the 15-minute bounty rune before they smoke.
Look at the build by Lumiere, though. I actually love this. He's going to be rushing that the Butterfly. We've talked about this a lot. Butterfly gives you a small window where you actually can beat the PL, even without the level 25. Wait, C-Smile? Made a target. Gonna go for him as the smoke breaks. C-Smile in trouble. He's been slowed. Echo Slam hits 2. That's a pretty big deal. Sacred's already down. Alone might die as well. As they're chasing after him, the Vision instead will only catch Axel. C-Smile did already fall, and they'll have to settle for only 2 kills for C-Smile's life. Not what they were hoping for, but, you know, decent counter initiation from Beastcoast.
Yeah. And it's not the best Blink deck. I mean, it's pretty good for Shaker, but only getting another kill on the Darkseer in the supports, it's kind of meh. Really, really great positioning there by Axel, who is able to basically save the life of his Quap by making sure that he disrupts Gojira, preventing that very, very long cast animation fissure from coming through. So super, super clutch there, because if he gets that fissure out, most likely they end up killing him with kisses, and that would be a very, very big loss. On mid lane, though. Looks like Infamous. I'm going to go again here for another little play, at least thinking about it, as Whisper is showing. Has Blink Dagger, though, so he's a really tough catch.
So the point I was making earlier before they got rudely interrupted by a team fight, right? Lumiere, with a Butterfly, he is going to be able to deal with a PL much sooner than you'd usually expect on the Dusa. There's 100% a contingency build, like we are losing, we have to do something quick, but I think it's pretty clever for Lumiere to be able to swap this quickly. He understands the strength of the Butterfly versus PL, and we'll have to see if Hector actually decides to deviate into the MKB earlier, which is something that you can do if the Butterfly is bought this early, right? Because you have the advantage of, yeah, you probably built a heart already, you already have the core items, you actually can deviate into an MKB without losing too much.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And the problem with MKB, of course, is that your illusions don't really benefit from it, and maybe even at this level, professional players will identify which PL is the real one, you know? Because, of course, only he can utilize that passive strike with the bonus damage every single time. So maybe you identify him every single time. Not really too big of a deal, because actually Earth Spirit is really good at finding the real PL with a rolling boulder. So maybe that's not your biggest concern. But right now,
okay.
Doesn't have one queued up. What's going on mid?
You meant the True Strike, right? Only the PL gets in. That's why you identify it.
Yeah, but MKB's got that extra 75 damage from Javelin, right?
Right. So yeah, okay, I see what you mean. Sorry. Yeah, that makes sense.
So,
yeah, I
like,
wonder
I
if that's
think
something
if you're like
that you
super
can,
try hard, I think probably people can use it to identify the real PL. And these guys, of course, are.
Yeah, I wonder if that's actually like consistently possible, because like, I guess if you see the damage, you just go immediately for that PL. Yeah, sure. Yeah, that seems like a possible
I think it's a
thing
little confusing, but like at least in the chaos, it at least gives you some indication, right? It's nothing as glaring as like, you know, kill the one that has alacrity on it, but like it's I think it is at least going to kind of neutralize a bit of the confusion that PL otherwise benefits from greatly.
Yep. I think PL's biggest strength in program is actually just exhausting mental bandwidth, honestly. C-Smile. He activates the VKB, but the Sonic Wave still hits him. However, C-Smile just wanted to kill his Queen of Pain. Nice evasion there with the Disruption. The Echo Slam hits the backlines in the middle of this wall of Replica. They're going to go and kill off Michael first, but C-Smile in trouble. The Shadow Poison actually misses him, and now they have a chance. Axel, you should not have gone and tried to Shadow Poison my mid laner. He dies instead. 2 supports gone for Infamous. Beastcoast will survive with all their heroes.
Yep. Jared just TPs out in the middle of that fight after he recognizes Vacuum and Disruption are both down, with the Earth Spirit dead or dying. No chance for him to get in there either. And another great Echo Slam here and a very quick E-ward. Alone is still at least out for blood. I don't think he's going to go any further, especially with C-Smile TPing on in there. So just another great hold here for Beastcoast. And the farm war is still favoring them. Dusa not participating in these fights. I don't think she makes that big of a difference. Now maybe can, though, with Butterfly, we should say. Is still farming. Okay, wait. Lumiere?
Maybe not like that, though. Fissure, he's stuck in the high ground here. Stonegate's still available. Lumiere, okay, wants to get some mana back with a Mystic Snake. Only hits on Whisper. That's not going to give him any mana back. But Whisper, they don't have any help. Instead, they catch Alone. Nice Striker Ray. Do they have any extra stuns? They do not, but Alone will be bursted by Laguna Blade.
He got the blink off,
too. He didn't have blink yet. Oh, he did get blink off. Never mind. He
did get blink off. Yeah. Laguna's damage is dealt much like Finger, where there's like, I don't know, like a 0.1 second delay on the damage or something like that. So you can get Laguna and then Yules and dodge the damage, or you can blink and then still die. As we saw there, as Sacred in a lot of trouble is just also dead. Beastcoast doing Beastcoast things, now just diving. At least Michael able to escape, but that all happens because Lumiere just meanders on up to the high ground like that.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Yeah, I mean, Beastcoast is looking really strong right now. I don't know, though, like you said, what Lumiere was doing there. I mean, it's like, yes, you have a power spike. This is the right play, per se, as in you got to fight the enemy team now. But maybe the way you do it is a bit different, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think you just have to recognize. I mean, first of all, he's a safe lane carry. I think it was just a weird play because, like, for Dark Mago, for example, like last game to be making those plays, he's playing tiny. He's got incredible burst damage. I think, like, sure, you can say, hey, I think it's a bit unwise to walk up high ground like that with no vision, but, like, best case scenario, he just walks into an enemy support and 100-0 them. You don't do that on Medusa. So, like, I don't understand what he was doing.
I guess the idea is, I'm assuming the idea is, like, I have Stone Gaze, and therefore I can always counter-initiate.
Well, then what's the fault? You know, it's just, he was just preemptive on it. He was just excited.
Yeah, I think it's just a bit forceful. Like, I understand where he was coming from, as in, like, I am the tank. He is. Dusa can frontline, right? I can be a hero that can counter initiate relatively easily, and they don't have enough burst damage to kill me, but Also, there was no need for that. Weaver, they actually missed the rolling boulder. Silence still hits though. Weaver gets away with 10 left with the Echo Slam giving enough space. That's going to be Affliction dying first. Small thing for Lumiere. Lumiere's out of mana completely, but let's get the Stone Gaze off. Wade starts turn Hector to stone. Not going to stop him from killing the Darkseer, however, as Michael also gets knocked out in the back lines. Whisper still chasing after this Dusa. The Fissure does miss, and Whisper will have to settle for the support instead. Lumiere gets saved, but everything else around them dies. Affliction actually dies twice. And alone, not really part of that fight, to be honest.
Yeah, and they actually almost got Hector through the middle of that fight with heart as well, just showing how good this Darkseer is, to be honest, versus him. But regrettably, Dusa Stone Gazes and then just has to get out of town. Like, she is not doing good in that fight immediately. What a counter initiation. Stinger is just absolutely, Gojira, yeah, it's just absolutely on point here. Stinger doing a great job in the river as well, just being incredibly annoying. It's kind of the bad thing about Disruption is that, yes, you can use it to put enemies out of position and set up the team fight around them, but also it's 2.5 seconds where the enemy team that is, gets to set up around you as well. This time they catch Stinger at least. Again, I think that's used.
The saddest thing about Stinger's Weaver is that it took him like until the end of the patch to realize how broken this hero is, dude. Imagine they picked the whole DPC, how easy it would have been. But I agree. I think the real initiator is actually Stinger. He's initiating by just putting his body forward, and it allows for Gojira to get relatively easy Echo Slams. Not to take away from Gojira, but when everyone is surrounding your bug friend, you know, it's easy to get the 3-4-man Echo Slam and turn it around. I mean, he keeps getting the time lapse off in these fights. He's surprisingly tanky thanks to that Essence Ring and the Spirit Vessel. He even has an Ogre Axe for the eventual Ags. So
yeah,
they're just playing this pretty well.
I think we're starting to see a really big problem as well for Infamous's lineup is that they don't really have anyone to give them vision in these team fights. Axel is like okay, but he's also your save, so he needs to stand way far back. So he's not going to really be able to use Shadow Poison for vision, and like to be honest, it's not that great of a spell for vision anyway compared to like, I don't know, TA traps or Hawk for Beastmaster, right?
Sure.
And so they just have no idea when Gojira's coming. And even though you have a save, Echo Slam is instant, so there's like no way you can cancel it. Unlike maybe you get off like, I don't know, a really good disruption to stop an RP, you know? Like, you just have no chance versus Shaker. So when he's in there, like, it's disastrous.
And eventually when Dusa gets enough farm, as they kill Affliction, by the way, just a freebie. When Dusa or maybe even the Queen of Pain get enough farm, this changes around, right? And it becomes easier for Infamous to play. But right now, they're just targeting everything that is killable by the Earthshaker. As it bring down the Weaver ideally. Yeah, Sonic Wave, that's going to bring him down. But is Weaver in exchange for Rax? Sure, I'll take it, says Beastcoast.
He just laughs. He knows. He's like, yeah, okay, whatever. Good luck trying to kill Hector now. As there's an Echo Slam onto Alone, and he is going to go down. It could not save him, even with that mechanism getting popped, utilizing the kisses for that one. We're trying to keep Hector at bay. Hector's going to make the jump onto him, though, and follow-up stun is there, completely burned of mana now. As the disruption is going to buy him a little bit of extra time. Excel's going to go down yet again as the Dota gods are lagging the server with all these illusions because Hector is just in the base and killing everyone. There's another one, and it's going to likely be the full team wipe as they're going to turn with the Fissure and force the GG out from Infamous. Beastcoast stomping through game number 1.
I think Infamous's best play this game was actually calling the GG, not gonna lie. Like, they're pretty on point doing this before they start losing their mental fortitude here. It's a best of 5. You have plenty of games, and this game was just never going your way. What a performance by Beastcoast, honestly. Absolutely dominating. We didn't even get to see the whole Dusa versus PL matchup. 24 minutes, and PL just destroys her.
Yeah, I think something that the panel, I'm sure, is going to have a lot of words about is how well this Whisper and Gojira lane ended up going. I think this lane honestly has no right to go that well. You know, you've got a Shadow Demon 5, which sure maybe is not ideal in a lane like this. Maybe you were looking for something different like a Bane or whatever. But like, that's not a weak lane at all. It's a Dusa versus what is an Earthshaker. And then a kind of a ranged offlaner. So I think Beastcoast kind of really stomping that lane.
Yep.
And like both Winter and Lelo said, you know, if you kind of give all that early momentum to an offlaner who's able to bully the core in the lane and also bully her in the jungle, like the game is just ruined for the core.
Yep. Yeah, entirely. And then I think the contingency plan that they chose was actually pretty smart, honestly, as much as Infamous could do. But towards the end, it just became impossible. Maybe their target acquisition was also missing as well, maybe initiating on Weaver every single time. But at the same time, what do? Do you just let Weaver constantly hit you and let her go, or do you actually hit her back and then you die because Schofield is lurking in the shadows waiting for the Echo Slap? There's just no winning. So what a game by Beastcoast. What a domination. Let's go to the panel and see what they have to say about this. See if they have as much praise as we do for Beastcoast. Hello, panel members. What a dominant. I mean, just a stomp. Not gonna lie. Like Infamous didn't really stand a chance. Lolas, I want to ask you because we touched about this in the cast a little bit, but I want to hear your thoughts on that lane. Like, what happened to the Dusa lane that made the Snapfire destroy her so much?
I feel like this Shadow Demon hero is a little bit of a bait for them. This hero's not very useful in lane, especially if you're picking like this core Medusa hero, which is also not a very strong laner. If you make small mistakes in the lane, then the lane might just be over at like early levels. And that's kind of what happened. Just made way too many mistakes in the micro things, and the lane just went really badly. He had to exit the lane super early. So then what happens is this Earth Spirit goes bottom, right? And he's just sitting in the lane, and Dark's just playing by himself. So then the map is just in a really bad spot for them. Because this Dark gets ganked like 2 or 3 times, and then the game's just completely over, right? The Medusa's just jungling, this Earth Spirit's just sapping XP bottom. They're not really doing anything on the map because they're losing these lanes. And the game's just over after lanes.
Yep. Would you agree with that assessment, Winter?
Yeah, I agree. I like the fact that he pointed out, Lelis pointed out that the Shadow Demon was like a bait because it's kind of like you pick this hero because you're afraid of the DP essentially, but it provides you with a new set of problem, which is he's not really good in the lane, and even though he's not really good in the lane, I don't feel like the lane should have gone that bad. You know, the SD plus Medusa lane should have been able to do a lot better. That lane it went like 9-1 or 8-2 for them. I felt like it probably should have been like at least like 6-4 or 7-3 for them. At least the Medusa should be able to still get some farm from that lane. But yeah, they messed up the lane too much, and the game was just too hard after 10 minutes.
And in these kind of situations, it's just best to mental reset and just go and say, yeah, like we did enough mistakes. We lost the early. Not much to do. Let's just look forward to game 2.
I'll prefer to just try to focus more on like picking supports that are really good in a lane, because I feel like if you can't play the lane, you can't really play the game at all. Maybe prioritizing on opening with like some Ogre, Bane, those kind of hero that's more stable in the laning phase, or at the very least try to maybe not give away Weaver and try to give away something else, maybe the Mars. I'm not really sure if that's gonna work well with them, but they have to try to do something to help address the laning issue that they are facing in this game.
That's actually what Apple King of Kings did actually in their game against Thunder Awaken, and that's when they won. Exactly what you said. They had game 1, pretty bad lanes. They just didn't really get to play their game. Game 2, they concentrated only on that, and they did win that game. So maybe you're right, Winter. What are the kind of heroes you'd like to see from Infamous that you see maybe throughout the DPC that would allow them to play this early game a bit easier?
I think just heroes that are like I mentioned earlier, like just try to open with like the Bane maybe possibly, so that it gives you a lot more stability in the lane, or maybe even a Snapfire. I'm actually personally a big fan of Snapfire, even though it's not open as much as compared to the beginning of the season. But I feel like if you can pick the hero early and you have like at least 2 people playing the hero, it's a very, very good support in the lane, regardless of where you put the hero, and try to just figure out how you can maybe conceal your lanes better and try to focus more on having good lanes. Because I feel like they just couldn't really play whatever they had in mind in the game, even though I like their draft a lot because I felt like it was easier for them to play. They have a lot of team fight, they have a lot of heroes that can make rotations with the Corp and the Earth Sweep, but the game was just over, at 10 minutes. You can't really do anything after that when you're so far behind. And I feel like maybe if they try to just play better, even in the game with the lanes, like Lelis mentioned, a lot of small mistakes, especially in the SD Medusa lane, like that ruined the pull, and the SD just maybe move out of position later, and he got bullied a little bit too much. Those small little details, if they can actually try to fix that, I feel like whatever they have in plan with their draft could just well work off, if they get past the laning phase.
Okay, we'll see if that is the case. As Game 2 is going to be underway any minute now. We're going to take a small break, guys, and then come back with the pre-panel to talk more about Infamous and Beastcoast. See you guys then. Welcome back to the regional finals. Infamous versus Beastcoast. Game number 2. Infamous really looking for a win. Winter, you already told me what they think they need to do, which is just try harder lanes, honestly. Lellis, what is, in your opinion, the thing that Infamous should be fixing for game number 2?
I agree with Winter. They should probably try to focus a little bit more on lanes. Maybe scrap the Shadow Demon hero. I don't think you can pick Shadow Demon 5 with Earth Spirit 4 like this and just it's just way too weak in lanes. Darkseid's also just another weak laner. Even though he's like a counter pick, he takes a while to get into the game. He's also laning into Weaver. He's not that happy, right? So maybe put some more focus on this Weaver hero. Maybe I'm not sure exactly what the choices were. Maybe they can take first pick and first pick Weaver and see how that goes. But I would just like them to put more emphasis on the laning because they didn't get to play the first game.
Do you think if they don't get the Shadow Demon, they should ban the DP? Because that's been always a threat here, particularly from Beastcoast.
They can ban it. It has been winning a lot of games. It'll probably be picked, right? Beastcoast picking it. They like it. Instead of just picking this Shadow Demon hero, they just ban it.
Okay, well, that's an option as we're getting ready for the draft.
Or they can just play the Shadow Demon 4 instead of 5. It's a lot different when it's 4.
Actually, I've never seen Infamous. I don't remember if they've played Weaver in the DPC. Do you remember Winter? Are they one of the teams that picked up Weaver? Because I think there was like a couple that refused to pick it up no matter what.
Oh, Beastcoast was definitely one of them.
Yes, I know that for sure. I think Infamous might have been the other one.
Infamous? I can't remember.
Infamous, they played it, and when they played it, they lost with it every game.
Okay.
So
okay, well that's
maybe,
bad.
maybe they have some mental block against it or something. They lost every game they played it.
Okay, that's a good stat. That's not many games because they went 5-2 in the season, right? So that's probably the starting games that they tried it out. Probably didn't like it as much.
Yeah, at least in the recent games. In the DPC, they had like 1 win with it, but they don't really play the hero, honestly.
Yeah,
just don't pick it.
Hey,
So
Michael
they
is just like Gojira, right?
pick.
10 seconds remaining.
Yes.
Yeah, so they have first pick now on it this time. The last game was was it Beastcoast first pick? Yeah, they first pick Weaver, right?
They first pick Weaver, yeah.
You were talking about the Bane as well as a potential. Would you like that as first pick, Winter, for Infamous?
Not if there's a Weaver.
Oh, okay.
But I just kind of feel like they should go in that direction. They need to have supports that are more useful in the lanes as your opening picks.
Those bans though from Infamous, Venomancer and Timbersaw. I gotta ask you, Lelis, is Venomancer back? We've been seeing a lot of it recently.
It's not really bad. I think they're just way too scared of this Veno hero. Like, they're just they saw them win with it, right? And then he's just playing range heroes. They're just way too like, oh, we just don't want to play against this. We don't have anything we can pick that we think is good against it. They just ban it. They're just way too scared of it right now.
One game the Veno was against the Void, right? The Faceless Void. I mean, that's the only game I feel like the Veno was like, okay, sure. I mean, the other games I felt like it was okay. I'm not sure if it's like a really first face ban hero.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it is. But maybe they just don't have answers for it. They think they just can't deal with it.
Okay, so Beastcoast picked the Shadow Demon themselves now. How could Infamous punish this?
Well, they can pick a. Let's see what else they pick here. Ideally, Infamous, they would like to pick another core here if they could, but you're already picking 2 cores early like this. It make it a little bit awkward.
Do they play Mars as a +5? I don't remember.
Not really.
If they do, I don't think they did.
I think they can though. I'm pretty sure if anyone would do this is Affliction. I know Wu Dota plays it a lot, but like I'm pretty sure Axel can.
Yeah, he can play it for sure, but they just haven't played it recently.
That's true. Yeah, that's very true. He used to do it a while back when the old Infamous was up, and it was pretty common for him and WoW. Yeah.
Dire team pick.
Oh, Snapfire again.
Snapfire. Yeah, I like this hero. Good
hero.
hero.
Most likely 3 for them though. It's usually a Whisper hero. I don't think Schofield plays it as much.
It's just the Beastcoast flex, right? A classic. Maybe Chris Luck's gonna play Shadow Demon mid. You never know. And they're just flexing the Snapfire to the 3 and 4, the 5 2. Like they're just flexing everything.
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, I don't like to flex everything. You know, I kind of feel as a drafter sometimes you get really, you get into your own head when you have so many flex.
Yeah, for sure.
Like one hero is fine. Like if you have more than one, sometimes you know when you're talking about to your teammates about the heroes, what lanes, what heroes we want to play, then the conversations can become a little bit too intense if there's too many flex picks.
Yeah, that's something that Beastcoast has struggled with sometimes. The TA 8th pick has become a very popular.
I mean, then it makes sense they banned the Veno here. Maybe they wanted
Yes.
this from the get-go.
Duster was saying on this panel, Winter, that he thinks this is the most OP thing you can do with a draft right now. Like the TA 8th pick, he thinks is too strong. Would you agree with that?
I'm not really sure though. I think if you do the 8th pick TA, I mean TA is definitely a good hero in the meta, but if you do the TA 8th pick like this, you have to ban a lot of heroes in the next phase. I mean, there's still Bat Rider, you know, right now. Bat Rider could definitely mess up a TA's game a lot if the TA is on safe lane. But I know most players don't want to play Bat Rider on off lane now. It's mostly a mid hero. But in this kind of scenario, I would consider it. I mean, Bat is definitely good against Mars and TA.
10 seconds remaining.
You think it's still viable as an offlaner, Liz?
I mean, you can certainly play it, but it's not amazing. You know, if you can see a lane that you can dominate with it, it depends a lot on what the 4-5 matchup is. If you have a stronger 4 than the 5, you can for sure play it. But I like the TA. I think this hero is strong. They get the ban for it. The Venom was already banned, right? It does have a lot of counters though. They're gonna get carry matchup countered, and they're probably gonna. I guess they banned the DP right now.
Yep. What are the carry matchups that are worst or strongest against TA? Sorry.
I mean, the best heroes are the heroes that just buy Manta and Scotty. So Luna's really good, Terrorblade, all the Agi carries that are high armor, PL. The thing about TA is that she has to play her own game and play off tempo, right? But if you don't, let's say you don't get second Aegis, like the game might just be over, right? And then this hero, when they hits Scotty Manta, might just outcarry you. It is a good hero against Shadow Demon though. Just the trap, silencing, and just kill him really fast.
Infamous.
They're gonna be pretty much on a timer for sure this game with the TA. It's probably gonna be like some. I kind of feel like they have to be like have some TA Beastmaster or something. They can push really quick. Oh yeah, Jakiro is also really good with what they're doing here.
And the Hoodwink.
So
Seeing a
Mars
little
is
bit of
kinda-
resurgence.
Mars is the off lane, I guess now. Mars off lane for Wing.
I
What are your
really
thoughts on
like
Jig-
Infamous's draft more than last time. Like, they have better lanes this time. It's not like they have a Shadow Demon 5, they have some Jakiro. Pretty decent at lane. Hoodwink also very strong at laning. It's not the best combo with the Mars because the spear breaks the tree, so the W might not work for Hoodwink. The arena also breaks all the trees, so it's okay. It's not the end of the world, but
The
it is a
lane's
strong
really
arena.
good. Yeah, the lane's really good. Mars plus Hoodwink. So they go for the PL again. The Manta Skadi hero, like you mentioned. They're gonna be trying to drag out the game and hope the PL carries them. But I agree with Lelis that the Infamous have a better setup this time. They got Push with Jakiro. They have Roshan with TA. As long as they can get out with the lanes intact, they will be having very good chances in this game.
What is it that you think they're missing here and that the mid laner needs to cover?
Initiating, some kind of initiating hero.
Okay.
Or you want to pick a hero that can deal with PL, like the Zeus Tinker kind of hero. But then it's not in the direction of how they want to play this draft with the TA Jack here, because they want something that's really quick. They can take towers.
Yeah, the Ember's banned. I can see some Void Spirit, something like that. It's probably going to get banned though. I think Ember will be the best for them. It's really good against Shadow Demon and Clock. They don't really, and Snap, they don't really do anything to Ember. It's pretty good ban by Beastcoast.
Dire team ban.
I get rid of the the puck as well.
Storm? What do you think about Storm? Even though you don't
I think
have
it's
the
pretty
overall
good.
last way. Yeah, because you can go for the Snap and the SD. Clock also doesn't do anything to you.
Yeah, all the mobility, spirits, and heroes mid, the puck was also pretty good. Are just really annoying for Shadow Demon and Clock. And Snap, of course.
Yeah, PL is also not that great against Storm.
Beastcoast's turn to ban.
So you get rid of the Konka and the OD. Does that indicate the Spirit Hero to you? Or is it because they just want to protect the rest of their draft? Because I just don't... The Konka ban seems interesting.
Chris
I mean,
Lucky
those
is a
heroes
really
are.
Kunkka player. He's also
Oh,
a
okay.
wall hero that can wall for this. Since it's a 3 snap, you kind of want a melee hero to wall for him that can go in and take damage, right? Be first contact. So this is supposed to be the mid hero because PL is going to be farming.
Okay,
And he also
okay.
just plays Kunkka a lot.
That is
Yeah,
true. That is true.
And their draft lacks kind of like some team fight. They don't have enough team fight. Not enough. Just a Snapfire.
10 seconds
So Konka or OD would just fill the holes there. Just a good picks for their heroes. Oh, Sand King. Okay,
So
let's go against the PL.
Mars
so who's
mid,
Sand King?
right?
Mars mid?
Or you think it's like mini and they're running Sanking mid?
It might be
Maybe
Sand King
they-
mid. He does play Sand King. They're going to
Okay.
wait until they see the matchup.
Who
Sure,
has a better matchup against the PL, in your opinion, at least? Mars or Sand King in the lane?
I would say that Mars is a stronger laner. He's just gonna bully PL out of the lane. Sand King just really weak at the early levels. PL just might get away with getting level 6 just going jungle.
So it's most likely the Sand King is gonna go mid then.
I hope Sand King goes mid. I don't want to see Mars mid. I think this hero's just a beast in the off lane. He just wins every lane. There's no reason to put this hero mid like this. Unless it was a monster off lane hero, but Sand King is such a mediocre laner. He just gives the carry free farm most of the time. And you don't really want to do that.
He's like Darkseer, right, in the lane, kinda.
Yeah, he's like really weak early, but when he gets levels, he's a beast.
Can Beastcoast not abuse the Sanking mid though, if they know that? Because he has a lot more bad matchups than Mars in the mid lane.
I mean, we know that Snapfire's off lane, right? Snapfire, Clockwork, but we don't know where the SD
Well,
is going.
Chris does also play Snapfire. Honestly.
He
Like,
does,
yes.
that is true.
It's like,
does play.
he does play everything, to be honest, but he especially has played Snapfire a lot before.
This is their comms right now, but then Chris is like, oh, but I can play Snap, but oh no, but
Yeah.
I'll play this, and then nobody knows what's happening. Everything
that's
is
always
chaos.
been the problem.
Yeah, I think they should just go some Pet Rider mid.
Yeah.
Void Spirit.
Void Spirit.
Voice
Yeah.
Spirit. Safe pick.
Yeah.
I mean,
So
Sand
then
King
Mars
kind of, Sand King kind of has a. Oh, it's Mars mid. Oh,
Okay.
okay. You're not Sand King mid, so Sand King's off lane.
Sand King's so nice against Void Spirit mid. It's a
Yeah.
free lane for him. I'm surprised
Yeah,
they didn't want to put him mid.
Why they didn't do that? That's rather strange. I think PL is gonna free farm. Void Spirit is gonna have a good time. Everything is gonna be good for them.
Do you think this makes
And-
the Infamous draft considerably weaker?
Yeah, if the lanes they put the lanes like this, I think it's a huge disadvantage for them. But I don't know if they're gonna swap it later. But I certainly feel that I agree with Lelis that if you put the Sand King on the off lane, the PL is just he's not gonna care about you. He's just gonna farm. I would much rather have the Sand King mid.
Well, as with this last hero swap, are you favoring Beastcoast once again in the draft?
Yeah, I kind of favor them. I feel like there's not enough pressure on this PL in the game, and I feel like he's just gonna get away with farming for like 25 minutes. And if Infamous doesn't get like racks by like 25 or something, just like some insane team fight with first Aegis or something, the game's just gonna be hard for them.
We're gonna have to see if they can make this work. Infamous might have swapped their lanes, but they still want to assure this victory. Maybe the comfort is coming into play here as they come from a pretty heavy loss in the first game of this series. Will they manage to bring it back in the second game? We're gonna have to see as we go over to the casters. I'm a plus hands, SeekNStrike. Thank you, Avo. We're here with game 2 about to begin. You gotta stop laughing at that bit, Richie. At some point, it just becomes part of a production. I have to side with my panel as well. I honestly do think that the draft by Infamous was like it's better than last time. I especially like the support picks. But I really wanted to see the Sand King mid here. I was especially surprised because I was thinking, oh, Sand King mid, most likely the option. Let's abuse it. I pick a hero, I'd really crush his Sand King in lane. Void Spirit not really there. He's okay. He's not going to lose completely, but it's a good matchup for Sand King, and they still don't do it, right?
Yeah, I agree with you. Plus, I actually think this offlane is still omega hard for Infamous. I think Jakiro, at least, he's not playing like versus an ABBA, or he's not playing versus an Oracle. Like, he is going to get his DOTs in, which may be enough to actually help Lumiere get a decent lane, get level 6, and get the heck out, because he doesn't really want to be here either. Like, he had a really tough time versus the Whisper offlane, and I think they've even got a more potent kind of hero to take advantage of with the Clockwork here. And Little Shredder is even better in this lane, right? Versus a strength hero that has 3 armor here, or sorry, 5 armor. It's okay, right? But it helps you get through refraction. So
No,
this is just it's such a hard lane, man.
I would also say that, like, I feel like Sanking and Hoodwink have similar problems in the lane. Hoodwink is certainly not a hero that, yeah, like, you offer a bit of harassment if you go for the Acorn Shot level 1, right? But Hoodwink's level 3 spike is huge. Whether you go for the damage on Acorn Shot or whether you go for the Bushwhack, right? Which is more the stun route, less common these days. You still peak around the same time as Sanking, and it feels like these two heroes will just have the same weaknesses and same strengths, which is not what you want in the lane partner. Like, great, your power spike is really strong, but if they just abuse you level 1 to 3, Sanking is going to get kicked out, and so will the Hoodwink.
Yeah, and I feel like, another point for Sanking going mid this game is, like, you want levels on this hero. Like Lolo said, this hero is absolutely a monster when you give him levels. And specifically, he has a level advantage over everyone else. Because if you have similar levels, usually that means they have good items, and then items kind of make this hero feel really, really bad. And what I really like about it is Void Spirit, not only is the lane good, but you can also, like, rotate away from the lane, farm stacks, gank a lane, and, like, you're not going to lose your tower to this guy. He doesn't really push waves that fast. He's okay at it, but, he's got to use all of his abilities. He doesn't do that much tower damage. Like, I really would have liked to see a Sanking mid take advantage of an early level 6 and just, like, completely demolish a PL early, or completely demolish a Clockwork Snapfighter.
He's the Timber Saw, right, to a degree. Like, all he can do is kind of, like, click, attack the lane a little bit, and hopefully he pushes the lane hard enough, and the keeps do most of the work. The difference between him and Timber Saw is that Timber Saw, when you rotate heroes, he kills them. Sanking, when you rotate heroes, he dies. So it's never a good thing. And C-Smile, yeah, he discovered the smoke. He's like, I think there's people here. I'm pretty sure I'm going to walk out.
Yeah, his camp is going to get blocked in the meantime. Shouldn't be too big of a surprise for him. But I'm sure he's going to get that one cleared eventually. Beastcoast setting up a rotation ward as well, just to watch out for the Hoodwink trying to rotate on over towards the mid lane through the Radiant jungle.
30 seconds to battle.
It's also, I feel like, we didn't really talk about this in the panel, but I think it should be mentioned. It's hard for Infamous to, like, execute this draft well. Like, with the Sanking and the Mars, the way they put them and everything. It's not the easiest thing. Once you get into the mid game, it's fine, but the early game is difficult, and when you come from a loss like that, sometimes you want an easier draft to execute. I mean, you even going for a tempo draft, which, even if you're comfortable with these kind of drafts, especially against top-tier teams, tempo drafts are much more... They add much more pressure to you. As Gojira, by the way...
Did they get Gojira here?
I think so. Lumiere, he gets hit by the cogs. Well, that's going to help him. Gojira, though, is like, please don't kill me. I don't want to feed First Blood.
Lumiere.
He also gets the bounty rune as well.
Yeah. No attack range for Lumiere, of course. Literally the worst attack range in the game, including all the melee heroes without any points in side blades.
Yep.
Gojira's going to make it out.
No, they changed that now. Now she's at the melee attack range.
Is she?
Yeah, they give her a little buff because they were like, why is Monkey King hitting farther than TA? And they give her the small buff so she matches the melee range now.
She is. It's still real bad for her, despite being a quote-unquote range hero. But it's fine. You max side blades, you get a Dragon Lance, and all of a sudden you're attacking from across the river. And actually, that's something I think is going to be really strong this lane. I think the one buff that Infamous does have is that even though this is... Oh, did they just kill Hector? Yeah, okay. Maybe not. Hector?
Yep, they did. Okay, very surprising. This should not be happening with a Sanking Hoodwink lane to level 1. But actually, look at Michael's build. He went for the Bushwhack. Unexpected. Usually it's Acorn Shot level 1 almost always, and this double stun gave him a chance that Beastcoast was just not expecting. The surprise factor actually a really big deal there.
And just to finish off my point very quickly, is that I think what's nice to play the TA in this lineup is that you have 2 tanky heroes who are just going to run at enemies and look to stun and set up a fight for you. TA safe lane is a lot like a TB, where, like, that's exactly what you're looking for, right? You just want heroes to be contained and for you to just A-click the ground and cleave all over the place. And these are heroes that do a good job of doing that for you. So that's at least going to be really nice. It's the same thing as, like, I already said, like, TB Mars was like the most winning hero duo of like last patch or 2 patches ago, and I think TA is going to be in a very similar position here this game.
Okay, Sacred will continue to put the pressure down bottom as Hector now hits his level 2. Now he actually has some harassment of Spirit Lance. Michael and Sacred, I think this early kill will matter so much. Change around the course of the game, and now Infamous is in a really good spot. It's crazy how these small things might actually literally change the tide of the game.
For sure.
I mean, that Shadow
Yeah,
Demon just being cancelled every game in the lane, honestly. It's pretty sad.
Yeah, it's this Shadow Demon 5, right, that I do think is a little bit of a bait pick. I will say I like the Shadow Demon more this game than I liked it for Infamous last, because you have a lot of abilities, a lot of damage over time you're going to be avoiding naturally in Disruption while you're immune. It really messes with the Mars initiation, especially because he has really long cast ranges. It really messes with TA. Well, he's going to die in the lane, of course, because his laning stage is bad, but I like it a lot better this game compared to last.
I mean, it just seems like there's a bit of a poisonous fruit here in the Shadow Demon. Like, you pick him, yes, but then I counter your lane, and all of a sudden he doesn't seem so good. And look at this, Ektor, he's struggling, doppelganger. He got hit by the Thunderclap, by the way. Yeah. Does a lot of damage. You gotta be really careful early, and that Thunderclap destroys you.
Yeah, that creep is no joke. And actually, Hector, Michael's giving chase. Another little bushwhack, just for some more damage. Why not, boss? It's level 2 bushwhack, by the way. So that was even a lot of damage.
I think it's better to go level 2 bushwhack against a PL, because I don't think Echo Shot will bounce enough. Like, he wants to stop the bounces, he just doppelgangers, right? And you just stop the bounces completely. But you can't really stop the bushwhack. I mean, I guess you can avoid it if you see it, but if you play from trees, it's fine. They do catch the squirrel, though. They want to make some fur, but oh no, this pelt is too expensive. Cancel the TP? Oh my god, he just bait Stinger? Or did he just bait himself here? Stinger still has Shadow Poison. He's not going to continue, though.
Yeah, I think he lives. It's Shadow Poison level 1, right? So I don't think even that still was going to be enough damage. Especially with the healing self later to go for the Hoodwink. She'll be A-okay. Out of mana, though, so I'm still surprised that they canceled the TP. I wouldn't have minded to see the squirrel run back to the lane.
Sometimes the fact that you're beating the enemy team will be better than the play that you're making. Even if the play is bad, doesn't matter, because you get to relish the moment that you're like, ha, then I can ace their way, right? There's that moment. Because the Ice has been doing this for years, and he's still in the tier 1 team. There's a reason for that. It's just because he's a troll.
Doesn't have mana for a bushwhacks.
Good disruption.
Maybe if he wants to, really try for it, but Hector saw that one coming from a mile away, and is going to easily doppelganger out of that stun.
The bushwhack projectile is slower than my grandma in a 2-legged race, so I'm pretty sure that you can evade it every single time with doppelganger. You gotta always do it from trees.
Do you mean a 3-legged race or just a 2-legged race?
No, my grandma has 1 leg, so if you allow people to do 2 legs, she gets screwed. It's unfair for her.
I see. I understand.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway. Tough experience. Smash Civil War was brutal, let me tell you.
Oh my gosh.
Took all the legs. Hector in this bottom lane is recovered slightly, but the kill potential is still very high. And the moment that Stinger's out of position, they punish him like this. That Echo Shot dealing a fair amount of damage, but they can't quite commit to get this kill. They try their best, but Stinger will live. Let's not forget
they're
Caustic
fine
no
with
longer
this.
does the explosion.
He's out of mana, he was out of HP, so and he had no regen to speak of, so he's going to have to make a walk of shame back to the lane. That also means he Smile, even though he doesn't need it right now. He's not going to be able to get a bottle refill. There's a dive top lane, and actually Mars is rotating with the first arena of the game. We'll find it onto Whisper as Hector is killed bottom.
Whisper dives top
out of the
well.
arena. Not going to happen. Lumiere even getting the kill there.
Yep.
And it's going to be Gojira, the lone survivor, top lane, as both of his cores will die in the side lanes.
That's like a kid having a sugar rush, you know, eating a cookie and then hitting a glass window straight, or a glass pane. This Snapfire, that was really painful to watch, that cookie. I mean, he had to do it because he was just stuck there, but it's sad. They got kills on both lanes. Bottom is going pretty badly this time for Hector. Again, Beastcoast, they are used to losing lanes in the DPC, but they are not a team that likes to do that. Ideally, they win the lanes.
Yeah, Mortimer, he just got really confused. You know, Mars, he had just used Ajax to clean the walls, and it was so clear that Mortimer just ran right into it. You know.
Yep. That's why you don't give sugar after 9 to Mortimer.
Nope. Feed him.
I mean 9
midnight.
a.m. Obviously. That's my time.
Yeah. Mortimer gets his coffee in, and that's all he gets.
Alone in the middle lane. At least Chris is doing well, and that's the saving grace here. I mean, like, Whisper has a good lane as well, but now the strength of the Jakir starts to play just starts to come into play. The TA similarly is also much stronger here. Whisper won't have the domination he had last game because TA gets online much faster than Dusa, right? So they can fight him. But C-Smile can really make a difference with his Void Spirit. He just needs to find an effective rotation.
And I think the ward that, speaking of rotations, that Gojira just put down in the jungle, which is going to block camps, is going to be great. What you do have really nicely on Beastcoast is amazing pick-off between a Void Spirit and a Clockwork. You can very easily set up some kills in the jungle, even onto a hero like a TA. So I really like this. They're got a plan very clearly to recover, and right now that plan involves ganking the Sand King. He's up to level 6, has Sandstorm at the ready. Is there detection?
They don't have a division. And they also have an arena, so that's going to be just Stinger dying. And that rotation did not work out because he got mirrored by Alone, who has a spear in 2 seconds. That damage is almost going to be enough. Ooh, 20 HP. But you left something behind. I think you forgot to pick up Hector from daycare. And now Hector under the tower. They got him with a bushwhack. Hector, they just pin him to the tree. He's done.
Yeah, they kind of left the baby in the bathwater and threw both of them out. And that is Hector then dead a 3rd time in this lane. An absolutely horrendous start for him. Lumiere, in the meantime, I mean, they've swapped rules completely from last game. He is killing it right now. Level 5, again, his lane is difficult here versus the Mortimer. Doesn't really want to be here any longer. But Whisper with level 6. Jira, they're just going to kill Affliction here most likely, as he does at least unblock the camp. And
yeah, but Whisper takes some of the stack, though. So it's not bad
just
for
a
them.
little
Good
bit.
rotation.
Some of the small creeps. They're going to have to commit a lot more if they want to stop Lumiere from farming this, and they will.
Yep.
Michael.
Gojira knows no chill. Goes Cookie. They actually use the Mortimers because it's canceled immediately with Bushwhack. Whisper's in trouble now. The rotations are actually on point by Infamous today, and they will point punishing Whisper with this. He might die. Actually, Little Shredder dealing a lot of damage. They force the arena defensively. In comes C-Smile. Alone gets the kill, but he will die as a result. Lumiere, they hit him with the Aether Remnant. Well planned, but the Ice Path stops Gojira from dealing any extra damage, and C-Smile is only here with the help of Stinger. That's not going to be sufficient. They need more damage, but he's out of spells. Everything's on cooldown. C-Smile, where are you going to go? Has one less assimilate. Has to use it appropriately. A little bit more damage, but gets caught by the Ice Path. Great guess here by Axel. And Infamous, they will take down 3 heroes, only losing their mid laner in the process, protecting Lumiere the whole time.
Yeah, and this is, I think, Infamous just really recognizing they know Beastcoast. Like, they know how to play against Beastcoast. They know what Beastcoast wants to do. With that really, really nice preemptive rotation from Alone, he was already on his way, kind of recognizing they're going to try and make a play against their TA. Yes, they're going to recover Hector and get him a little bit of space, but he is so far behind compared to where he was last game. I think he actually didn't go for Yasha last game. He just decided that he could skip it and go for straight defusal. Oh, Sacred, he's just going to kill Hector right here. It's done.
Yep. No doppel. They hit him with a bushwhack as well. Michael, oh my god. This hoodwink. Seriously, Alone and Michael's rotations this game have been so on point. They're everywhere in the map. Their presence has been oppressive. And Beastcoast, between this and the fact that lanes didn't go their way this time, they feel like they don't really have any plays to make. C-Smile is rotating pretty decently, but it's not matching the speed and presence that these 2 heroes are putting out on Infamous side.
I really like the way that Infamous, rather than look for like a mid lane tower or like another objective, like maybe some other teams would have, it's tempting with the Jakiro. It's tempting after, you know, there's no more kisses and everything. They go, screw all that. We know where Hector's going to be. Let's go kill him. And that ward really, really heavily paying off. It's almost crazy how much we've swapped. We've swapped sides, Radiant and Dire, but like it's kind of the same story where the offlaner who Panel and even me in the early game had kind of written off is absolutely dominating this game and just shutting down the carry.
Oh, Stinger on the top lane. He's like, I'm just going to live as long as possible. I accept my death. Whisper dealing as much damage as possible to Alone. In comes the help from the Void Spray. They're going for Lumiere. They miss the Aether Remnant though. It hits the catapult instead. The stun does hit him with the cookie, which sets up for the kill on Lumiere. But C-Smile can't go forward for Alone. That stupid catapult blocked the stun and probably killed off Whisper because of it.
Yeah, and Gojira was trying to find some farm down bottom, but he is going to be given the boot very, very heavy-handedly, or heavy-footedly, I guess, by the Sand King and Michael. And that's a lot of boots, you know. Sand King, he wears 8 of them, so that was a lot of booting for him. And I think this is the tower then going to go down bottom. Hector at least recovering 6 in the mid lane. He's going to have to go for the recovery Yasha, so he's not going to be in fighting shape. Here's Whisper. He's going to be shut down by Michael here. Sacred even turning around. We got Blink Dagger on the way, I believe, already.
And Epi as well. Yeah. This could be a kill, actually. But, well, Whisper will protect bottom for now. I mean, the good thing is they actually at least managed to increase the map, right? Like, they're still less than 1k behind net worth, which is not bad at all, considering how bad this early game has gone for them. And they've actually kept a better tower control. So Beastcoast is still managing to keep the space, and this is where they excel. Even when they lose lanes, something they do really well is their map control, and something the Infamous wants to put a stop to.
And here they go. Smoked up. They have vision on Hector. Michael to follow up with the bushwhack, and even the sharpshooter for the nuke to guarantee this kill. And even more follow from Alone's own Blink Dagger. Whisper, the offlaner, not ready for this. Neither is Mortimer, this time at least getting outside of the arena, but the Acorn shot will finish him off. Gojira, he's going to be setting himself up in the oven with the Macrobuyer, burning him to a crisp. Tied to the tree, he will fall. 3 kills for Michael. SeekSmile instead is going to head into the river, but Alone is already here.
What a spear! He guessed the Simoid correctly. Oh my god, Alone. He used to play those games on the street, right? Where they put the ball under the cups. We used to win. That's how he played for his first computer. Yeah, find the lady. Yeah, that's the American version. Alone. Stinger gets hit by the ice bath. Alone's like, guys, I think I don't want to solo this. Mortimer's kisses, slowing him down. The bushwhack misses the snapfire. Alone. He is going to survive this. Stinger actually died to the...
Sharpshooter.
Sharpshooter, yeah.
Yeah, and Gojira does not have a level 6 because he's just had a terrible game so far. In fact, they're going to jump him. TA trap to slow him down. It's Lumiere joining this push with Dragonlance. He hits level 6, but it has to use it to run away. Oh, no. This is likely the tower gone now. 3-16 with this mid-tier 1 dropping. And with how much they've already been killing Hector, this does not bode well for Beastcoast.
SeekSmile. No, look it away. It does not, honestly. I think Infamous's choice to always just go all in, like, they're not giving Beastcoast any chances, and I really like that. When they're taking fights, Beastcoast is like, oh, we can turn this guy. It's only one guy, but then 4 more show up for Infamous. And this is Beastcoast's playstyle has always been. Like, they really like counter-initiating, especially they really like playing life on the edge. Like, they'll sacrifice 1 or 2 supports to get a good team fight out. That's fantastic. But Infamous is punishing this by always 5-manning. And the rotations, like I said, have been really on point. So it's making it really difficult for Beastcoast to play their quote-unquote signature style. Now they're losing the map control they so difficultly acquired. Infamous will start to really take kills everywhere now.
Yeah, SeekSmile finally has this BOT, so he can start taking a little bit more farm around the map. If anything, he can at least get 1 wave in, as Sacred has the epicenter ready for another fight. They have managed to finally clear these wards in the jungle, though, of Beastcoast, so at least Hector is not going to just immediately get killed here. As he continues to try and recover. Has the Yasha and has another Blade of Alacrity on the way for the Manta style, or not the Manta, pardon me, for the Diffusal Blade, that is.
SeekSmile. Okay. Animal Sandstorm is dead. Dude, these bushwhacks. Between the bushwhacks and the spears, like, they don't look like skill shots, man. They look like they're targeted.
Oh yeah, I mean, they definitely are for SeekSmile. He's got a target right on his face, and they've hit the bullseye pretty much every single time. Bushwhack 300 damage, by the way, when it's maxed. Lots of damage, for sure, against this rather squishy Intiro.
Yep.
Beastcoast, like, just really in recovery mode here. Hector is so far behind. He's almost actually behind Whisper, even. And again, this is a team that prioritizes fighting in order to create space for Hector. Here's a promising ward, though, perhaps setting up a fight. Gojira has got himself the hook shot, as Stinger is going to be nuked down in exchange for Sacred, though, so not a bad trade. Kisses as well to chase him after, as there's going to be the hook shot for Michael. There's going to be a nice bounty. 7-0-7 here on the Squirrel. That is if they get it, and they will. It goes to SeekSmile. 500 gold in his pocket now, but Whisper left behind in the arena. As he runs into it a couple more times, Lumiere joining the fight with the Blink Dagger is going to be able to withstand the little Shredder, and is going to be able to clean up. 2-for-2 trade, an even trade, but again, that was a mega kill streak on over to SeekSmile, so he is very nicely now towards his BKB.
They Whisper cosplaying as Pink Floyd, because all he's seeing is the wall. And Stinger, and do get a little disruption on against Lumiere. I don't know, the sacrifice of Whisper constantly, I'm not the biggest fan of. I know that Snapfire can be useful without farm, but usually when Beastcoast wins the Snapfire often, it tends to be off a snowball Snapfire, right? And I mean, I get it. Someone has to be sacked here, but it's always Whisper. And he's not tanky enough to really make this work, right? As opposed to other offlaners, which tank long enough for your teammates to come and help you. Snapfire is starting to reach her limit here. Every single time Mars and the TA get it.
Yeah.
And Mars even went for Armlet.
And what's really nice about this Hoodwink as well, and even Jakiro to that point, is that these are probably some of the longest range stuns that you have in the game. It's maybe Fissure and Rolling Boulder, I guess you could throw in there, but these are pretty crazy, and he's getting his ulti cancelled by just casual abilities here. And Hector, my goodness, they have his number. He is 100% dead to rights. Perfect smoke gank into the jungle. Gojira, he kind of sensed that while coming, but was just like 10 seconds too late. And it's just so easy to make these moves when your tier 1 tower is not up.
I mean, they watch the Scene's video. Just catch him in the triangle. That's the way to deal with Beastcoast. Go for Axel. Okay, the Cogs are not saving him from the damage of the arena, but they will catch the Jakiro in exchange. Not that bad. Sacred trying to go for Stinger first. Disruption will actually save him from a lot of this epicenter damage. They start the Mortimer's Kisses, but he's too close. Whisper is actually using it on himself, though, and that's not going to cover him enough. Whisper will die as Beastcoast lose 3. By the way, I've seen Snapfires do this before where they actually kiss on themselves. I don't know how they do that. I didn't think that was possible. I don't think that's intended, but I've seen it multiple times in pro games.
Yeah, that's the first time you pointed it out to me that I've seen it. Okay, yeah,
Brax
Gojira,
did this a lot as well.
He is just on the run.
Oh, okay, so okay. Producer's gonna help us out. Thank you.
Alone? Okay, I'm not toggling through Roche like a boss. They've already got the hook shot out of Gojira, and they'll let him live top because now they have no fear of anything going awry with this first Roche, and Aegis here in the pocket of Lumiere. Great bushwhack, by the way, is what ends up catching C Smile there. He just ends up dying, and even with the status resist now that the Sange grants him, he is really struggling to stay alive in these fights. Immediate D-ward for Michael as well, so they're not even giving up any control over this triangle. They do not want Hector to find any space in this game.
The amount of catch just on Infamous is kind of ridiculous, and it combines really nicely with the damage of the TA, right? So it's a really good combo. Gojira. Top lane, they find him with the trap. Gojira is going to do his signature, try to waste as much time as possible. But they tip him before he dies.
Yeah, that's Lumiere at least running him down, but they also get Stinger elsewhere, just south of the triangle. And yeah, again, this is kind of what I was talking about, right? When I was saying how nice of a TA game this kind of is if you can make it through the lane. Lumiere does exactly that. Has a Deso, BKB, was in the quick buy, and he's like, you know what? This game is so nice. I think I'm just going to go for Ag Scepter. But yeah, I mean, it feels so easy, doesn't it, for Lumiere? They can't really seem to get on top of him. See, Smile instead is trying to stop all these initiators from just diving his backlines. He can't really blow up anyone but Michael too easily, but Michael has just got him dead to rights every single time on these bushwhacks. Yeah. It's getting really tough for Beastcoast.
One of the skill shots is always hitting them, like the bushwhack or the spear Mars or even the ice path, right? Has actually caught him a couple of times. They've been really on point with those initiations, and the combination of stunts plus damage, like I said just now, is just kind of brutal. Beastcoast is really struggling to fight these team fights, and to be honest, the Snapfire feels like the wrong kind of pick for these kind of drafts because stuns plenty, cancel your Mortimer's Kisses in point of inflection. You're not tanky enough to survive them either. Your Cookie's not really a save. But there, it worked out. Yep. Bushwhack should kill him. Yeah. No, actually, he's going to survive. Just barely. Dual Breath will kill him instead, but they actually counter-initiate. Michael's the target, and Michael will fall. Anus changed, though, for Gojira and Stinger. They got to get Affliction as well. Epicenter's being charged, but Sacred decides to cancel it.
Okay. Sure, 2 for 2 trade, but you lose your Tier 2 tower, and that's what I wanted to point out is Infamous. That's the first tower they take, actually. First Tier 2 tower they take, that is. Which is a bit of a rarity. Normally, it's almost always the enemy's safe lane Tier 2, but they know they're playing against Beastcoast. They want to make it extremely clear to Hector that hey, if you're gonna try and farm in our triangle, you're not gonna have any backup. Like if we catch you, we are going to kill you. And he's got to take this less efficient jungle farm in his own jungle, which is not as good. He's got Diffusal up. He's got at least the bit booster for Heart, but he's still really far behind when it comes to the progress on that Heart.
Yeah, I don't even think that Heart is like there's some games where I'm like, okay, Heart's ought to win on PL. I mean, well, we said that with Thunder and with what happened, but I think it's one of those games where it's not really like you have enough damage to deal with it with Mars and TA. I still think Infamous has plenty of win opportunity here. Hector,
I think they just kill him.
Hector, why? Why is he farming there so dangerously? He's trying so desperately to find farm, but he's so far away from his team. He's also fighting in the supposed dead lane.
I mean, but that's the Beastcoast playbook, right? If you looked at the minimap, if you took a screenshot and zoomed in just on the minimap, Beastcoast had 4 heroes on the top half of the map, securing the space, looking for a fight, desperately trying to just throw bodies. You had, I think, 3 heroes showing, pushing the top lane in. And Infamous, they don't want any of it. They're here for the towers. They're here to kill Ector. They know where he's going to be. He's not going to be in the triangle because, 1, they blocked the Ancient Camp, and 2, they've got vision there. And it's... I mean, it's just flawless from Infamous. They know exactly what Beastcoast is doing. Even though they've switched to recovery mode, it's not working. There's holes in the backup shoot here.
I'm with you, man. I actually don't know how Beastcoast are capable of turning this besides just waiting endlessly until PL gets matches a ridiculous amount of farm, right? I also think Infamous will let them. I actually think Infamous played, honestly, a pitch-perfect game. Compared to last game, it's like we're seeing a new team. This reset is really impressive from a team.
I think Beastcoast still have a chance. This Aegis is going to be reclaimed, and I think it has been an acceptor for TA. What kind of is weird for Beastcoast is that they find themselves in a game where they almost have no choice at this stage but to just outfight the enemy team. Yes, you are far behind on the items, but like it's your only choice. This backup play of 4 Protect 1 is not happening. Infamous is not giving you the light of day. You have to execute on the team fight. You have still a draft that I think is not half bad for doing it. PL, if it can get on top of a TA and kind of get through Refraction and make it vulnerable, he has at least Diffusal as well, which I believe also counts as another instance of damage. So
I think so.
You know, he can get through her. The problem is he's not joining these fights because he wants his items. I think he had to be fighting with the team for probably maybe 3 or 4 minutes ago. Maybe not in ages, but now is the time. Maybe it's too late because the net worth lead is as big as it is, but like, Actor, you got to start fighting.
There's a phrase in Spanish which is, don't ask the olive tree for pears, right? And that's what you're doing right now with it. Like, are you asking him to stop farming? Do you know the guy?
I mean, I guess so, but it's just... It ain't working, you know? Like
look, I agree. I think that might have been an option. I just feel like... oh, they got C-Smile. Oh, he got away. Was that Astral Step into the crevice? Yeah. Interesting. Because he got really far, much farther than Astral Step should give him. But,
Michael?
They actually are fighting the squirrel, though. They have Blink Dagger, but they don't want to chase this. I understand why they're avoiding team fights.
I love, by the way, watching really good Hoodwink players because their builds, their item builds are just seemingly so random.
Yep, mechanism in this game. They're going to find the Clockwork. I was going to point this out. Greaves is wild. Demonic Purge. They do find Michael, though. Getting rid of him is really important. Sacred as well. And they actually see Smile doing a lot of damage in the backlines. They broke the formation here for Infamous. Now stopping Affliction. He's been taunted. He's most likely going to be a kill. And Hector's like, yes, free farm. No! Whisper takes it away from Hector here. Not enough to put Infamous on the back foot, but a small win for Beastcoast nonetheless.
And this is exactly what I was referring to. Obviously, it's a lot easier when C-Smile, you know, baits out, 2 ultimates, maybe 3 if you count Sharpshooter. But that's what your draft, I think, is kind of meant to do. You have a Shadow Demon to use Disruption. You have a very slippery, very annoying hero in the Void Spirit. You've got a Clockwork to interrupt these heavy teamfight ultimates. Like, Beastcoast, they just couldn't string them together because they were doing this 4v1 stuff. Or sorry, this 4v5 stuff. But now I think they can kind of see a little bit of the sunlight peering through the clouds because this is how they get back in this game. They need like 2 more of those kinds of fights, and then Extra has heart, and then maybe they become a little bit easier when it comes to proposing team fights.
That's true. The Ags on Lumiere might might set them back a little bit, to be honest.
Smile.
Yeah.
Yep, he's just
dead by Lumiere. Never mind. I spoke no ill about this Axe. This Axe is amazing as they bushwhack and kill Stinger with a God's Rebuke.
Well, that one was all shard as well. C-Smile.
Silence.
Goes Sanjan Kaya and BOTs. He doesn't have Yule Scepter. He doesn't have BKB. And the silence, even though it is going to be reduced by whatever, 22%, it's still not enough time. He is going to get absolutely torn apart here by the TA.
Isn't it wild that this Axe, despite you going in, detonates the trap and gives you the shard? Like, the synergy is amazing.
I like it.
What a balanced Aghanims.
I actually really like it. I think the Aghanims could use a little bit of rework. I think it does get canceled by root now. Before it wouldn't. You would just like get rooted and still TP away, and it's an extra half a second long. But like, I do think it is really nice. I think it gives TA this alternate play style. It lets her be this global hero even more. Like, I really like it, but it is too strong.
As we saw with Pakaz, though, sometimes you, in the Thunder Awaken game, sometimes this gives you too much confidence, right? And you can punish him much like you would punish a Tinker, right? Where you wait near a lane, and then you just set up for a kill like that. It can't happen. It does give you a way back in. Infamous, I think they don't want to lose Axel here. And the BKB on Whisper makes it so that is definitely going to happen. BKB on Alone too. He TPs immediately, but forgets about the hookshot here. Gojira cancels it immediately, and Hector fighting with all his strength. He wants the skill. He deserves it. He's farmed long enough, and he's going to get it.
I'm sorry, but like I get it. You want to force the hookshot out, I guess, but like he's going to hookshot you. It's position 4 clockwork. Like he's going to do it. And that's a BKB charge out. And I guess he didn't have buyback, but like that's your 9-second BKB, and it's just like for hookshot. It's just, I mean, it's a win. I should be happy. I'm a support player. I like seeing, you know, supports really force these kind of crappy trades out for the cores, but like, my goodness. They just made it too easy for him. And now here's Beastcoast doing exactly what I was saying. They're finding these great pickoffs. Now that you have the items and a little bit more confidence on Hector, and even actually snatching away the second Aegis away from TA. This is the second Aegis that would have gotten at least a lane or two of Barracks. Remember, Lella said very early on, this is a draft where Infamous need to get Barracks by minute 25. It's not going to happen, not with this Aegis in the hands of Hector.
Gojira, this TP is the cheekiest TP. I mean, come on, my dude. What was that play? Regardless, they actually have Excellent Sanking well utilized to catch Whisper immediately. BKB still available, but the Ice Path is perfect. Do they have enough damage, though? No, they don't. And maybe they bit off a bit more than they could chew.
I think he's fine.
No.
I think Whisper just BKBs and says, get out of here.
Sure. Yeah, the grandma. I will say the Infamous... It is traditional for them, even in DPC, to always like
Hector?
have one moment.
No, they're just poking.
No,
You're
he's
good.
fine. They have like one moment where they kind of lose the plot and they get back into the game, which is both impressive and also sad that it keeps happening. And if they can get past the slump,
Okay, sorry, they almost sniped C-Smile there down bottom with another TA trap play. I'm sorry, I keep cutting you off. Go ahead.
that's fine. I was saying if they can get past the slump, which is what they usually have. Like, guys, if you're an Infamous fan, do not worry. This happens every single game. You gotta be used to this. And when they get past the slump, they actually become really strong. But they do usually lose 1 or 2 team fights in the early mid game.
He wants C-Smile, man. C-Smile, this X can't come fast enough. And even still, this X isn't going to be like the get out of jail free card here when it comes to TA hunting him down. It's just going to give you a second Resonant Pulse, and of course that Silence. But if TA is already on top of you and silences you first, it's kind of GG. Hector, Haste Rune is very confident.
They still have the... Oh, no, they don't have the Burrow Strike. What?
Where's he?
Well, yeah, I don't think Hector even knows. Oh, he's actually going to go for Affliction. Hookshot as well. Axel gets away. Is this starting to get out of Infamous's hands?
So it's a tier 1 tower. I don't know. They're smoking into this though.
They are, and they lose Shakira immediately. That's going to be the hook as well. Down, right, Michael? Guardian Greaves keeps him alive for a couple more seconds, but he does eventually fall. That arena got wasted, and you also saw your team fight. Sacred has been slow at Diffusal Blade. Has the Burrow Strike, though, so he's been able to get away. C-Smile now pinned against a tree. Epicenter to counter initiate. Cancelled by Gojira, and the Better Soul makes it impossible, so Sacred will fall alone, using his shield to defend against all these illusions. We are getting the Epicenter from Sacred regardless, but he gets stuck in the trees, fighting Gojira, but not canceling the TP. Even the spear! No, the spear half a second too late.
That's a huge play here for Beastcoast. And this is kind of what I was getting at. This is, I just like, now you have heart, and now this is even easier for Hector. Like, again, this is a pretty darn good PL game, once again, just playing the farming game. And I think now Beastcoast, despite being down 7K, are in the driver's seat of this game.
I feel so bad. I feel like I jinxed them when I said, nah, it's pretty good for them from there. Like, those like 1-2 team fights they lost, I put them too far back. Too far back, honestly. Lemire got caught again. Oh, wow. It's just starting to fall apart from them, and they're not a team that's going to win this late game, so... C-Smile has recovered nicely, so has Hector. Alone has really fallen off in terms of farm, and he was supposed to be a secondary carry. They need to... This next team fight needs to be good, coordinated team fight, and they need to make it work. They can't keep getting initiated upon, and also have these chaotic, haphazard engagements.
Yeah, I honestly, like, it's even hard for me to say where Infamous have gone wrong, because I just think they kind of got outplayed a couple of times here, and Beastcoast just, you know, take a Gordon Freeman-sized crowbar and crack this game wide open.
Yep. It's like, I don't know. I don't know what, I think I can, like, there isn't one mistake, right? It's more the mentality they had towards this mid game, where you kind of go and say, oh, wait, did I hear an arena?
Yeah,
yes.
It's on the backlines.
Alone? Alone really honoring his name here. Yeah, tip him. That's worthy of 5 tips.
Oh, question marks!
Oh, Stinger, you savage. Why?
You cheeky bugger. But look, Hector is, I mean, he's like, yeah, go ahead, break me. I don't care. Look, I got a Dispel for that and a heart. I'm back to full HP already.
Okay, Beastcoast. Okay, there's one fighting chance for Infamous, because if there's something Beastcoast has consistently done, is that when they all chat, they get immediately eliminated. So, they just gave him a fighting chance here. That's why Extra only all chats when he wins.
Yeah, I don't think that's happening because, you know, as much as they have buffed the Fountain, PL with a heart is going to absolutely ruin your day here if Beastcoast are feeling confident. And maybe
you have
he
game
is.
3, mate, okay? There's still the 3-man comeback, like 3-game comeback in this series.
There is the reverse sweep. I mean, it's still possible. Beastcoast, you know, they are, it's an online tournament, but this is a best of 5. And, well, maybe they're getting set to be within 1 game of victory because, again, Hector is just running around these team fights. Very nice play there, utilizing the Psychic Headband, and, in fact, they do manage to catch here Hector. So Michael staying alive, but for how much longer as Hector makes the jump in. There's Aegis being reclaimed. Hector still on the high ground there as Lone will find the Spear of Mars into a secondary stun, and they will kill him off. So kited around, the question mark here from Stinger. And a little bit of payback here from the rest of Infamous as Beastcoast only end up getting that mid lane of Barracks. There's the Melt Strike Bash yet again. He misses uphill. I don't think it would have been a kill anyway, but Snapfire is going to be able to make it out of it.
I'm telling you, man, it's like clockwork. Beastcoast all chat, Beastcoast starts to lose. They're going to fault Stinger so much. You know how superstitious Hector is?
I don't, actually.
Yeah, he's a big... he thinks that his wins are more determined by how much facial hair he's wearing that day, like what clothes he's wearing. His form is entirely dependent on his underwear, right? Like that's how he thinks.
Are you able to share any pregame rituals that perhaps he has?
His team forced him to shave a while back because they kept losing, and they were like, "What are we doing different?" They're like, "Oh, Hector has a beard," and they're like, "Actually, that's a very good point. Hector has a beard." Yeah.
Oh, that's fantastic.
They during the anime major, they thought that what they had to do was berate me before the game, and that was a pre-game ritual, and I would help them win. So they would just start insulting me before the game, and saying usually things about Spain and insulting me for stealing their gold, and then they would win, and I'll be like, guys, it has nothing to do with your insults. I was like, no, I'm pretty sure.
Guys, please get out of my hotel room.
Yeah.
4 a.m.
They came by during TI. They're like, "Hey, we have a game. Like, Alvaro, you get up. We gotta start insulting you. Your loser's interview didn't break your morale enough. Let me help you there."
How do you know what room I'm in? We're all in a bubble.
Yeah, it's true. No, that didn't actually happen. That would be awful.
No,
they
of
would
course
never
not,
break quarantine like that.
But
But
okay.
they're a very superstitious team, and they honestly do think that when they all chat, they lose. So I'm really, really curious what the comms are like after Stinger did that.
Well, there's going to be a big fight upcoming now. Infamous, they're not too far behind. Still with a 5k net worth lead. Still up, what is that, 18 kills or 17 kills. So, again, they've got potential. Alone having a couple of bad arenas, though, in a row. I'm pretty sure is very eager to turn that one around. Beastcoast suspect that the smoke gank is coming and are holding a fortified position here in their own triangle. See Smile ready to bait out a couple of abilities, but instead it's going to be a 2-man burrow strike into the Spear of Mars, which finds him epicenter and bursts it 100-0. He's just dead. Whisper has to BKB and run. Gojira as well. Ghost Scepters and TP's away. Infamous are going to let him leave because they want bigger targets here. They want Stinger. They want to punish him for that question mark, but the Glimmer Cape is going to allow him to escape. Hector has been scouted, though. Silenced not by the trap. Is Lumiere always going to dodge at least the bash?
He actually might counter-initiate here. They're near an outpost. Beastcoast are going to TP in. Seka has no epicenter, and they lost all their teamfight ultimates. And Alone is actually going to die first. They caught the Jakiro as well. They brought down the squirrel, turning her into a pig, and then into a corpse. Jakiro flying up in the air, and going to be mowed down as he comes down.
Okay. That is Infamous slightly overextending. Beastcoast this time around. Again, with PL having heart, it is so hard to kill him. I think as soon as you miss that meld hit bash, you go, okay, we got a couple of kills. Let's get out of here.
They did so well as well on the previous initiation. I just don't understand why they have to push it that much further, right? They get so stressed out with these things. I think Infamous sometimes looks like a fading candle in the wind when the game, continues, and you're like, oh no, they're running out of steam. But to me, they're really just a broken light switch. They just turn on and off randomly, and you're not really sure when they're on or off. And this can't keep happening.
Well, luckily, Roche isn't going to be up, and they do have TA traps to scout. Oh my God, Chris Luck.
My
Chris
God.
Luck!
Lumiere said, what, you ganking me? I'm ganking you.
I cannot believe Chris Luck, he used everything. And again, this is kind of the problem I was saying. He finally has use
Question
for a
mark me.
defensive item. Yeah, no, I don't think...
Oh
But
my
Lumiere's
God.
going for more!
Okay,
You
this might be too
madman.
much. Oh, actually, Demonic
I
Purge,
think
I'm
th- I
telling
think
you, this
this
might
is
be
too
too
much.
much. He has Psionic Projection still. He kills
Oh my-
Whisper, but he dies in the process.
This is...
What are we watching?
How do you say seesaw in Spanish? Because I think these guys are just like a
Dio
seesaw
Vivo.
this game. Back and forth again. My gosh. Oh, here they go, Infamous, man. I mean, they've got the numbers advantage, but they will not get to get that Acorn to cancel the Blink Dagger of Shadow Fiend, or Shadow Demon fast enough. Roshan's still not up, but it will be here. And no buyback for Lumiere.
Usually at this point in the game, we'd be like, okay, this game is like it's considerably Beastcoast's favor because they have a better late game. But honestly, who does? It could be anyone's game at this point. It just depends
really
on who
could.
decides to do the craziest play.
I cannot believe Lumiere jumps in like that. Come on.
I mean, that's
also-
it gives you confidence, right? You solo kill the enemy mid laner. I understand why you think, I'm God now. I can do anything this game.
Yeah, but the supports are far scarier than Chris Luck, surprisingly enough, to a TA, aren't they? Because they have two BKB or piercing abilities. Like that's no joke for a TA who has BKB and refraction. Like they can kite you out. Chris Luck, not so much. He's extremely limited. That's why, you know, lots of analysts always say, oh, this Void Spirit hero, you know, unless you build him for the 25 talent crit multiplier and a Deso, like he is very much kind of a plateau hero still.
Yes.
You know, and we see that for a reason. But these supports, they scale, man. They get items, they get levels, and they hurt.
Yep. And the Sapphire also scales really well into the late game. We've seen that many times, right? So you have a pretty solid, nice scaling here. I would say for Infamous, what scales well is their team fight, though. So that always should be considered. Like as the game progresses, the team fight just gets better and better. But they got to be able to execute it better. Like if you're fighting without cooldowns, you're gonna lose. That's just or everything
Honestly,
on cooldown rather.
I'm really impressed by Sacred this game on Sand King. This is, like I kind of alluded to early game when I talked about how Sand King, he's good with levels, but specifically when he has more levels than enemies, he has really made it look like a good hero this game. If he can get level 25, which of course he's going to take the Sandstorm Blind and Mischance, or Blind and Slow, I think it is, it's going to absolutely ruin Hector. I mean, he's going to set up a Sandstorm, and like it's so hard for Hector to fight in that thing.
Yep. I'm afraid of praising Sacred because I think I'm going to make Infamous lose if I do that, but I really do think he's the standout pillar of the team. I think Alone is a bit more flip-floppy, and he does have the best plays, but sometimes, as we saw earlier, just kind of loses it, whereas Sacred is just the reliable guy. And it's crazy because Sacred is not only an offlaner that Hector likes to criticize, honestly, you used to make fun of him a lot, but also a relatively young player, considered quite inexperienced. He was actually always taunted for how inconsistent he was, right, as young players tend to be. And we're just seeing a completely different guy this season, so I think his growth is really impressive. Him and Balki have been the standout offlaners of the season in terms of the new blood coming into the scene.
Radiant are
And speaking of standout performers, I think Michael also deserves a very
he's crazy
very
good on Hunt.
good pat on the back. And again, just to kind of highlight how much I love watching this Hoodwink hero, because the build is she's going to eat a hook shot. Good force staff out, kisses are going to miss, and Michael's out of there. Nice job there, even utilizing as much as the sharpshooter movement. It's next item Ag Scepter for Hoodwink, which is one of the very few abilities in the game that actually amps status resist, or debuffs status resist, I guess. It would be more accurate.
Right, yeah, it's true. It's Stat Enfeeble, I think, is the other one. Still,
that's
no, it doesn't
correct.
do that anymore, right?
Oh, yeah, I don't know. They keep
It doesn't
changing
do that anymore. Yeah. I think it's health regen now. Yes, you're right. I think it might be the only one, right? Is that?
I think so. Oh, okay, another hook shot.
They do have the Sand King. Okay, Power Strike, Sacred. He's thinking, do I really want to commit to this? He's not. He's just poking and prodding. Michael has to get away here. He's too valuable for these team fights, but he's almost out of mana. Has enough for one last bushwhack. Phantom Lancer. Doesn't really know where to go. They killed Gojira, and actually Sacred gets away with murder. Yeah. Literally. Michael, though... Oh, his positioning not great. He ends up baiting, it seems like. Stinger, okay, in trouble. Ice Path, setting up for both supports. They can be activated and alone. They'll be able to survive this for now. They need the help of the Sand King. Great Pro Strike. They actually catch Whisper in the backline. They get rid of Whisper. The Shadow Blade's not enough. Lumiere has enough damage. It's now the world against PL as they also destroy C-Smile. And PL has to carry this. But once again, Sacred with those burrow strikes is making it impossible for PL to move around. Hector's down. Infamous is back into the game.
It's a wipe. Alvaro, that was a full team wipe. I cannot believe that Alone gets in there and just completely bashes them to death there. He's got a full AC, Deso minus armor debuff as well from Lumiere, and Chris just disappears. He's, hey, Chris had an Aeon disc and he couldn't assemble it fast enough.
What I tell you, Richie, you know, everyone doubters, oh no, Infamous just throwing. They're just a broken light switch, man. Now they're on. It's just how it works. Infamous, when they get the right team fights, Sacred's performance there was just outstanding. What a carry. Really, he's the true carry of this game. Lumiere's just going whatever Sacred indicates. It's like, oh look, I'm stunning this guy. Come kill him. Cool, Lumiere. Now this guy.
Yeah.
It's like he's just pinging him like a bot.
And that's what I was talking about. I love this this TA lineup. Again, I think TA carries a lot like TB, where you just want a lot of heroes to control, run up ahead, and make her life easy. I think it's just really that simple here, and it's going to pay off with this very, very strong push. There are no tier 2s remaining here for Beastcoast. Mid lane is shoving out naturally because they've got the super creeps, but I would be surprised if Infamous left with less than at least 2 lanes of barracks.
I think it's only going to be one.
It's calling me surprised because they're chasing Gojira.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a bit too scary to go and take 2, I think, with Snapfire still being really strong in the high ground defense. I think it's the right choice by Infamous. Honestly, I would not ask Infamous to do anything scary or risky right now. So please, let me keep my heart in check right now.
That's fair, but Snapfire did use Kisses to nuke the wave. I guess they didn't have a wave, so they might as well have chased. Yeah,
Also
fair
true.
enough. Okay, yeah.
The build, though, on Silver Edge from Whisper, while good for running away and a decent item, doesn't really utilize the Little Shredder as much as you would like for Snapfire in the late game. As much as, say, Maelstrom, MKB, Daedalus, whatever. So this level 20 point is not as important.
I think it's not bad, though, right? Because you use now that Little Shredder uses your attacks, it also uses your modifiers, and that casual crit can, like, 100-0 one of these supports, you know, casually. So, you know, I agree. Right. It's not amazing, but...
It's okay. Right?
Oh, level 25 is taken, by the way. Sandstorm 40% now blind and slow.
Hector does have the double ganger, though. He will kill Michael. Oof.
Lumiere? What are you doing here? Okay, but the stun, they're going to turn this, but the break, okay, that's only the first life. Oh my goodness, the damage though. They've managed to get through Gojira alone. He is going to whiff here on the Arena of Blood. Finally finds Stinger. Lumiere is going to jump on over to that and clean him up. Alone is going to refresh, trying to land this Arena onto the Void Spirit. C-Smile avoids it with the Yule Scepter, but sets himself up for the Ice Path. Does manage to get back up to the high ground himself though, as Hector running around in this team fight wants to kill Axel and likely has him dead to rights here. Lumbercape or not.
Doesn't seem to matter. In fact, they actually counter-initiate here with Sacred, and they pin C-Smile to a tree. Now killing it immediately. Gojira has to TP with a Ghost Scepter. I don't think that's going to be enough. Okay, yeah, I spoke too soon. He gets away. It's fine.
Hector! He's got Lincolns.
They still got 2 kills. Yeah, that got Lincolns. And I know people will be asking in the chat. Oh, as by the way, they also find Stinger. Lumiere has no chill. He's like, San can get initiate, so can I. But yeah, people will be commenting in the chat, why did he get Lincolns? Is it just because of the Burrow Strikes? Was he predicting that? He's such a genius. No, he just buys it every game. Like, watch all his games. He will buy Lincolns if it goes far enough. He just thinks the item is kind of broken right now. You can give all the theories in the world as to what item, like what spell he's trying to block. He just thinks it's good.
It's, you know, that Simpsons meme where Marge goes, I just think it's neat. You know, it's that.
Yeah, Hector, it's the Thompson E-Blade, it's the Hector Silver Edge, it's the Hector SNY. Like, he's had a lot of these items. It's the EE Ring of Basilius.
And speaking of, he's got SNY. He's got a Basher now, which is going to be nice. Into the Abyssal Blade. Of course, this does, again, kind of casually identify PL, because, of course, Basher doesn't work on illusions. But it's whatever at this stage. Excuse me, Hector walks into the Ice Path, but he's not level 25, so of course, basically permanent uptime on Doppelganger, essentially.
Can never tell if he's ever really in trouble or not, honestly. The stun locking is very powerful and Infamous, but I think the squirrel needs to be close by.
Yeah, and the stun lock is a little bit less impactful when Stinger is alive and has the disruption ready to be used, yeah. So he can afford to play like that. They've got a lot of save for him. No such save for Infamous, which is why whenever they do get on top of Lumiere, things get a little bit spicy for him. He's going to be helped ever so slightly by these +8 refraction charges. Very unlikely to make a difference against the PL, but, you know, level 30, so He's pretty close to maxed out now at this stage.
I mean, it's more damage, just why not, right? Like, it won't help you defensively, but offensively is like, sure. You get
That's
to
a good
have
point,
direct refraction for the whole fight.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I think at this point, though, it's anyone's game. It's whoever initiates on whom. Because with the melt hit bash and the stuns on Infamous, they can always kill almost everyone. And in the case of Beastcoast, they just do have the better late game technically, and they can still burst down heroes as well.
Beastcoast can no longer afford to get it wrong, though. Hector has just bought out for the Abyssal Blade. So,
the double?
God, he's going to find the entire enemy team as well.
Yes, this is pretty bad. The arena's used. Stinger's down. Hector has no save any longer, but Hector is just keeping the enemy team at bay as Sacred was close to dying. Gojira does see him still. They couldn't quite kill Hector. They've only lost their 5, but at this point, the 5 actually matters a lot. Eighth Element does miss here. Lumiere is capable of getting away, and Infamous holds the high ground. Good patience by them.
Yeah, they've sent Beastcoast back. They're going to have to lick their wounds and get ready to fight another day, because that did not go well for them. Kind of awkward positioning to start that fight for Hector. Ends up kind of just running into the spear wall for a couple of seconds, and he reveals the Abyssal Blade. Abyssal's a nice item, but to me, it's like second, or only Sheepstick is second to kind of this item in terms of once you've revealed it, it loses a lot of its potency, you know? Like, enemies are very aware.
The first use is so major, right?
Exactly, yeah. And then it kind of loses a lot of this kind of power that you get from it. And now it's really scary, because before, with this Abyssal Blade, you go, okay, we start the fight, maybe we kill TA, we win a fight, all of a sudden I have buyback. That's no longer the case. He's still 1,500 gold off of it now, and a very scary time here for Beastcoast.
Yep. Yeah, that's fair enough. That's true. I actually talk about Sheepstick, though. I would like to see that on the Infamous side as well. I'm kind of sad that Hoodwink is deciding to go for Lincolns as opposed to the Sheepstick. We talk about wild Hoodwink builds. Matthew used to always build first time Sheepstick on Hoodwink. It was Aether Lens into Sheepstick as a 4, mind you, and it was pretty effective. I actually like that a lot. It synergizes really well with Hoodwink because it allows you to set up for the tree a bit more effectively and a bit easier. I would also not mind seeing that on Sacred, but I understand why he's going more for the I need to tank, because he's becoming a really solid initiator.
I think Hoodwink is probably one of the still kind of least explored heroes in Dota 2. I think Ice Frog nerfed a lot of her abilities, but she still has some, like, she's got a crazy tool set, to be completely honest with you. I think her Shard is also a little bit underrated, especially against drafts with a lot of uncontrollable damage. It could be super, super crazy. I think her Acorn shot has got a lot of, like, kind of funky things you could do with it. Okay. It's Abyssal on the Axel.
Okay, they avoid the Ice Path as well. No, he didn't actually quite avoid it. Mortimer's has been used. There's the arena as well. Once again, the target Stinger, but Stinger glimmer caped in time. Never mind, he got killed by a crit there. As Hector in the backline is trying to find Sacred. They know who's the target here. Sacred gets away though, and that BKB stops him from losing any mana. Lone is trying to go for Gojira here, as Hector himself is trying to kill the enemy supports. Now he finds the epicenter. He is going to get the bash. First hit bash on Lumiere on that TP, but that might bait him into a continuous fight. No, that bushwhack's not enough. The lacking damage. Poor Lumiere is going to die. Sacred doesn't stand a chance either. Infamous, they got one blunder too many. And this late game is just 2PL favored. They're struggling now to bring him down. They didn't bring down Affliction here, whose Glimmer Cape will not help him survive.
Yeah, Alone kind of got kited out by Gojira, and that fight, I don't think his presence would have really mattered much. As soon as his arena is down, like, he doesn't really do a whole lot else to stop PL. Yeah, that was an absolutely brutal fight. Again, not out of it this one here. The least bit is Beastcoast, still proving that they have a lot of fight left in them. And they're going to look to finally take down this last tier 2 remaining in the game as we hit the 50-minute mark. There's a refresher now for the Void Spirit. Big enough of a mana pool, rather, for him to definitely use all of the charges of his abilities alone. Just thinking about this, Brett, possibly.
I think as the team fights have gone on, Beastcoast target acquisition has become much, much better. I think they're starting to really, really acknowledge how important Sacred is to this team fight. Like, Infamous is still going for Stinger, and they have to because he's the save, but he is not the first hero you want to kill, ideally, right? You want to get rid of Whisper or C-Smile, and they can't because Stinger is in the way. So it's a bit tough. Their target acquisition is much harder to do.
I should say as well, because I completely forgot, I always forget about this, because it's a newer item. But Refresher does also refresh Aeon Disc, so that is huge for C-Smile in these fights.
That's true. Yeah, but Aeon Disc is effective by all these CDR reductions as well. Dazzle Aeon Disc is where it's at, my friends.
No.
Let me tell you. Who's getting the axe? Gojira? Oh, right, yeah, that's really good. Yep. I always get shocked because Gojira likes the shard so much, and I never really understood why.
Yeah, he bought it, right?
Yeah, he buys it every game. He absolutely loves this shard.
Probably just likes flying, I bet.
Genuinely, it's something that Schofield will do, but let's be honest. Isn't this the perfect shard for Schofield? Like, you get free path and you get the enemy team into bad plays. Like, it seems like what he would love to do.
Huh? It messes with the, what's it called? Like the meniscus of Dota 2, right? Because you get lifted up the ground, but you're still kind of in a different spot.
Right, it gives you the parallax error when you see the clockwork, yeah.
Miss your skill shots on him.
There's no meniscus because, you know, Dota 2 is not a liquid, but sure. what a great reference.
It does have Morphling in it, so, you know.
Yeah.
And Team Liquid, so, you know, checkmate there.
Can you imagine? Aim at the meniscus to get Morphling when he's wave forming. Yeah, you have to get him right at the crest of the wave, right?
Yeah, if you mismeasure it, he actually perfectly gets off a strength gain, lives on 1 HP, and you fail your science 101 class.
Yeah, there's one 9th grader out there who's loving this. He's like, yes, this is exactly what my science teacher was telling me.
The meniscus, the high school education system has not failed me today.
There's a rapier now in Alone, by the way, so he's buying it, not the TA.
That's
that's good.
Baller move.
Honestly,
I got the plus 65% crit.
Yep. It's unfortunate the Axe no longer gives you the Ezra God's Rebuke thing, but he still got the talent for the God's Rebuke cooldown reduction, I think. Yeah, he did. And he's not the initiator, right? Sacred. Oh. Talk initiation. That's a good ice breath though. Might save him. Gojira took so much damage from one God's Rebuke. He flies though out of the arena, but he's shot from the sky. Michael shooting clay pigeons and clockworks today.
Oh my God! Yeah, have one of those, says Michael.
Gold medal.
Oh, Jesus Christ, the AA gun, little shredder? I don't think so. You only need one with that crossbow bolt, and now Infamous are going to smoke out of the base. Dude, I love this game. This is a fantastic game of Dota 2. Infamous, less than a 1K net worth lead. Absolutely meaningless at this stage of the game, of course, as Ector is still farming in the jungle. He has a Swift Blink now, by the way, on the PL, so extra mobile. No boots.
They saw the rapier, right? They must have noticed the
100%. Good. Okay. There's no way Gojira gets hit by God's Rebuke and goes, took about half of my HP pool. That's not right.
Yeah.
I have 200 HP.
I will say it's possible that Gojira's been buying a lot of shards because of the Mars, something we didn't really talk about. He does love this item, but it might just be also the Mars conditions him to do it. I have never checked if he buys it only on the Mars games, to be honest, because I always just see him on him.
Yeah, and there's a lot of Mars in this patch, so I don't blame you.
Exactly. That's why. It's kind of blend together.
Okay.
Anyway.
Well, this is a pretty crazy game, to say the least. Lumiere is actually going to be the one to build a sheepstick, probably to replace his power treads at this stage.
I like it a lot.
There's the Smile saying hello, caught by the Ice Path. Sacred popping the BKB, and they don't have detection here, so Whisper's going to miss all of his auto attacks there. Sacred is going to be found eventually by the Abyssal Blade, and there is no escape for him, as Whisper won't get the kill.
Loses the gem as well. That's pretty bad.
Feeds it back. It was Beastcoast gem initially, but now it's going to be back in their hands.
Yep. I mean, yeah, this is a true game of SA Dota. I mean, this is what you expect. You can never tell who's gonna win. It's kind of they always are in this liminal state between great plays and what the fuck, and that's where SA Dota lives perpetually. This is the true Twilight Zone of Dota, honestly.
Yeah, that would be a good thing, you know. Welcome, you're in the SA zone, you know. Is this game lasting exactly how long it needs to be, or should it have ended 30 minutes ago?
Yeah.
Your core buys Abyssal Blade instead of buyback and immediately engages without you. You are in the SA zone.
Yeah, out of that's a great intro. Yeah. Hector is perpetually living there, honestly. You question mark and immediately lose the game. That's the twist, right, for the episode?
A casual out-healing the macro.
Why
they
not?
Can't get Megas. There's a tier 2 bottom with the wave really pushed in. They still have Aegis, though, only for another 30 seconds. So there's a Refresher Shard and a Refresher Orb in the inventory of Void Spirit. Of course, they don't refresh each other. So he has still 3 Aeondis, not to be trifled with, and a Wind Waker.
Okay. I think that they can still take one team fight here on Infamous. I still they have enough juice for one team fight with this Rapier. I think they just won't matter as much.
Oh yeah, they for sure can still take a fight. I mean, the Sage is reclaimed momentarily here. 3 more seconds. And Infamous, even with... I mean, these guys can defend Megas, like, no problem. In fact, all their supports are... This entire team is pretty good against Megas, to be honest.
Yeah, it's a very good Megas team. I would like Rapier on TA, by the way, now. I think it's time for Desolator to go.
I think you get rid of Desolator. I think I'm even a little bit surprised by the Scythe of Vice. I think it's a little bit of a bold move, considering that you have Aeon Disc on Chris Luck, or C Smile, which is most reasonably the target you'd like to catch with. I think I agree. I think Rapier would have been the better choice.
I like the Scythe. I just wouldn't mind to see a Rapier now, right? I feel like even if you buy back this game, I honestly don't see much use to it unless you're playing.
The backlines.
Stinger's gonna block the
break.
Though.
Knows there's enemies nearby. Gets off the blink. Chases on.
Stinger. And the teamfight starts, and Stinger's once again the target. He actually gets blown up by God's Rebuke. Goodbye, Stinger. Mars is actually the one dealing damage to the PL. PL took a fair amount for him, but he's going for the Hoodwink instead. The God's Rebuke is hurting, though. And look at him. Alone is just chasing after the cat. He wants to kill him, but it's impossible. Infamous heroes are dying left, right, and center.
Oh, the
Finally,
spear!
though, the spear hits. They need a God's Rebuke. They stop him with the Aether
We're Sacred!
And now with a stun from Simulate, they turn him into a pig. Oh no, the Mars gonna lose the Rapier. It's down the floor. Lumiere, someone needs to pick it up. They lost the Snapfire immediately as the PL continues against Lumiere. He has no slots to take the Rapier.
Smile.
Actually, it's going to be C-Smile walking on top of it. The Aeon Disc use. Nobody's taking the sword. They just want the win. The blink from Lumiere is going to give him a little more space, but everyone's on top of him. Disruption blocks the cookie. Doesn't matter. They got Lumiere dead to rights, and the Rapier still on the floor, not needed for Beastcoast to wipe it with Infamous's face.
We're not quite done yet. Michael in the tree who's being mischievous. They're trying to chase this squirrel. Whisper. He's not going to find him. Okay, because he's Invis. Scurry camouflage. Alrighty, and the Rapier recovered. I imagine into the hands of Chris Luck probably. Who has Rapier?
Oh my! Oh, Axel! Oh, what a baller move! He actually went back for the Rapier because he couldn't send the courier. He's slightly faster, but he's gonna die. Okay,
well,
maybe not baller. Maybe what I was looking for is crazy. Risky, interesting.
Yeah, no buyback on him.
What's the word? Careless.
Could be Michael is scouted and killed this time. They have, I think they actually took the Rocket Flare True Sight. Yeah, Rocket Flare True Sight talent. So even with the camouflage, Gojira is going to see him. That is a second dieback there in that engagement. And Hector is in your base, and the GG is called Infamous lose. Okay, wow, what
an ending. The most anticlimactic ending to a crazy roller coaster of a game. The most important part of this game is that Beastcoast broke their curse, and they actually all chatted before the game ended, and they still won. That's the most impressive part, honestly.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I'm still trying to process that game, that end team fight. I called out in the middle of that fight, where is Sacred? Sacred twice started channeling he started the cast animation of the Epicenter and just could never really find a good time to get in there, unfortunately. Alone did his best. He was absolutely murdering Chris Luck during the fight, or Hector, pardon me. But Hector just got way too much sustain in that fight between the heart. He had Scotty in that fight as well. Swift Blink, Doppelganger having no cooldown, and then the casual crit as well with the level 30 talent. He just manages to be a little bit too tanky, a little bit too hard to catch, and they ended up kind of taking that last fight. I mean, I need to watch a replay of that last fight because it was just a little bit too hectic, but I mean, what a game. Beastcoast, they're up 2-0.
Honestly, I see the inklings of Infamous's greatness, but the fact that they can't reproduce this constantly throughout the whole game is always worrisome to a team like this. Like, it's sad because you know they have such a high ceiling, but just always go to the ceiling, right? Don't just. Sometimes it seems like Axel's like, let me just dive to the floor for a second. Let me just throw myself this 10-meter building for some reason. And then they had like a couple of fights which just so well advised. I think this game was in their grasp, very much so. I think Beastcoast kind of made it that way as well because they also threw a little bit. Let's be honest, that's a Beastcoast staple. But I think Infamous could have taken this if they just played that mid game a bit more consistently. From 25 to 30 minutes, it seemed like they just had no captain, honestly. But we're going to have to see what the panel has to say about this. Maybe the draft had something to do as well as we wait for game number 3 to start. Let's go over to Alba Plus, Winter, and Lilith. Thank you, Avo. Guys, crazy game, honestly. Question marks included. Throws plenty. True SA Dota here. I want to hear your thoughts, honestly. What did you think of that, Lelis? Start with you.
I think it was Infamous was in control of the game for most part. I think things are going very well for them. They were ganking the PL in the jungle. TA was really farmed. They got first Roche, right? And then they kind of threw when they died close to Roche pit, and then Radiant got Roche, right? So this second Roche is just way too important for TA to just casually lose it like this. When they lost the second Roche, it was like, damn, now the game is really hard. You have to wait for Beastcoast to probably make a mistake. Because PL is almost the same net worth as TA, and she doesn't have Aegis, such an Aegis dependent hero. But there was a lot of like back and forth though, a lot of like throwing. Hector dying in the base, Aegis almost expiring, you know. Infamous almost came back, but that moment where they died in front of the Roche was just way too important.
You agree with that, Winter? Do you think that was a turning point for the game?
Yeah, the one where the Mars and I think it was the Hoodwink. They went to the Ancients. I think they were trying to kill the PR. If I remember correctly, that was the part where they died and they lost the Roche. I think before that, everything was going really well. I was pretty decently surprised by how well the lane went with the Sand King plus the Hoodwink. The level 1 stuns and with the Hoodwink, they actually did so much damage in the lane. I actually felt like after watching how they played the level 1 wave, the first 2 waves, I felt maybe the Sand King plus Hoodwink would have been more or less the same or even stronger with compared to the Mars plus Hoodwink lane because of how they were able to bully the PR. And I mean, this SD is definitely a bait, man.
He's been the poisonous pick for the lanes every time. Do you guys think it's you got to stop picking it? Like, if Infamous pick it, do you think they're putting themselves in a really difficult position in this last game?
I mean, the SD5 is just not as good as the SD4. Like the SD4, he can farm the stacks himself, right? The 5 is more, I feel like he's just a liability in the lane, and he doesn't really get enough done.
You're just kind of like hoping you can push the wave out and try to pull, but if you can't pull, it's like you feel really bad in the lane. You can't really do much. And you have to have, I would say, like a specific lane partner, like a really strong laner. Maybe if you're laning with some kind of like a lane dominator carry, like Ursa or something else. Otherwise, if you're laning with like some weak laner, you don't feel like you can do much in the lane as SD. It's really, really difficult to play the first few waves.
Okay, well, this last game could be the last one for Infamous. They need a desperate win here, so I'm going to ask both of you. First, I'll start with the coach, Mr. Winter. I know he was a player as well. What do you tell your team in this kind of situation when you're like 2 down, it's a best of 5, it's a grand final? Like, what's the way to pick them back up? What's the best strategy you can go for?
Oh, in my opinion, I think you just have to forget about what happened the previous 2 games and just play it like a BO1 at a time. You know, you can't really think too much about the previous 2 games. But I feel like losing like that in the second game definitely is very, very hard to come back from. If your team, you have a lot of young players, and it might be even too much for the captain to deal with. It's gonna be really hard for them, I feel.
Lelis, what is your opinion on this?
Yeah, I agree with Winter. It was a very soul-crushing defeat. Like this one, it was like they almost had it, and then they didn't have it. Then they almost had it again, then they didn't have it. It was very sad for them. And the first game they got stomped, so I'm not exactly sure how they feel. They probably feel really bad right now. Ideally, you just believe that you can win, and you just play. And if you're the better team, you'll win. It will happen. You just have to not think about what happened in the last 2 games. Honestly, try to forget about it.
Do you try to force?
Sorry, it's probably better that they lost faster, right, in the previous game, so it doesn't actually ruin their mindset. Because when they made a mistake, they were supposed to lose, and then they could have won again, and then if it drains you out so much mentally, where certain players I feel like wouldn't be able to take it as well as the veteran players, or the more experienced players.
Okay. Besides the mental game, in terms of the Dota itself, is there any strategies you go for in these kind of situations? Like, do you go for like an easier to execute strat or more comfort picks? What is your preference as a player, Lelis?
Usually, when it's do or die, a lot of people just want to play comfort, and there's nothing wrong with it. I think it's fine, especially in a very high stress situation. But a lot of teams also, they just don't really care. They just play wherever they want. I feel like Infamous will play comfort. I just have a feeling. I don't know how to explain it. They're just gonna pick what they feel comfortable with, and they're just gonna play it.
Fair enough. We'll see if that's what happens as we get ready for game number 3. Infamous against the ropes. but they're hoping to get this one win. We'll see if it happens. As we go over to Game 3, we do have a special tidbit. Instead of a break this time, you get a wonderful video made by Felipe Astini, a panelist we had earlier on today. He did some analysis on all the teams, and I'm going to share to you what his thoughts were on Beastcoast and how to defeat them.
Before I start with Beastcoast analysis, I must mention that they are the most successful team in Dota 2 South American history. They have reached a top 8 TI placement, and even having what many consider a pretty bad TI 10, still managed to have the best result in South America on that competition. But you do expect the best out of the best team, so the analysis will be mostly focused on how the best team in the region ended up on a 4th place tiebreaker. They've become the team everyone in South America is aiming to beat. But they don't show enough respect to the teams they are facing to learn their simple tricks. As you can see, they failing 3 times in a row for the same trick on those clips. On the other hand, it seems like teams are learning more and more about them, such as Hector's farming pattern and how you can punish him. They usually have a playstyle where 4 heroes are massively creating chaos in the map, while Hector farms. So their net worth is mostly concentrated at him, and if you manage to pick him off over and over, you get the recipe to beat Beastcoast. Hector does have a very specific farming pattern, usually starting at 12 minutes in triangle and repeating each 3-minute cycle, meaning on bounty time he'll most likely be around the triangle. His stats on same camps will make you notice that some teams have already learned how to punish those farming patterns, but he still keeps doing the same. Such as this clip from 2 years ago that can make you feel like watching the same match as the ones at this DPC, even with a completely different Dota 2 map. Of course, things are not exactly the same and he might change in case there's a team fight nearby, but you can pretty much expect to find him at his triangle farming. Unless you take total control over his triangle, then you expect him to go to yours. It's something that the teams on those regional finals seems to have already noticed. You can even check his replays on ranked matchmaking, and you find very similar behavior. On the other hand, Gojira might be their trump card. He does 2 things perfectly, and both of them consist in dying. No, it's not a flame, neither a joke. Let me show you. First, he does amazing wave shoving, so when he knows the team's behind, and they cannot take a fight, he pushes the entire enemy team back in the map by shoving a wave till the first enemy tower. This also creates a lot of distraction, so the enemy team won't have time to think about hunting down Hector in the jungle. So yeah, a death that is totally worth it for his team. The second type of death is for sure the one that makes him to be considered one of the most skilled players in the region. He can play such a psycho on teamfights and is so smart that he forces on himself the exact spells that the enemy team needs to win the teamfight against his teammates. As you can see in the clips, in 4 teamfights he forced either Mystic Flare or Roar, make it impossible for APU to combo his cores. First, he forced a Mystic Flare. Then he forced a Roar. Then a Vice and Mystic Flare again. And a Mystic Flare again. Not only that, in 2 teamfights he managed to get vision of Luna and together with Whisper forced her BKB. After that, Hector and Chris had a free team fight. Did I mean he's good at forcing BKBs by being completely annoying? Look what he does to Benny Stroll at this. Maybe keeping him flying for the entire teamfight can be the recipe to win against Beastcoast. If you kill him, he'll just buy back and hunt you down. So, will this chaos creation enable Hector to keep carrying? Or will they try out a new playstyle? Check this at Epo's channel for the entire regional finals coverage.
Hello, guys, and welcome back for what could be the last pregame panel as Infamous against the ropes versus Beastcoast. They're really looking for this win. Can they do it, though? Honestly, it's a tough one because they last game, as my panel already said, took a pretty heavy toll. They need to recover. They're a relatively new team. Out of these top 4 teams, actually the team has been together for the least amount of time, and they also have a lot of young players. So it's like every recipe that we've seen 1,000 times. But who knows? I would like to see a game 4. And also, Beast Coast is always capable of throwing, so let's not look at that part as well. That's also a Beast Coast special. Winter, would you like to see a 5 melee draft from Beast Coast in this next game? I know you're a big fan of those. They've run it a couple times at DPC.
Wasn't it just one time they did that?
No, you didn't do the other. They did 2, 3, I think. So they won, though.
You're 2-0 up. Why not?
This is the time to try, right? All right, tell me seriously, what do you think Infamous should fix for this next game? I mean, we talked about the mentality and stuff, but I want to see, like, in the game, is there anything you'd like to see in the draft that they might have not done, or any playstyle options?
Nah, not really though. I think I kind of like what they did in the last game. Like they tried to play fast, some different heroes, some new heroes, and going back to the analysis video we had just now with Astini, he also mentioned that how K1 likes to play, and he likes to be in a triangle and have space. And what they did last game as Infamous, where they drafted better lanes and they didn't really have a conventional carry. They had a carry which that allows the whole team to get richer because he can join and fight early. It actually stifles a lot of K1 Hector's farm, in the game. So I felt like what they did last game was really good. It's just the mindset that needs to be refreshed, and they have to be ready to do the same thing again without tilting.
I've heard from a lot of teams that if you play the same strat twice after you've lost, or the same strat after you've lost, that takes a lot of courage. Is that true? Have you been in that position, Lilith?
Yeah, it does. The same situation might come up again, then people might just mentally choke because it's happening again,
Right.
Like one small mistake, and then it triggers somebody, and then someone starts panicking. It might just be a disaster. So you kind of want to avoid that, I think. Unless you really believe in it super strongly, right? But they already started the draft a lot different. Like, this has been different. Last time they picked Weird, they picked SD Quap. They also like Bane Quap. Now they just started with Rubik. Different start for them. I like it. They need this for this last game.
10 seconds.
What do you mean this in this case?
They need like a change in the beginning of the draft.
Okay. Okay.
So they've made a big change. I'm not sure how much I like this clock early, especially like picking both your supports like this in 2-3. It's all right. I wouldn't say Rubik is nice against Weir because he steals Sakuchi, but in the lane it can be rough.
What are the strengths of picking your supports here this early?
If you pick your supports, you're not showing a core. So this 8 pick that Beast Coast has is probably like the strongest pick on first pick because you get to see stuff and ban for it. It's not that effective. It's still fine. Like, you can pick I don't know, a good off lane here, or you don't really want to pick your carry this early. So you're basically just hiding your draft for a little bit more, and you're not giving them a counter pick instantly right here.
And what are the weaknesses that you were talking about with those 2 supports?
I mean, showing your 2 supports like this makes it easier to counter lanes. Like, you can just put the Weaver in the Rubik lane and just pick something else against Clock. And then you kind of already have 2 good matchups already. And also, Storm is a good core here. It's a pretty good pick. Rubik and Clock don't really do anything this hero.
Yep.
Good
when you see
match.
this... Go ahead,
Yeah, when you open with 2 supports, generally it gives a lot of room for usually the mid hero to come out early because you know what you're dealing with. I feel like on the second pick, sometimes for me personally, I like some kind of like flex pick, like, or at least like a Mars plus Snapfire, those kind of opening, like you instantly secure some combo and some good lane. And I feel like even though you're giving away information to the enemy that you have this hero as a core, it's easier to draft later than opening with 2 supports. But then again, I know some teams they like to open with 2 supports because the next phase you get to pick, you get to save your cost for a later pick, which a lot of core players like. But in my opinion, as a drafter, I prefer to open with like a combo like off lane with a support, or at least a flex pick plus a support instead of 2 supports.
Yeah,
Well-
Infamous right now is going to get the 3 core counter picks, right? They're going to counter pick
Okay.
Storm now if they really want to. They counter pick all 3 cores. But
But your lanes
Yeah,
your lanes are gonna be weak because you open with your supports like this. I
yeah,
feel like they might just lose
5
both the side lanes.
seconds
Like
remaining.
probably they'll do well in the mid lane. But like you mentioned in the previous game or the first game, where nowadays the mid lane you can't really win the mid lane anymore. It's mostly a 50-50 lane because of how you can farm the small cam and then you have this all the water runes. You keep refilling your bottle. You can't really win the mid lane as easy.
yeah.
Because of the 2 supports, do they have to cover with their cores in terms of the catch to get rid of the storm, or are you just more concerned in trying to pressure him or win the lane there?
I feel like they should just pick a good matchup. They should just like pick Invoker now or something.
Okay.
I'm not sure if they banned for it though. They're banning like these. These look like TA bans, honestly.
Yeah, actually.
PL Venom Viper.
Could it be?
But wouldn't you, if you want to pick
Void?
here, wouldn't you just save it for last and see what they pick? Or you just don't
Probably.
care already? Or you just don't care already because you're already banned like this?
I mean, I feel like they should just pick their mid because it's what they see, right?
Yeah, because
They
you already
just-
see it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Lina, I think they need to win the lane. I feel like Lina could be good with their heroes now.
Lina is very good against Storm.
The other 2 supports, I think they work really well with Lina. At this point, I feel like their strategy has to be around winning their core to core, at least the lanes first, and then play the game after.
Monkey King.
Is this a flex pick for them?
It's a flex, a mid, and carry. Alone likes to
Yeah.
play it. I doubt this clog's gonna be a core in either. So is Rubik, so it's probably a flex, a mid, and carry.
10 seconds
I'm pretty sure. I remember
Mm.
Sacred has played in a previous team as well in the offlane, but it's been forever since I see Monkey King offlane.
I mean, Weaver is pretty good against Monkey King in the whole game.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, because you got him in the trees, right? Is
it's
Storm
very,
good
very
as well? Because you can cut
Everything
the
is
trees with
good
wall
against Monkey King here.
Okay. Okay.
This Phoenix pick is pretty good. Very good
Yep.
hero against Monkey King. Very good.
so
Rubik is
what?
not
Can,
particularly happy against this hero either. Like stealing Phoenix spells don't really feel that good.
Yeah, and you're not supposed to get the egg.
Yeah, you can never get the egg, honestly, if he just plays well.
5 seconds remaining.
what is the purpose of this Monkey King then, guys? Because like, all I've seen is criticism. What's the purpose? What's
Comfort?
it supposed to fulfill?
Probably comfort.
Oh, okay. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
Radiant
I'm not sure either.
Yeah,
It's
I'm
rather
leaning to the
strange.
comfort side too.
Mm.
It is very strange. I feel like Storm
Wait.
just does fine against Monkey King mid. He'll probably just free farm. It's not like it's some they have a Monkey King mid now. Now Storm is weak. Not really.
Phoenix is off lane right now. Against
Yes,
the
with,
Monkey.
yeah, Whisper always plays it offlane if they can. Like they'll flex it to 5 sometimes, but with the Weaver being picked, it was 100% being a 3.
5 seconds remaining.
There's so much team fight now with these two. These 2 heroes are just so good in the game later together. They can protect each other.
Earth Spirit's also just another hero that's amazing against Rubik. This Rubik is just.
And
I'm not sure
Monkey-
about this early phase Rubik.
Yeah.
He's gonna have like 0 impact. He only has Shikuchi to steal. He's not gonna do anything else. He's gonna get jumped by Storm and he's gonna
you
be
say
very
that
sad.
you say that for the Rubik, but I think the Monkey is gonna have the same fate or even worse.
Yeah.
It's
Gyro.
gonna be so sad. Okay.
He's
So
good
what's
against
going on?
Phoenix Egg, right? Sorta.
He's a
I
good
feel like they're
laner.
just picking their comfort. They're just like,
Okay.
oh, we're gonna play
10
these things
seconds
and
remaining.
let's just YOLO it. Because this hero, this Gyro hero is
Remaining.
he's very weak without buffs. If he doesn't have
Yep.
an IO and Ogre, like something that's helping him do more damage, he feels very mediocre compared to like other carries or just naked carries. And he has a lot of bad matchups in the game too. Like he's just gonna get counterpicked right now. Like the carry matchup, he's gonna be a little bit sad.
I mean, they just need like any like Wraith King or some Life Stealer. This game is gonna be so easy.
What's the saving grace? How can Infamous turn this around? What could this last pick be?
I mean, the offlane matchup. I think if the Monkey and Gyro are safe lane and the mid lane. They just need to wait for the last pick from Beastcoast and hope for a counter pick to win the bot lane, and just hope that they can get snowball from there.
Okay. All
I
right.
mean, I don't know what else they can do from here. I hope they have a
Oh,
plan.
I appreciate it. Thank you for grasping at straws for me, Winter. I appreciate that.
The Beastmaster would be a pretty good pick. They banned two like buff heroes for Jaro. Pretty good bans.
Yep.
The Beastmaster would make a lot of sense. It would help them a lot. That's banned.
10 seconds remaining.
What are the worst quarter-core matchups Darkhunter wants to avoid here?
5 seconds remaining.
And Void is already out. What else? There's Morphling is really bad for him. Lifestealer, like Winter said. They banned Terrorblade.
Wraith King 2 is pretty annoying.
Yeah, that's true. The Hector Wraith King. We haven't seen that much.
He does not like them anymore.
Oh, really?
Aw, really?
The reincarnation nerf made him think the hero's trash now.
See.
10 seconds remaining.
I mean, they just seem to have so many options, guys. So there's not really much point in guessing because they can just pick a bunch of.
Yeah, pretty much anything here.
Yep.
Oh, they like Chaos Knight, right? This team.
They do actually.
Remember
Yeah,
that?
that's one of his favorite
yeah.
heroes.
They play some Chaos Knight. It's good with their playstyle.
Yeah.
They usually
Also-
pick it when they see the offlane. They really pick like CK against Legion. It's a really good matchup for CK.
Oh yeah, that's true. That hero needs to have a good lane. So if you don't, he's not a very good carry to pick when you don't know your lane.
Yeah.
I mean, you know Rubik is in your lane, right?
I mean the off lane matchup, dude.
No, I'm aware. I'm just saying, like, you know, how strong.
CK is pretty good against Rubik in lane. Like, it's very sad for Rubik. Rubik does not like heroes that can just go on him. Like PA,
And a CK Weaver.
Team pick.
I can see it. Luna.
Okay,
Right.
just
They've
go
been
for the
picking this
basic
a
one.
lot too recently.
Yep.
They're
Yep.
winning every game with it.
What is the saving grace here now? Tell me now. You saw the carry, Winter. Tell me what the offlaner is here to snowball and win you the lane in game.
10 seconds.
Why you're not asking Lelis? He's the offlaner here.
I mean,
dude.
Nature's Prophet was really good.
Hero.
Alright.
Brewmaster, is that the pick? I mean, I know that's comfort for Sacred. I know that's comfort.
I'm not sure. I feel like
Isn't he
Beastcoast
awful
is
against
fine
Phoenix?
against this hero.
Yeah, they're
It's
definitely
an
fine.
okay matchup against Luna.
I mean, were you the one that said, Lelis, that they were going to go comfort here on Infamous? Before they
Yeah,
started?
yeah, for sure.
Uh,
I mean,
I-
maybe that just helps them play the game. Hopefully.
Your player's sixth sense is on point, though. I gotta say that was very impressive. You said it before. You saw any picks, and that's exactly what they did. All these heroes, you guys watch Infamous, are like their staples, even before they were on Infamous. But as a draft, I don't know if it makes much sense, honestly. But give me hopes, analysts, Winter. give me one hope, one strength of this Infamous draft.
If you're comfortable, you're gonna be able to play at 100%.
Well, it's unfortunate because now that I know Winter personally, I know when he nods like that, he's gonna give you the biggest bullshit. It's never him, seriously.
We have too much lunch and dinners together.
Yeah, we had too many.
Unfortunately.
Lelis, can you give me one positive thing about the Infamous draft here?
Well, they do have a lot of team fight. They have more team fight than Beastcoast. The thing is, will they be able to force the team fight without Beastcoast just running away, right? Because they have so many mobile heroes like Weaver, Earth Spirit, Storm. They can just zip away, dive away, roll away. They do have the team fight to take the objectives, but will they be taking them in a way where Beastcoast is forced to fight them, so then they can actually use their spells well? I think that's the biggest part of this game. Will Beastcoast be like running into the Monkey King ring, or will they just be running away and then resetting, then going in again?
Right. Well, I'm going to have to see if Beastcoast can play one last match with enough discipline to be able to beat Infamous, or if Infamous will showcase the power of comfort as we go into Game 3, what could be the last game of the series. It's going to be once again SeekNStrike and Double Plus. Thank you, Avo, for the last time. I will miss you because this game... Look, dude. As a host, I gotta ask my panelists to grasp at straws. As a caster, oof. I feel bad for the draft. I mean, I know what they went for. Like, I agree with Ellis. They just went comfort, right? You can tell, but it is a tough draft to justify.
Yep, that's not a good start alone, missing the The Boundless Strike is gonna probably maybe be an ominous sign, as Stinger is back on the position 5. Weaver gonna be running around and, excuse me, otherwise just causing chaos. Yeah, it's tough because I agree with Lawless. Well, while you do have team fight on Infamous, like really good team fight, I think when your catch is limited to Rubik and Clockwork and maybe like a really good lift on Brewmaster, but you're up against a Storm, an Icarus Dive, a Weaver, an Earth Spirit, and even Luna, who's like, again, pretty fast, 325 without any boots is nothing to sneeze at. And even if you do sneeze at her, she's going to outrun it. And that's a big problem. I think Infamous are going to really have to play a tough game. They've got a lot of AoE, but not a lot of lockdown, so they have to really be on the money with picking their fights and their target priority in their fights.
I also feel, by the way, like this Phoenix is kind of a free game, honestly. Like, the only real bothersome hero is the Gyrocopter. And in the panel, again, grasping, I was trying to say, oh, Gyrocopter at least can break the Phoenix egg, right? And he's okay, right? He's no Snapfire or even like a Marana or whatever. He's not even Dusa. Dusa's even better at doing that. But Gyrocopter's okay at hitting the egg, and everyone else just sucks. I mean, if you use Primal Split and he eggs, all of a sudden Brewmaster feels the saddest hero in the game.
Yeah, the units don't count, of course, for the egg hits. Is what you're hinting at, and that is basically nothing to you. And you know, 2 of your pandas take damage from the egg, and they all get stunned as well. Even the Earth Panda, it's not good. No, which is a bit unfortunate, right? Because of course, Brewmaster, the hardest hero in the game to play, according to you.
I agree. I think Brewmaster is the hardest hero in the game. I think there's no other hero that matches it. Maybe Wraith King, but it's between those 2.
Yeah, that's actually why Hector stopped playing it. Hero got too complex.
The reincarnation, 60 seconds. You can't count that high. Look, the Brewmaster has 3 units that all have very diverse playstyles. It's really difficult to do. And before the axe was a thing...
Oh, Shard.
4,
go
yeah.
ahead.
Yeah, but the last one was garbage. Before the axe was a thing, it was a genuine difficult hero to play. Then they made the Ags, and you're like, okay, Brew is just easy mode, right? Once you get Ags, Brew becomes easy. I'll be honest with that. Like, Ags Refresher is a dumb build. It's not a build that requires as much skill as the other Brewmasters.
Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying. I think it just comes down to spell casting, though, right? I don't think that's intrinsic to Brewmaster. Sure, he's more heavily punished on it because, of course, his ulti is a lot of his bread and a lot of his butter. And if you misuse it, then you're in a lot of trouble. But, you know, it's similar for things like Phoenix, right? If you misuse Supernova, it's, you know, just as punishing, if not more.
I just think that understanding the timing for Supernova is a little bit easier than some of the timings for Brew. But it also comes from my definition of what's difficult, right? Like, to me, Meepo's not a difficult hero because I find that the hero is... well, Meepo's a bad example. To me, like, Invoker's not the most difficult hero because I feel like it's a hero that is... Like the mechanical skill is just a bunch of practice, right? I'm not very impressed by you playing a million games of Dota. I'm impressed by you knowing what to do in those games.
Stinger is going to get away. This Ignite lineup here, or Ignite build with between Fadebolt and the Cinder Brew, pardon me, is incredibly annoying for a Weaver, as chances are you're going to get ignited before you can Sakuchi away. That's just that's Hector.
Hector is going to suffer a bit. Telekinesis, they hit him with a Thunderclap, and that's going to be, death. Sacred gets the first blood. Well done. It is a hero he loves, right? So at least that's to be said. Like, he's probably playing really comfortably, and he's like, well, at least I'm having fun on the Brew, right? So that's a very important thing. Yeah. If you talk to pro players these days, they will often tell you that, especially for big tournaments like TI, where everyone's like a really high level, they'll say that half the battle, or even 60-70%, is just mentality. So being able to just be comfortable and happy is a very big deal.
Yeah, you gotta cool the nerves, and my goodness, Alone is really cooling off C-Smile right now. 22-4 compared to the 18-1. C-Smile making a run back home because his bottle is empty and there's no rune spawning here for a little while. So he is going to lose out on just a small wave. I think he got a couple of the creeps, but does lose out at least on one range creep. So that does hurt a little bit. And Alone is going to get Jingu off of him as well as soon as he returns to continue his domination in this mid lane.
Well, I think to be said as well is that when you come from a defeat, it's very important, I would say, again, for your mentality, that you win the lanes or you do well in the early game. That's exactly what Infamous is doing, right? So that's good. Those two things are very important. Because then you feel like you can play the game. And in fact, it was the solution that Awaken Kings found when they were losing against Thunder Awaken. They just concentrate on lanes, they won that, and they actually felt much better. And that's also because of the comfort that this brings. Winning lanes makes Dota easier.
They would have had him if they had Dust, as the tower shot does not connect. Stinger really taking advantage here of the Lunar Blessing to get a lot of damage in on the Sacred. And while there is a lot of damage here between Michael and Sacred, especially with the Ignite build, Stinger is, you know, like we said earlier, I think in Game 1 even today of this very series, he loves buying regen. He's got, well, I think that was at least his second salve already used, and very likely another one in the quick buy and on the way shortly.
Gojira also does die in that middle lane. He's actually trying to gank. Affliction taking the quick kill, and Alone even coming back to harass C-Smile. He puts himself in an aggressive position, the banana to avoid some damage. He really wants to dive this. He's going to jump onto him. C-Smile in trouble in the tree, trying to juke, but you can't juke a Monkey King. That's his territory.
Yeah, not in the trees. You're not going to be able to get him there. And that is a big kill. Most importantly, because Gojira, well, I mean, you don't need a bottle refill now that he's going to do it himself, as he's dead. But, yeah, Gojira was dead from the failed gank. So they end up getting 2 kills there, and there's no support to rotate on over. That is pretty brutal.
They're doing a great job in this early game, honestly. It doesn't seem like they lost last game.
Yeah, but quite importantly, especially because I think we saw this in Game 1, Whisper is doing a really, really good job in this bottom lane. The key difference is Whisper is getting a lot of farm, but he's not really shutting out the gyrocopter. So...
No, he's fine, Sorry, spoke too soon. Stinger's chasing
maybe
after
not.
Michael. Oh, it's true. They're diving him, actually. Hector will die, and Stinger also dies diving the tower. Telekinesis. Yeah,
Good
diving the tower
lane,
against
see
Rubik.
Smile.
Not a great thing.
To Axel, and even with the battery assault active, they will easily get that kill. That is going to be the power spike, of course, from bot lane. And T-Smile now gets to play a little bit of Dota. Will he be able to snag this DD rune in the river? Nope, that's going to go into the bottle of Alone. Her Spirit to give chase, but doesn't commit the Remnant. And Alone is going to go ahead and farm in the triangle with that.
Hector is hard-headed, though. He comes back to the top lane. He's like, you know what? I'm staying in this lane. This is my lane. No one's going to kick me away from it.
He might leave now, though, or maybe next level with the second point in Moonglaves. I think that's what he really wanted. He just doesn't farm too efficiently here, and doesn't want to lose the tower this early. Sacred got really good tower, but still no charges in his urn, unfortunately for him. Or if he maybe had them, he has already used them. And Gojira is coming top lane. They really want to get this kill on a Sacred. Rolling Boulder is going to connect. Affliction is incoming as well with Cogs and Battery Salts active. Oh! Gets off the ultimate, and in fact, that is going to be a kill onto Stinger as a Boulder is hurled at the little ant and is squashed. And now Gojira, with Rolling Boulder still on cooldown, taking the Sampler build 1-1-1, doesn't have the cooldowns here, and is going to result in his second death. A great start for Infamous thus far.
Yeah. Great use of the first primal split. I think on Brewmaster, even right now, the first, I would say maybe first 3 primal splits are like crucial. You have to do a lot with it. It's similar to Arc Warden in his ultimate, but you really want to get that going. Obviously, you can still win if you don't do well, but ideally, you don't have to recover, right? I still remember that game, and I think it was Vici was playing it, where Old 11 took like 40 minutes to come online. That was partially because he never got these early game kills, right? And they had to elongate for a really long time. It really sucks to play Brew in that position.
Yeah, especially if you have to go for like a BKB early instead of Midas or something like that, you just don't scale. It's awful. So these important kills are absolutely huge. You're totally correct. And speaking of scaling, already in the jungle is Lumiere. He's level 6. He is going for this full farming build. I assume with the 6th skill point he is saving, he's going to put it into stats and just hit the jungle at the classic farming war of Luna and Gyro. It's going to be a thing. Whisper, he's done a good job of forcing him out of lane. And honestly, this Phoenix hero is so, like, he is stupid strong at level 6. You can make some pretty ridiculous dives when you have a lot of experience early on. And even though Gyro is okay against the Phoenix Supernova, he's not leaving anything to risk. And I think I respect this move.
Let's see the Earth Spirit. I see Affliction here. Hector's now going to the jungle, but he's some protection, and Gojira will be that protection. He's the muscle. Wanna beat the engineer. But, oh, he's doing like a bouncer. He kicked him out, but, oh, he's coming back in. Oh, no. Oh, no, Gojira, what is he going to do? They're going to go for Alone instead. The Monkey King in trouble. He has no way to jump, and Alone, I think, might just die here.
Yeah.
See, Smile will get revenge for all those kills earlier.
Yeah, Whisper rotates over for that. I think maybe expecting a bigger commitment. But I don't think Infamous they just bit off more than they could chew there, to be quite honest. They get that ward up and I think try and immediately act on it. But Brewmaster is in no position to fight, of course, having his ulti on cooldown for another 69 seconds. Rubik can't steal any spells, and even if he can, like, there's nothing too great this game. You know, you steal Sakuchi, but that doesn't change the outcome of that fight, even if he is 6.
That's all you do. You still Sakuchi this game.
Yeah, I'm just surprised Whisper rotates is all. But it's fine. It's not a big deal. He pushed the wave to the tower. He's a Phoenix. He doesn't really push towers that well, so I might as well join and see if you can help out and get at least some assist gold onto the Monkey King mid.
Top lane Stinger not having so much fun as he gets killed, and he's like, I thought this hero was invulnerable. Not the case here. Also, Stinger, what are you going to build this game? He's going to go for 4-staff because obviously Phoenix building the urn. So that's going to be an interesting thing.
Okay, 4-staff's fine. I wouldn't have minded something like an early Solar Crest, to be honest. Just a little bit of a buff to the Luna, because you don't have anything to buff her up. But I think 4-staff is acceptable versus a Monkey, versus a Clock, versus a Rubik. I think that's totally fine.
It's weird. Like, you tell me that Weaver's building 4-staff 2 years ago, I'm like, what is this meme, right? And now I'm like, this is actually a really good item. It's a great pickup.
Yeah, well, you know, Dota changes, man. You know, I think we're kind of back to this now, where if you build Battle Fury on Ursa, you get laughed at. But you get laughed at not because it's a dumb build, but because it's just out of the meta now.
It's old.
Lane,
Yeah, exactly.
Dove is going to be Rubik. Down he goes. Did steal a spell, but it was either Vortex or Remnant, which is not going to help him get out.
One of the essentials of Dota you have to understand is that in Dota, it's much worse to be old than dumb. Right? If you have an innovative new build, but it's just stupid, people will just laugh at you and say you watch too much YouTube. But if it's an old build, oh boy, that's when your behavior score's going down, my friend. That is 100% the 4 reports in that game.
That is true. Whenever I get a PA who just rushes Battle Fury instead of gets Deso and fights with the boys, I get a little bit upset.
Well, all right, Silence Sacred. He has the split though, right? Yep.
Yeah.
And Earth Spirit's like, I thought I was the only Earth Spirit, but instead Hector punished by the Fire one. And they bring down Gojira. He gets hit by the Hurl Boulder. Oh no, his cousin. He's hurt. He's hurting from his family ties. Alone will take the kill. And that's going to be 1k gold lead now for Infamous. Making sure that it stays there the whole time.
Yeah, Sacred's got, you know, he's the Respect Your Elder move, right? Brewmaster was the original Spirits, as I recall
That's
correctly.
True. Yep. Earth Spirit was the, well, I mean, Void Spirit aside, it was the last one to come into the game.
Yes, of course. And then immediately they retconned him. It is, oh, he had a Void Panda the whole time. All his abilities have names, I promise. He was here the whole time.
Did they give a name to the Void Panda ability yet, or there's still no?
It has a name now, I think. I couldn't tell you what it is, honestly, and I'm not ashamed to not know it, because no one's going to build it.
Also, it's garbage. It's such
that's what it is. It's garbage. That's its name. That's right.
Can you imagine? Oh, he used garbage. Now everyone's disarmed for half a second. It's all cooled down for the rest of the duration.
He's the trash man. He gets in the ring and throws trash everywhere, you know?
Yep. They cut the Earth Spirit here. Okay, then they'll release him out. And into the cuts. Not bad, actually. Gojira could be in trouble, but the ball lining forward. As he's smiling, he wants to fight this. They even have the egg, and they're going to use it immediately. Michael is burning up. The egg will probably complete. No, I spoke too soon. And it's going to be both Alone and Sacred popping in like a pinata. Beastcoast will lose 3 heroes. The exchange for 2, not bad, but the mid laner was unnecessarily sacrificed there.
Yeah, and T-Smile does steal a pretty big stack, which is kind of nice. Before that fight kind of breaks out, you get both supports, but you do end up losing 2 cores, and you don't get the tower. So I struggle to share your optimism with that. I think that's just straight up a bad fight for Beastcoast, sadly, especially because they're going to be a lot weaker.
That was not optimistic. I was just trying not to flame him. That's it.
Okay, well, fair enough. Well, there goes Stinger.
Hey, look, if you're gonna call me out for it was just not a good play. Straight up. Like, there was no need for you to do that. I feel like you're already losing the tempo as well. It's like, you don't have to lose the lane piece, because you can win the early game.
Yeah, another jump onto the Brewmaster. He's almost got Primal Split back online, and with this Midas, he's going to just fight before it, honestly. You're ignited again, and there is no Supernova this time to save you. Magnetize is going to be out, and he's going to be able to get off another Rolling Boulder. That is going to get a kill, however, onto the Brewmaster, who had the ulti ready. So a nice turn of events here for Beastcoast.
It was a very good jump, yeah. Hector committed to still finding farm here. A little bit behind the Gyrocopter, but honestly, considering how much Hector has died, he has 3 deaths compared to Gyrocopter 0. He's only 100 gold away. Like, it's kind of wild.
Yeah.
Oh,
sure.
They broke the tree.
Alone is...
Alone.
Yeah, I'm not sure. If I'm going to be harsh on Beastcoast, I'm going to be harsh on Alone. I'm not really sure what he's doing here. I think he was maybe trying to get that kill onto Whisper, and very quickly probably should have realized that even with more levels in Boundless Strike, having it maxed, with really only Power Charge and Echo Saber, you just don't really have that kind of nuke damage. So as soon as he misses that Boundless Strike from the trees, they zip after him and kill him, but a super aggressive movement out from him, especially after you lose the Brewmaster mid. I'm a little bit shocked to see that. Maybe this is a symptom of just trying to find farm and kills wherever you can, because Lumiere quite naturally on the Gyrocopter is soaking up everything else that is safe farm, but that's a little bit too dangerous.
Beastcoast going for a smoke here. They do have the Supernova available, though it's only level 1. It's pretty crap. Let's be honest, at level 1. You gotta have something to protect it a little bit.
I forgot Supernova.
See Smile? He's gonna be the one initiating. There's only Axe in the Gyrocopter, so kind of an easy kill. And they're gonna get him. Alone, trying to jump back in. Telekinesis, okay. They even got the Jingle Mastery, the hook shot set up on C-Smile. There's a Supernova defensively. Great cog. C-Smile's dead. And that Supernova can be avoided to a degree. As Whisper could come back and try to fight more aggressively, but he's alone, only with an Earth Spirit. They have to leave.
Yeah, Telekinesis already used. No. Sakuchi stole it, only level 2. You know, honestly, if I was Schofields... Never mind, I'll come back to this in a second, because they're going to look for Whisper. Boundless Strike this time is not going to kill him, but it will result in a death, as he will end up getting his TP canceled and killed off. Alone, is he okay? Fire Spirits, yes, he's going to be able to live through this. I think the Vessel's going to leave him with just enough HP to live.
2 times that he almost died to the Spirit Vessel plus Fire Spirit, so it's great that he's playing on Life's Edge, you know. Dota is a game of discrete values. If you don't die, it's as good as if you left with full HP, honestly. It doesn't really matter.
You know, actually, Stinger might be doing this. I think this is a play. Let's see what he puts this next skill point into. But much like Earthshakers would do against Morphling players back when Morph Ags was all the rage and that ability was completely Omega bonkers, I thought maybe Stinger would put a couple less points in Sakuchi here, because again, that's really the only thing Ruby can steal, but then you don't farm and you don't get away from it's like that. So
it's not worth it. In the Enchant Totem case, is like, do you care? Because Enchant Totem is garbage, right? To begin with, a Nurse Shaker unless you're playing core, or to trigger the stun, right? That's it. The damage doesn't really matter. You don't care about the scaling. Whereas Shukuchi, you care.
Sacred, got an ulti. If they wanted to turn here, but it's a little bit spicy, and it's really just a position 5 clockwork, so they're gonna let him go and go back to their farming duties. Yeah, no, I agree with you. After Gyrocopter gets sniped, he is continuing his... Actually, no, he put 4 points into Rocket Barrage. It's not this, like, full out, you know, I'm just going to farm Gyrocopter. Apparently, right? Because I think otherwise you save those skill points and just get the +8 stats. Fight in the mid lane, breaking out, alone, kind of caught out here, pulled back by the Vortex. They do get the ulti off, though, on the Brewmaster. Rubik's down, and there goes Alone. See Smile with a little bit low on the mana, but they just don't have the follow-up damage here to really threaten him. Stinger gets off a time lapse, so he's A-okay, and there's still actually a Supernova ready to go. Sunray, level 4, healing up Stinger very nicely, as that last lift is going to be putting Stinger up in the air for a nice while. But C-Smile is back, mana now being restored in this fight as Lumiere shows up. C-Smile not expecting this. The Force Staff doesn't push him to safety. He's going to die to that homing missile regardless, as Axel is going to be the last one to die here in the river. Infamous, they don't get out of that fight empty-handed, at least taking down C-Smile.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Bring down 3 Storm in exchange, but still a pretty good turnaround. I feel like Alone's positioning in this game has been a bit questionable in a couple of fights. Like, he's going a bit too far in. And when he was playing Mars, it's fine, but I think on Monkey King, you are the pseudo carry to a degree. You are fine as a space creator or a ganker or whatever, but like for what he's doing now is perfect. He's getting Stinger, great, good job. But in the fights, you don't want to die first. And in fact, when you have a Brewmaster as well, it feels like you misused the incredible wall that he is in the early mid game by jumping in on the Monkey King and giving them a better target. Like, they had freedom to ignore Brew, and that's never a good thing.
It's a bit weird, right? Nice jump down. Orchid, though, out from C-Smile, and this is just so much damage over time. Vessel, Sunray, and Orchid burn. He was dead to rights. Yeah, oh, hold that thought, actually. Hector is farming the Camp of Death, as I like to call it here, but the Smoke Gank is going to go into the triangle. Out from Infamous. They're going to sweep back down now, but TPs are incoming. There's Stinger, and he's going to break the smoke. This darn ant, man.
Yeah, you got Michael. All right, you got the Swarm, Stinger. Does have a time lapse still, so he can continue fighting this aggressively if he wants to. That Swarm was a bit annoying, though. It actually got scattered out Gojira. They're going for Affliction. Nice block of the hook shot. Stinger might die as a result. Gets the time lapse off just in case. Good job. Affliction will die. Not that it matters too much, though. It's just a small support kill, but at least they don't lose Stinger in the
Radiant's
process.
top tower is under attack.
Yeah, and this monkey, like I wanted to get back to that point you made because I think you're right. He's playing like this full tilt aggressive mode, kind of like if it was like, you know how like Riki mid used to play when you had another carry in, and it's like kind of a greedy draft. Like
Oh,
this
right. Like the
arguably
Sparks
is.
mids and the Bloodseeker mids. Yeah.
Exactly, right? And I don't know if Monkey King is really that kind of hero anymore. He's not doing too bad a job, but again, I think this explains his playstyle, right? And I've questioned it earlier when he went really aggressively into the triangle and ends up just dying to 4 heroes. He's not been doing too poorly of a job either, but it's left him a little bit behind the 8 ball here when it comes to net worth for sure. And it's not like Lumiere's got that much more farm either. Again, he's doing a respectable job. He's the richest hero on his team and less than 1,000 gold behind Hector, which is, you know, deserves a commendment. But I don't know. This monkey is definitely suffering just a bit. With BKB almost up, though, this does change.
It's a little bit awkward, though, because if you put all your eggs in the Gyrocopter basket, I agree with Lelis. It's just Gyrocopter's a bit underwhelming as a carry these days. He is a very good carry for buffs. You know, even a Solar Crest I would be happy with,
okay.
But they don't have any of that.
And with the damage over time, they've got him.
Alright, well done. So I don't know if Lumiere will be able to like completely carry this, especially now that Hector's reaching his stride. I think once he gets that BKB, he's going to outclass the Gyrocopter completely.
Yeah, and this ward is actually still paying off. An aggressive zip forwards. He's Smile, going to be interrupted by the hookshot. DD Rune active. Doesn't have any bottle charges. Completely out of mana now, but Infamous not really in a position to punish this. They're going to try, though. Mini is, or Alone, pardon me, is TPing on in on the mid lane Monkey King as he blocks actually Gojiro's Rolling Boulder. But they will be unable to counter-initiate here. And they will remain unable to counter-initiate until they get rid of this ward.
Yeah, that was scary when they went there, because Infamous knows that if they go up to the high ground against the Phoenix, they're just going to die. So their best bet there was just to bide their time, but you already wasted a bunch of TPs there, so you kind of lost your time there. Like, it was an overall loss for Infamous, more than because of the kills, but because of what you did with that quote-unquote space, right? You're like really falling behind in terms of farm here, and you can't be, because the enemy team is about to hit their power spikes on Luna and on Storm, and you're still a little bit far away on the Gyrocopter Monkey King.
And Stinger, again, just, yep, he breaks the smoke of Michael. I don't think Michael saw anyone. I don't think anyone saw Michael. Infamous still trying to sweep through the smoke. I think Infamous might have caught wind of that. They're moving as 5 right now, a little bit earlier than they probably would be. Yes, Hector does have BKB and Manta. I don't know, maybe they're just really feeling it. Maybe they also kind of agree. This gyro is just not that scary now. It doesn't even have BKB yet. I think it's about to be delivered, but...
I mean, look, I think the most indicative fact that they don't feel Gyrocopter scary is that he's not going for Scotty, right? Like, yeah, Butterfly's good, but if you really want to deal with this range carry, which also has insane sustain, because he will eventually go Titanic, it's Scotty. The fact that he's going Butterfly, also good against the carry, mind you, but much more of an offensive item and better against the whole team, right? So, I don't know. I hope that they're wrong, and that Gyrocopter has a stronger fighting chance.
I think only time will tell. Jira, by the way, going for the Veil of Discord on the position 4 Earth Spirit. Not really an item we see picked up too much these days, but I think when you have a core Phoenix, who's literally all magic damage, I think it's a very, very good purchase. Not like it's bad on Earth Spirit anyway. It's, and he's not going to build an Urn, right, because there's a Weaver and a Phoenix on the team, so... This Egg Scepter is almost online for Brewmaster. I mean, I say almost online, but he's just about halfway there. Still needs 2 more components. So he is struggling a little bit. See Smile, bottles up on Arcane Rune. He's got his own BKB. Hector's got his own BKB. I dare say it's almost party time here for Beastcoast. They are going to be looking and feeling really strong here. Oh, there's the Arcane. Here he comes.
Yep, there they go. Michael, look at that Shikuchi. The one spell you can steal. Working out here, Stinger. They hit by the homing missile. There's just man-fighting them right now. Affliction will die. Hector still wasting the Eclipse because the BKBs were up on the right time. The Astral Cycle and the Storm Spray, who still has the BKB. Lumiere will be able to make it out of here alive. Still haven't used that Supernova, so still have the chance. That Cyclone in the Phoenix. It's going to be Alone who dies next. Affliction also falls. Gojira, low on HP, but not dead. And Sacred's been left behind. Now going back to the original Panda. And just...
Oh, no attack speed.
Taken for a ride. Poor guy.
Wow. Yep, that's fine. And look at the patience from Beastcoast. They're like, no, we need to get the heck out of here right now. Everyone's so low. They played that perfectly, toggling the aggro. I think they even get Michael here. There's another Storm Zip here. It's into the triangle because Smile is diving and gets the kill onto the gyro.
And Michael
back to Michael. And he is very likely to die. This is a team wipe +1 because they bump back on the clockwork. They get the tower. They get the carry. And Infamous, feeling strong with their BKBs, were just simply outclassed there by Beastcoast. They didn't have enough damage.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I think they're hitting that stride, right? They need the Jack Counter to deal damage, but their team fight is a bit subpar compared to the Phoenix. They have no way to deal with the Supernova. And the threat of the Supernova, as Shiver said, Puppy said, Shiver said, whatever. The threat of the Supernova is more dangerous than the Supernova itself, and I think it's becoming really true here. They're constantly doing something that's rare on Brewmaster, which is cycloning different targets. That's not great. And that's showcasing, not that Brewmaster's bad, mind you, but there's multiple threats that you just want to ignore during the team fight. If that's the case, you're screwed. You need to have at least one, at most 2 threats you want to ignore. Not going for 2 different heroes because you need to deal with multiple timings. There's so much on Sacred, and there's not enough that these teammates can do to help them out.
Yeah, and what's a little bit unfortunate as well for Infamous is again, you do have pretty kind of decent team fight. Really, Beastcoast only have like Magnetize and Phoenix Supernova and I guess Eclipse, which is not bad in team fights at all, but a little bit weaker when BKBs are long duration.
Is Smile soloing?
Yep.
Did he just solo 4 heroes? Okay, sure.
He makes sure to kill the clockwork so he can just kind of leave. Oh, okay, all right.
I mean, this is egregious, man. They're going Sacred. Has the problem split with the Ags now, so he's definitely not going to die here. Right?
Well...
Right? I spoke too soon. He's dead. Oh my god. He went from endangered species to extinct. Oh, lord. There's no chances for Infamous. They're just being steamrolled here.
Yeah, this one's starting to look really bad real fast. Sector in fighting form already. They're going to take the first line of barracks without Roche, by the way. 25 minutes in. As the tips are starting to come out, and Beastcoast definitely feeling quite confident here. They've had a bit of a rough season, haven't they, Beastcoast? Alone is in now. See Smile though deep underneath 2 tier 4 towers. Can't quite tank that damage, and silenced up. He will be taken down. Big death here for them. Can Infamous really make anything happen off the back of this? Stinger trying to secure the kill. Does not get it versus Michael. And that's Sakuchi stolen yet again. Ujira going hunting, as Alone was maybe trying to block the rolling boulder there, but will not be able to.
It's kind of, I'm looking at what points of inflection you have on Infamous. I guess if you just wait out this Luna power spike and you just keep on farming and you hold on with that, you can hopefully avoid a disaster and get to a late game where you have chances. Like, the problem with Gyro and Monk is that they both have pretty weak power spikes compared to, say, a Luna, right? They're not very much snowball heroes or deathball heroes, mind you, in that sense. So right now, whatever item they get, it can't ever match the Luna's like incredible timing.
Mr. Rebel Plus, I have a question for you, renowned Beastcoast insider. What is up? What is the backstory of the EPP voice line?
Nothing to do with Beastcoast. Is that? Oh yeah, nothing to do with Beastcoast. That's a meme in South America. One of the streamers. So there's a very popular streamer who got scammed. Well, there was a guy that was trying to scam him live on stream, right? And he was telling him that his mother was kidnapped, and he was saying, "Oh, you have to send me money. My mother's kidnapped. I need like $100." It's not really that much for a mom, honestly. It's like, I need $100. Here's my thing, and he's like, "Oh, your mother got kidnapped. Oh, poor guy. Oh, beep beep beep." So making fun of him. It's like a fake tears. Yeah.
Oh, that it turned out a lot differently. Lumiere standing his ground and fighting. It's not going half bad. Affliction is going to tick down to the damage over time, but Lumiere, his BKB now waning on the run. Stinger of all people giving chase, trying to get this kill. Swarmbug applied as Whisper with the Shiva's guard getting vision all over this fight. It's going to be lifted now. Cannot get off the Supernova. Lumiere is going to make it out of this fight. Rubik likely not as lucky though. Oh, 30 HP he's going to live on. And it's a 1-for-1 trade. A bit better there for Infamous, of course, because you'll take these even trades when you're down.
Yep.
It's even a 5 for a 4.
Well, if this means Roche, then it's not that great, especially if they find Alone here.
Yeah, they see him on the board.
Alone, they know where you are, my man. Yep, Alone, BKB'd immediately. Okay, Stinger's helping out. The Orchid is a nuisance for C-Smile, who doesn't have BKB just yet. In fact, they could be in trouble. Stingers forced to retreat. The Ultra Vortex, though, for the Rubik.
Supernova?
As there's the
Oh,
Supernova finally, alone giving up in the middle of his circle. The reinforcements are here, but what are reinforcing? They're just the cavalry alone. They silenced up the Brewmaster. They have no more stuns, though, so Brew should be able to get away and get the Primal split off. And the counter initiation is still possible here as the hookshot from Axel tries to catch out C-Smile. But the damage from the Claves is destroying the Pandas right now, and they want to go for the support instead. Lumiere walks in alone.
Oh, no.
Why? Lumiere!
Did he get
got
BKB
heavily
off?
covered. He did absolutely nothing. Sacred. He's down to his last Panda. He's going to be forced to turn into the real Panda.
GG?
GG's
That's
called.
it.
Infamous is out. They're done. They don't want to play anymore.
3-0, man. I mean,
Yeah.
what a series. I think Beastcoast definitely turning it up here in the playoffs. Modo Serio, to say the least, right? Sweeping through the upper bracket. Look how happy they look on the player
game
cams.
just kind of broke him, honestly. I think that second game broke Infamous.
There they are. Hugs all around for the lads as they celebrate their win. The relief, the
Beastcoast
happiness.
really needed this, honestly. They were at a position where they went from like King of South America to maybe in a decline. Like what just happened? Look at Glenn. What a beautiful specimen. He's our video editor, guys. We poached him anyway. The Beastcoast really needed to get a win to establish themselves as like we had a slump, but it's not a decline, right? And that was very important for them. So to them, this regional finals are 100% like win or nothing. I think Infamous should be happy with the second place, but it does suck a little bit that they go out in this fashion. Very similar to Thunder Awaken. It's not so much the results as how the results were achieved.
Well, what do you mean by that?
I
think there's no shame in them going second place, especially beating Thunder Awaken in the lower bracket finals.
Exactly, but it just sucks a little bit that the way that you lose is like one stomp in game number 1, game number 2 is a difficult game, and then the game 3 is you're just kind of broken, right? And so you don't play the best game 3 possible, right? It's not like a clutch final, even if it only goes to 3 games, as long as those games are close, right? It's same with Thunder Awaken. If they get third place, yeah, it sucks. You probably expect them to get second at least, but at the same time, the way they lost to Infamous is not the way you want to lose in general, right? So that's one of the issues. And the only good thing about this is it's good practice. A lot of these teams that are coming up, they're getting born in the time of leagues. And Dota's always been a game of playoffs. Playoffs is where it matters. Playoffs where the real pressure is up. That's where Beast Coast excels. And that's where some of the newer teams struggle more because they're actually been raised in this new system of leagues and consistency. Yep. Crazy for Dota players.
Yeah, exactly. And this is going to put Beast Coast currently in a very, very secure 4th place as far as DPC standings currently go. Of course, because now they've secured the top prize of $50,000 and an additional 250 DPC points here. So that's put them at 370. Of course, we still have 3 more regions yet to play their own regional finals. So make sure you guys catch all of those as well. But as I like to stress, it's not too early to start thinking already about TI invites because that always starts to be more of a looming threat the later we go in the year. But it's really early on in these leagues where all the points end up making the difference.
We're going to go now to the panel to see what they have to say about this final game and about the series in general. Well, guys, welcome again. I mean, I think we called it pretty evenly in the pre-draft. Like, this was them going for comfort. The second game was really rough for them, and the comfort can only take you so far, right? The draft kind of fell apart in the mid-game when Beastcoast started to play well. So, not the best way to go out, but I want to commend Infamous for how far they went. They are a team that's like against the up-and-comers. They're doing really well. So to kind of add to this narrative, I'd like you guys to point out something that you really enjoyed about Infamous during these regional qualifiers. Doesn't have to be this game specifically, but something you think, wow, this is a good strength. I really like what they do. If we can start with you, Lillis.
I think besides some games where their lane can be a little bit shaky, I think in general they play a pretty straightforward early game. They do a lot of good moves. They do the triangle smokes pretty well. I think they just have a small little mistakes that can just ruin the flow of their games because their picks are directed in a way where they need to maintain flow, especially like with this TA hero. I thought they played pretty well against Thunder Awaken. They did a good job to beat that team. They were obviously not favored in that matchup, and I think it means a lot for a team that's not favored to take 2-0 over a team that is favored, especially in. I thought it was really cool that you guys talked about the new league format, that there's not many playoffs anymore, right? It's a lot different to play a playoff than it is to play just a league. It is
Yeah.
very different, and I thought they did pretty well. They got second, and they're not supposed to be ashamed of themselves, but they can obviously improve, and I'm pretty happy for them.
Winter, what was your favorite thing of Infamous that you saw these regional finals?
I think from the mindset and during the interview with their players, I felt like they have this kind of very positive learning attitude. They're always trying to find ways to improve themselves, and they gel well as a team. They're friends. I think for a new team, what they've accomplished is really remarkable, and they definitely have a very bright future ahead of them.
No, that's a very nice note from a master coach himself. We have to hear, though, from the winning team, because that's the true storyline that people are here for. And it's Beastcoast 3-0. Stinger, their captain, will be talking to us in an exclusive interview. Hola, Stinger, ¿cómo estás? ¿Me escuchas?
Sí, sí. Sí, te escucho. ¿Qué tal?
1 second. Can you turn me off for a second?
¿No me escuchas? Hola. Ahora siento lo que sentí ayer.
Hola, Stinger, perdón, no te escuchaba. ¿Qué tal?
Ya. Está bien.
¿Cómo estás? ¿Cómo sentís después de esta victoria, Stinger? 3-0 para acabar, un buen día.
Sí, 3-0. Contento, ¿no? Aunque tal vez sí. O sea, me gusta el Dota, ¿no? Tal vez si hubiésemos perdido, pero igual hubiésemos terminado ganando, tal vez un 3-2, igual estaría contento. Pero sí, 3-0 también contento. Sí.
¿Te habría gustado jugar alguna partida más, entonces?
Tal vez sí. Sí, porque no es como que esta mini mayor o mayor de la región, es como que fueron pocos juegos, ¿no? Simplemente jugamos 2v2, 2v3 y la final. Y tal vez me quedé con ganas de jugar más 2, ¿no? Puede ser.
So he says, I asked him how he's feeling after the 3-0. He says he's feeling pretty great, but he was also saying that he wouldn't have minded if this had gone to a fourth game. Like, he was just enjoying himself. He was enjoying playing Dota, and it would have been nice to have like a fourth game or even a fifth game. As long as they had won in the end, it would have been fine for him. And he was commenting on the format of the mini major, having very few games. It feels like he would have liked to play more. Cuando entrevisté a tus compañeros, los dos me dijeron que había un cambio de chip en ustedes para estas Regional Finals, y que comenzasteis a jugar bastante más, o sea, tranquilos, mejor, ¿no? Sentís mejor que cuando estabas en la DPC. ¿A ti te pasó lo mismo? ¿También te sientes como que estáis jugando mejor?
Sí, pasa que creo que no sé si me entrevistaste a mí, pero cuando perdimos pues estábamos, ¿no? Como que medio enfermos también, y también obviamente después de las fiestas era como que no estábamos concentrados, no estábamos a nuestro 100, y eso nos jugó en contra, ¿no? A las finales como que los equipos aprovecharon eso, y terminamos perdiendo, ¿no? Y luego el perder también fue como una carga emocional, tal vez, de la que no nos recuperamos.
Wow, ¿no era entrevista conmigo para eso, causa?
Okay. Hector comes by to ask him why we're not interviewing him. The reason is he doesn't have a camera. He knows this, but he just wanted to meme. But Stinger was telling us, I just asked him about how he felt, and how his teammates were telling me how they felt much better for this Beastcoast Regional Finals. And he was saying that, to be honest, it just kind of felt bad towards those latter part of the season. They were in a slump. They was post like vacation. They were not feeling themselves too much. They were demotivated, and they were losing concentration. And then the teams took advantage of it. So it feels good, like they're back in the groove. ¿Hicisteis algo especial para prepararos para Regional Finals? O sea, fuera de solo practicar Dota y lo demás, ¿no? ¿Alguna actividad especial o algo para hacer equipo, algo así?
Estuvimos jugando Monopolio las últimas noches. Justo las noches antes, una noche antes de cada partida, como que todos bajábamos y pedíamos algo de comer, comíamos primero y luego jugábamos Monopolio, ¿no? Sí, por horas, ¿no?
¿Quién hizo la sugerencia?
En realidad fue algo como que como para hacer una actividad, ¿no? La sugerencia fue más de la organización, se podría decir, ¿no? De la gente que no juega. Pues. No fue de los players en sí, como que la iniciativa fue...
So he says that I was asking if he did anything special before the qualifiers. He said that, yeah, they actually would, or the regional finals. And he said they were actually playing Monopoly together. The couple of nights actually got together every night. They would order some food and play Monopoly together. And that was an idea from the Beastcoast org to try to bring them together a bit more. Not the Monopoly itself, but just the idea of getting them together in activity. He says Hector won the first night as well. So that's important. That's why he's the carry. And sí, no, dinero, sí, sí. And that helped them like relax. It helped them build rapport among the team and help them build a friendship again. ¿Cómo sentís para las siguientes ligas? O sea, para ti, que es el capitán, ¿crees que el formato de estas playoffs os afectó mucho en el sentido de que ustedes siempre lo hacen mejor en las playoffs que en las ligas? ¿O crees que es un cambio de chip que durará más tiempo y que la siguiente DPC volvéis más fuertes?
Creo que en la DPC también nos va bien, simplemente es el hecho de que en esa oportunidad hubo como un break, ¿no? Que fue por Año Nuevo, y tal vez
eso es lo que os gustó.
Ajá, sí, eso nos concentró. Y lo otro también es obviamente que el formato es como que dura muchos, o sea, es un juego por semana y es como que se siente algo incómodo, ¿no? Sí. He escuchado por ahí ideas tal vez de que si es que no sé, una región de, digamos, la DNA dura, no sé, 10 días y luego los siguientes 10 días otra región, algo así. Eso me parece interesante, porque lo escuché de un caster.
Sí, sí, lo dijo, está diciendo Queen hablando de eso. Pero, sorry, Stinger was saying that I asked about the format because Beastcoast is usually asked about how they do much better in playoff formats. He said, to be honest, this DPC league was probably the worst format they could have ever encountered, not because of the DPC itself, but rather because the break in between was brutal for them, right? It's really difficult to remain concentrated and motivated during that break. And for them, in general, long formats are just worse. He would be much more interested in having a DPC league that's like maybe 10, 15 days, and one region plays, and then the next region plays, and the next 10, 15 days. He thought that would be much better, because that would allow for just quicker games. He thinks that's interesting. He heard a caster, Quinn, say that, and he thinks that's a more interesting idea. But he still thinks that they're going to come back stronger the next DPC regardless. Bueno, antes de dejarte celebrar, Stinger, ¿alguna cosa que le quieres decir a tus fans, a la gente que os apoya, a Beastcoast en general?
Agradecerles que esta victoria también va para ustedes, para todos los fans que siempre nos están apoyando, incluso cuando nos fue mal, ¿no? En la DPC, el último mes, se podría decir. Gracias por los comentarios de apoyo y por seguir apoyando al equipo. Y gracias también a nuestros sponsors.
Okay. He says, thank you to all the fans. Thank you to everyone that's been following us included, obviously, because the whole panel is a very big fan. Thanks to everyone who's been supporting them, even when they weren't doing too well. Their messages mean a lot. And of course, also thanks to our sponsors, says Stinger, as he touches his Betway shirt. So important, Betway, if you're watching this, Stinger, the shout out, don't worry. You can pay him this month. Gracias, Stinger, por tu tiempo. Un abrazo, cuídate, compañero, y felicidades por la victoria de nuevo.
También cuídate a vos. Chao.
There we go. Beastcoast in pretty high spirits, as per usual, disrespecting the interview completely. They will take the headphones. Who cares? Why do we get a player when someone else can just pop in? And there you heard it. It wasn't just the formats for them. They actually thought that the break was probably the worst part. And Lelis, did you find that when you were playing DPC? Did you hate that break as well?
Yeah, I thought the break was pretty bad.
Okay.
Because like the DPC is so long, and then there's like this random break for 2 weeks. Especially for me, because I was in Europe, then I had to go back to Brazil, so it's a pretty rough flight. I thought it was really bad. I rather would just like play all the games than the break in between. But
what is your take on the idea of the 10-15 day DPC per region? Did you like that, as Stinger suggested in the interview?
I think it's a lot better. I think this artificial time in between the games is just not very good. I think people have become so try-hard nowadays that they look at every single game you've played, they prepare like crazy, and if you're not playing pubs every day, you're just behind the meta. It's really hard to prepare for these games. There's so much planning involved, and it didn't used to be like this, right? Because you used to play, it used to be a week, right? The qualifier is this week, and then people will show up with strats. Now it's really hard to just have a strat. If you're not playing the meta, you're just going to lose. It's really hard to have strats nowadays.
Do you feel like there's less organic growth of the meta because of that? Like, because usually the meta developed in the qualifiers, right? And there'd be a lot of mistakes that would happen in the meta that would end up being good or bad or whatever. But now it's much more stable and stagnant.
Yeah, I mean the meta develops in the pubs mostly nowadays, and it just translates over to the games now. Before it felt like people would get ready for the games, and then a new meta would show in the game, and then people would copy that in the pubs, right? Now it just feels like the games are an extension of the pubs, at least for me.
Okay. Winter, I'm going to ask you with an analogy about this. Do you feel like Dota is becoming a little bit like how the standard chess became? Or a lot of people talk about standard chess and they say now with this much time to prepare and with computers, it doesn't become as interesting as, say, Blitz, for example, which is truer chess, as they say, because there's more mistakes and more issues. Do you find that could be an apt analogy? Do you think that that's happening to Dota a bit with the leagues?
Yeah, sorry, a little, yeah. I think in chess they were complaining about because of the time control and the computer. So you're actually playing a computer. You're not actually playing the person sitting opposite you. I think in Dota right now is getting a little bit similar to that because of how the scheduling is like. Everyone is just playing so much pubs. If you're not playing enough pubs, you're just going to fall behind and not know a lot of things. And I feel like I like the suggestion where one region gets 15 days and then you play the other region and then it goes on. I think that's going to help the players a lot more, and the players won't feel so stressed out because you have to imagine staying in a boot camp for 2 months. That's very stressful and tiring.
All right, Winter, I'm going to ask you first now for your final thoughts. You got to only come here in the final day because you're such a valuable analyst. We got you here for the grand final, but you've been watching all the DPC and SA, and how have you felt about the DPC regional finals? Are you optimistic about the region right now?
Yeah, I mean, even during the group games, I felt like the region has a lot of potential. It's just lacking some sort of like a small detail in terms of strategy, captains especially. I felt like the players have a lot of skill. They have a lot of teamwork, determination. They have the right attitude in a lot of the teams. Are very positive, and it just takes the right push, from the right captain or the right coach, and they'll get to better places in the future.
Ellis, what about you? You come from this region, you've watched it grow, and you're also on the other side this time, so it's an interesting perspective. What have you felt about how do you feel about SA right now? How do you feel about these regional finals?
I feel like the region's got a lot more professional. I think a lot of the teams take it a lot more serious nowadays. I think a while ago, maybe 2, 3, 4 years ago, it wasn't like this. It wasn't this professional. Now, like a bunch of teams have sponsors and people actually get paid and stuff, and people take it a lot more serious. People play a bunch of pubs, and people don't mess around that much anymore. It used to be a lot worse. I think it's gotten really nice. I think people have improved a lot. The results haven't been amazing for SA, but just let it go. Just give it a little bit more time, and it will show up.
Yeah. I'm gonna tack onto that boat, Lillis. Someone who's been trying to support the region and the Spanish side of things forever. I remember when we would do tournaments and finding sponsors was impossible. A prize pool of 500 would get you Infamous, which was the best team at the time, because that was how little the prize pools were. Like, I understand that many people come now and you're like, oh, look at all this free PSA has. Like, oh, they don't deserve these points. Blah. Yeah, sure. But SA has gotten literally nothing for maybe 6-7 years. You compare it to other regions and you go, why is it lagging behind? Because they've got no support. I'm not saying from Valve, I'm saying in general. They have poor infrastructure. They struggle to be professional. Lots of orgs back in the day were not as fair as the one now. Infamous is professional. Thunder Awaken is professional. They provide for their players. Back then, the stealing of salaries or price pools was rampant. It was a real big issue and not really the fault of the players at all. So if you have supported SA before, if you keep supporting SA, we really thank you. We're here to try to make the region better, and we really do ask you to give it a little bit more patience. It benefits everyone if regions get better, whether it be SA, SCA, North America, doesn't matter. We want better Dota everywhere. If a new country wants to get into Dota, if we now get a full Indian team in Dota too, we welcome them, right? Why would you hate on them? Isn't it better for more players to come by? Think of that when you want to write in the chat next time. Of course, you can laugh at the players, but also remember to do it from the point of respect and to try to help them as well. We at ePulse will try to produce the best SADPC that we can. So if you enjoyed our coverage, do follow this channel. You saw some of the content that we had here in the regional finals. Unfortunately, 3 days does not give enough time for us to actually showcase all of our content, and most of it will be for the next DPC season. So if you want to learn more about the SA teams, you might not have as much time. If you want to learn more about some of the intricacies, or you want to learn about the teams, not just as players, but also as people, we do recommend that you tune in for the next SADPC, or you follow us on our social media so you can see some of the content that we'll be putting out. We really appreciate you staying as long as you did with us today and enjoying this DPC Regional Finals with us. Thank you so much for your time, and we'll see you in the next season of the SADPC. Until then.